be really good. I feel like it's hard to play that shit on Switch. But at least they have mobile. And it's cross platform, right? All right. So DLC in oh wait, no, we don't go there. We just load. I actually took the I preemptively because I did not have a save file for step 3. So I went back to I think this one, which is like it was a step 2 chapter. Finished the chapter. I tried to remember what my old choices were so I could retain those. And then made it to step 3 and made a step 3 save file. So hopefully I don't accidentally save over it like I did that one time. But I think we're going to start in step 2 because I already have a step 2 save file. And it's like you were younger here, so fuck it, we'll just go in. Also, I think step 2, there is some Kyra content, but I don't remember which one, but don't tell me if you're in here. And you know, we're just going to run through them. We're just going to run through them, but not in any particular order. This is, oh, this is the Derek, wait, step 2 is where you can get Derek stuff? Okay. Okay, we're going to start with Maul. You will be watching the game today? Nice. I am going to keep track of the score, but that's probably it. And I want to watch the halftime show, but I won't watch it during the stream, obviously, because I can't. So I will watch that when it is uploaded on YouTube. But I'm pretty excited for the halftime show. That's usually, I'm excited every year for the Super Bowl halftime. Oh my God. Wait, it actually just brought us here. I'm pretty sure this is Cliff's shop. Because that's what I saw in the Wikipedia, I'm pretty sure. But I'm pretty sure this is Cliff's shop. That's crazy. This is our first look at it. It literally just threw us in here. Well, I think, okay, we're going to read this. Oh, it literally says Mr. Holden shop. Bitch. Yo, Pajama, happy Sunday to you. Hello, hello. Thank you for coming by. Okay. So this is step 2. We are 15 years old. Wait, no. Yeah, we're 15. Step 2 is 15. Step 3 is 18. Step 4 is 23. How have you been? Are you watching the Super Bowl today? Am I still capturing this? Okay. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved. Oh, Lee's visiting. Okay. Lee's visit today turned out to be more involved than you expected. After overhearing where the Holden family was going, Lee insisted on seeing Mr. Holden's shop firsthand. Where the Holden family was going. Where are they going? Where are they going now? Okay, anyways, it's a nice shop. It's a very cliff-coated shop. Very. Cliff and Cove. I actually wonder what the shop is called. An hour later, and Lee was busy looking at every item on display. Does she actually care about this stuff? Because Cove's dad offered supplies. Oh, he does lessons? Supplies, lessons, and tours. His shop had all the scuba-related stuff you could imagine. Fins, masks, suits, and snorkels. After circling around the shop, you finally stopped and looked at the whole room. This was the first time you'd been here. It was. It wasn't often that you tagged along to hang out at the shop. You'd spent a lot of time here over the years. Probably spent a lot of time here over the years at this point, even though we're only 13. If Lee's visiting Mr. Cliff Holden's store, are we gonna get Lee swimsuit pics? It's possible. Actually, if she's at this store, she's probably wearing a wetsuit. Probably nothing fancy. Okay. The shop was as familiar to you as your own neighborhood. It was practically another extension of home. You were still bursting with excitement. You were in good spirits. This was a pleasant surprise. You felt okay. Not your first choice. You were unhappy. Wait, what? The shop. Wait, what is... I'm... These are all weird reactions to this. It's just like, another day. I'm in good spirits, I guess. You enjoyed showing Lee around the shop. Doing this was better than just telling her about it. Lee was still busy poking through the various wetsuits displayed, so you decided to see what Derek and Cove were doing. They were too absorbed in their conversation to notice you standing near them, leaning against the counter. You were able to pick up the topic quickly. Oh, we get Derek. And here's our 13-year-old Cove. Hi, Buzz! Happy Sunday to you. How's it going? What have you been playing lately, Buzz? Put my tier list in the same chat. I just have to see how off mine is. Wait, is this? Okay, okay. Wait, really? Wait. Banned from rank? Wait, if they're banned from rank, that means they're like insanely broken, right? Okay, I'm glad Mew is there. Not the fucking Wiggly. Wait. Okay, Wigglytuff is C tier, which is where I placed it, but what, Clefable, and then Clefable's in a high A tier? Wait, who's the lowest evolution? Is it Glaceon? Was I right about Glaceon being the lowest evolution? Bro, I'm telling you, I based it off of pure numbers and knowledge. I'm shocked about Clefable being up that high. Damn, I'm shocked about Gengar and Mr. Mime being so low. Lapras is higher than it. Greninja is low? Ain't no way. Greninja and Tyranitar? Why would they do that? Wait, Snorlax is F tier? Oh my god. What the F word? I don't know the game at all. Sylveon lowest? Oh, Sylveon. I don't think I saw Sylveon. Sylveon is the lowest. I thought Sylveon would be the strongest. Smudge. Smudgers. I'm glad Espeon is up there, though. League, Apex, and the FF7 remake. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's a game I really want to play. Sylveon, lowest but still good IMO. Okay, that sounds about right for them. Peace. Enjoy your day, Pajama. All right, Derek. Did I give Derek a voice? I don't think I did. My dad told me the new stuff is selling like crazy. Oops. Yeah, the material has this new blend with less neoprene. Oh, right. Derek's dad and Cliff are buddies. That's what this means in Nikki's sign language. The material has this new blend with less neoprene. My dad says people are really interested in it. It brought a smile to your face hearing that the shop was doing well. You decided to keep listening. You decided to join in with conversation. You couldn't resist teasing the boys. I'm gonna just keep listening, bro. What the hell? It was interesting just to watch them speak about what they knew. But really, there's just so much to think about with a business. It's crazy. No matter how much I come, I still don't think I get it. Cove hummed and nodded in agreement, causing a good-humored laugh from Derek. I thought you only liked the scuba diving part, not the job part. Hi, Tulip! Happy Sunday! Tulip, are you watching Super Bowl? Keyword trigger commands while lurking. Thank you for the lurk. Why this kid look like he's headed to the Super Bowl in 10 years? He probably is. I think that's the point. I think he's like, they said that he was, I don't know if they mentioned football specifically, but that he was like really into sports and he was always busy with his extracurricular sport that we barely got to see him. So I think that is actually his storyline. But I think that is his future. I think that's his future. Yeah. He actually does get built like a linebacker at that point. I'm pretty sure that was his storyline. If we downloaded the Derek DLC, which I'm still down to do, by the way, but I want to get through these at least. Um, I feel like that's where his future is headed. That's just the best part. I think about other things too. Cool. The business side, running it. That's my favorite. Out of the corner of your eye, you caught movement and you realized that Lee was now standing next to you. There she is, the queen herself. When your dad's retired, do you think you're going to carry on the store? Did I give her the Valley accent? Oh, no, it was Liz. Okay, both sons shrugged in unison. There's tons of things I could do. My dad thinks so too. He doesn't want me to plan on working here forever. Cove's gaze fell to the floor. You could see the conflict flashing across his face. I don't know. It's a lot. Being the real boss of something and totally in charge. Nah, he got marine biology plans for the future, bro. He got hot marine biology plans. I don't know what else to call that. Thank you for the work, Peta. Appreciate you. Lee, yeah, we like her. This is Lee before she discovers her, like, her hippie vibe, I think, which is what she kind of went for by the end. While working and lurking, nice. Who are you rooting for? Anyone? Pajama? If my mom's had their own business, I'd take it over. If my mom's had one, I wouldn't want to take it over it either. I wouldn't want to take over someone else's shop either. I want to do my own thing. Do you think your dads will let you take... Do you think your dads would let you... No matter what you both do, shop or no shop, you'll be amazing. That's a good answer. I don't think... I wouldn't want to take over... I guess it depends what the business is. For Cove, I feel like that's his interest, so he might be interested, but... No, I get his interest is the beach, but not necessarily like the tourism side. I think his interest is like the biology and like the more science side. Before she rebels against her rich parents, true. 49ers, who are those? We only know the 69ers here, Tom. I'll have it up on one of my monitors. Yeah, I'm gonna keep a close eye on the score. Okay, we're gonna go with this one. Derek smiled and if your parents, it's hard to say actually. I was gonna say if your parents owned a business, would you take it over? But I'm pretty sure everyone's answer is going to be, it depends what the business is. Like, I'm trying to think of what business my parents could own that I would take it over. If it was a restaurant, definitely no. Which, by the way, my parents did own a restaurant. Definitely would not take that shit over. Yeah, no, I don't think there is any business that they could own that I would take over. Unless it's like a drop shipping or something like really general but really good return. Like an established drop shipping thing, I would totally take that over because that's pretty, yeah, that's good money and it's pretty general and yeah, not topic specific. Actually does own a financial planning business and just retired. I didn't take it over. Oh, interesting. Did you ever think about doing financial planning? Or did you? I don't know if you ever did. You don't have to answer that if you don't want to. They might make me and wait, that's a good answer. It depends on the business, but they might make me and I just go along with it. What kind of business would you want to run? I mean, if I were to run my own business, I would run probably something like drop shipping. But also I could see myself owning a salon of some sort. Like a nail, hair salon, spa. I could see myself doing that, but I'm not going to do it. I don't, yeah. Or a tattoo shop. Actually, a tattoo shop would be really cool. All right, Derek smiled in equal parts happiness and bashfulness. He bounced on his feet a bit. Tattoo shop, I don't think you can really take over, though. Unless you do happen to grow up like talented in art. Actually, it'd be really cool. I don't know. I'm sure it exists somewhere. But like to have a salon where you can get your nails done, maybe you can get your hair done, la la la, but also a tattoo parlor. The 3-in-1. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Okay, thanks, Nikki. I'm happy you believe in us. Me too. Cove's parents. No, why did they leave? Oh, wait, no, never mind. They're here. Cove's parents left the back office and came over. Wait, both of them? The king and queen themselves? Catching your attention. Oh, there they are. They're here. This is definitely my favorite version of Kyra. That does sound cool. It does. I think owning a tattoo shop would be really cool. Yeah. Actually, I really want to try a tattoo. I really want to try tattooing. But I don't even know how you get started in that. I don't know. I actually have no clue how you get started in that. If anyone knows, let me know. I never thought I would take over too much talking to people. Yeah, no, for sure. I agree with that. I used to think that I really wanted to get into some sort of like consulting or like, I mean, that is essentially what I did. It was like consulting or like wedding planning. It was definitely a lot of chatting with people. I always thought I would get into something like that, which I guess technically I did, but I hated it. I mean, I loved some aspects of it for sure, but I can't rely on myself talking to people all the time. I'm not bad at it. I think I was actually very good at it, but it's just, I'm so uncomfortable the entire time. I'm really forcing myself every day to put on this like extrovert face, and I really don't want to do that. Although tattooing would be the same thing, I guess. But it's also doing, I don't know. I guess tattooing is kind of the same thing. But not all not everyone's gonna talk to their artist. Like during the tattoo. Obviously you have to consult them, but I don't know. Anyway, sorry kids. It looks like it's gonna be a long one. I know usually others hold the fort down, but I really need to stay here today. Oh no. I guess we'll stay here with you guys. I know you just wanted a little visit. It'd be boring to get stuck all day because of me. Kyra can take my car and go to the neighborhood. Day with Kyra? Question mark. Cove and Derek gave him an understanding look. Mr. Holden crossed his arms and flashed you all a big smile, trying to lift the mood. The one condition is that someone has to remember to come back for me later. You don't have to get you don't get to strand me here, no matter how funny that might be. Can't he just walk? Well, actually, I don't know how far this is. I assume this is close to the beach. Kyra laughed and gave a thumbs up. Mr. Holden seemed satisfied with that. He moved on with the explanation. Derek, your dad also has his hands full today, so he doesn't have time to run you back home. That's all right, sir. The title sir got an awkward chuckle out of Cliff, which was cut short when Kyra elbowed him teasingly. You already said I could borrow your car. Why don't I take all the kids somewhere fun for the afternoon? Yay! We get to hang out with Kyra! I'm excited. We're ditching Cliff, but we get Kyra. I'm okay with this. And so is he, apparently, because he says that's fine with me. Just please come back eventually. Sometime today, Kyra. Is that a dig? Like, does that mean she's, like, forgotten to pick him up at one point? Does it not sound like he's, like... Does it not sound like he's digging at her, like... Please come back eventually. Sometime today? Not like that one time that you completely forgot to pick me up. Does that not sound like that's where the tone? Did Kyra leave him stranded somewhere one day? Did she leave him? I never thought I would take over. Oh, I read that one. Kyra Day, I'm so excited. It feels like Cliff would forget to pick people up, so he's projecting. Wait, Cliff would? If I get that vibe from Cliff. Quality alone time with Meadow. Oh, we have summoned Philotis. We have summoned Philotis. Just in time. After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you wonder, oh my God! After multiple jokes about being left with no ride, you had to wonder if that actually happened in their past together. And there she is, smiling all normal, like, hee hee. Yeah, one time I left him. For you, my good sir, I swear. Cross my heart. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out his black wallet and offered a $50 bill. There he goes. Listen, I have no doubts of Cliff remembering to pick anyone up in this story, but I also have no doubts about Cliff offering people money, specifically in bills. And here he is. Here he is doing it. Happy with the promise, Cliff took out a black wallet and offered a $50 bill to Kyra. Here, in case you need gas or anything else while you're out. Kyra smiled knowingly and accepted the bill without hesitation. Thank you. Cove's dad stuck the wallet into his back pocket while he waved with a free hand. Okay, time for me to jump back into work. Have fun for me. Bye, Dad. Bye. Bye, sir. Oh, right, leaves with us. Bye, Mr. Holden. Goodbye, sirs and madams. Okay, Cliff. I like how it still says Cove's dad. He left the room with a wink and flare. Wait, I need the sparkle emote. Fuck. I need to, wait, hold on. I need to remember to buy one off of Etsy and just add it in. Where's my pin? Oh, I also have to make the first of the day sign. But I forgot about that assignment. Oops. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Yes, with a wink and flare disappearing into the employees' only area of the shop. When Mr. Holden was out of sight, Kyra silently strolled over to the counter and carefully placed the $50 bill there. She turned back around. Oh, she put the money back? These two have been through it. She turned back around and beamed a large smile at you and the others. Come on, gang. Let's see if this town has a mall. I like my girl, Kyra. Yes, of course, Lee's very excited. Unable to, oh yeah, this is called mall. I should have seen that coming. Unable to contain her excitement, Lee actually jumped with joy, while Cove and Derek just grinned. There wasn't a mall in your hometown, but Mr. Holden's store wasn't in Sunset Bird. Oh, it's not in Sunset Bird? The fuck? How far is this shit? It might be possible to find a mall out here. You felt pumped? You felt okay? I'm pumped, man! We get to spend time with Kyra! I don't care where we're going. Heck yeah! Oh, I'm still Nikki here. Let's go. She quickly herded the group... We're gonna go ahead and hydrate there. She quickly herded the group out of the store and to the car. As the driver, I get to choose my partner in crime. Naturally, I bestow the position of shotgun to my baby. And it's literally written out long like that. Her comment had both Derek and Lee snickering. Cove was for sure embarrassed over the phrasing and blatant favoritism, but he took the seat by his mom without complaint. You decided to stick up for Cove. You decided to jokingly complain at the special treatment. You were fine with that. You kept quiet. I would keep quiet, bro. She's got the steering wheel. Silently, you watched Cove and his mom interact. It still felt odd at times to actually see her. I'll take the middle seat. Really? Yeah, I don't want a window seat. You two can have them. Rare! Derek is a rare man. Are you cool with that? You thought it was odd that anyone would give up a window seat, but you knew Derek tried to be especially polite when he was a guest. You nodded. That does seem very Derek-like. Good. Sounds like we're all in agreement. Everyone squeezed into the car, buckling in, and Kyra turned the radio on. She set it to a top 40s pop station. You were into it. I'm into it. I'm into anything Kyra's doing, okay? I'm into anything. Quickly, you recognized the song playing. It was a new one by an artist you were listening to a lot recently. Oh. ... It wasn't long until your group realized that they were lost. What? Is Kyra me in real life? But after driving in enough circles, Kyra's struggle paid off when she found a local mall. I guess this is a time before everyone literally has a GPS in their phone. This was before that time. Although I'm surprised she didn't ask Cliff or something. Well, I guess Cliff just ran off. There's also not the rules of shotgun at all. We love you, Kyra, but there are still rules. If Derek takes the middle seat, he's guaranteed to sit next to Lee. I see what you're doing, Derek, and I approve. That's true. Good strategy. There were more cheers from Lee as Kyra pulled into a parking spot. This is the same mall that we go to buy Cove's graduation gift, if I remember correctly. And also I'm gonna sit. Ugh. We are sitting. All right. Once your group had made it inside, the first order of business on this trip was checking what this mall actually had. Click. Oh. Where should we go? Ooh, I think I see a makeup store up ahead. Oh yeah, is that Yo-Yo? Is that what Yo-Yo is? The makeup store? Yo-Yo, the makeup store? She rolled up on her tiptoes to get a better view. Meanwhile, Derek was eyeing the directory. There's a chocolate shop. Seriously, we have to go there. Yes, wait. And we need to find a decent jewelry shop. I need new hair ties. Is she going to a jewelry shop for hair ties? What? And barrettes. Okay, the barrettes make sense. I still would not go there for a barrette, but anyway, whatever. We've also gotta at least look for a game store. Ooh, I'm into this. There's tons of things you can get anywhere, but a store that's just for video games. But there's a store that's just for video games. Hey, what are you thinking, Cove? I want to look at the fish in the pet store. Ooh, I want to do all of these things. Don't make me pick, game. Don't make me pick. You could have guessed that much. Anywhere else? He smiled with some bashfulness. Can we go to a camping and outdoor supply shop? What about you, Nikki? I want to go to a clothing store. I'm down to go with Lee to the makeup store. I would definitely want to go to the video game store and the chocolate shop and the pet store. Cove said camping shop. I don't care to go there, but I'll go with him. I also want to go to the food court. I also want to go to the bookstore. Don't care about the art supplies. Don't care about the music shop. I think that's it. Don't care about the accessory shop. Okay. We're doing a round. I can still remember where the video game store was in our mall growing up. It's long since closed, though. Our video game store in our local mall is still there. But I also have a feeling it may close soon. But actually, every time I go there, there's still people in there. Like, there's still a good amount of people in there. So, maybe not. But I feel like video game stores in general are just dying. Well, it doesn't even sell video games. I mean, it does, but like the main stock of the video game store now is like Funko Pops and other nerdy memorabilia. Is that the word? Oh, Poke Catch. Good luck on your clinks, y'all. All right, that is all. That's certainly a list. Good thing we have all afternoon. Yeah. I have my own stops I want to make. Let's agree. No, I want to go with Kyra. What? Wait, what did she say? Oh, let's agree to regroup here at 7 p.m. You're not coming with us? We're all in the same building. You won't be alone. You won't be as alone as you think. I'll only be a few minutes away at most. You're old enough to enjoy the mall without me hovering. But I want you to hover us. I want to hover you. Let us hover you, Kyra. I wonder where she's going, to be honest. Be back here at 7 p.m. Toodaloo. Leaving Derek and Lee stunned by their newfound freedom, Kyra walked off. When she was almost out of sight, Derek's face twisted in confusion. Wow, she really is gone. I can't believe she just did that. This is so cool. We get to do whatever we want. You were happy about it? Talking about an amazing opportunity? You felt okay about the situation? I wanted to spend the day with Kyra. That option is not here. I wouldn't say this was not what you had in mind. I'm gonna put that actually. I don't like this. I don't like it. I don't think I do either. There's 4 of us. We'll be okay, I promise. Okay, so the 4 of us are sticking together. She's going to Victoria's Secret. I really want to come with her, man. Kyra with the sunglasses inside. What a babe. She got the sunglasses inside and she left us. Where is she going? She's gonna do some sus shit. She's gonna do some sus shit. With the decision already made, Derek tried to pull together his earlier enthusiasm for the trip. So where are we going first? Time's a wasting. Whatever's closest, says Cove. Things were coming together, but you realize there might be a flaw in today's sudden plans. What's wrong, Nikki? Did everybody bring money with them? Maybe that's why Kyra ditched us. She didn't want to get stuck with paying for our shit. Yeah, of course Lee has money. She's rich. I did. I always have some on me when I come all the way out here. You had money too? You had left all your money at home? The original plan was only visiting Mr. Holden's store? No, we have money. Fuck it. Immediately, you felt better about the situation. It would have been a downer to not be able to even think about something at the mall. Think about something at the mall because they didn't have money, quote unquote. I'm good. Now that everything was squared away, you explored the mall together as a group. There were many shops that you managed to venture into so far. You all even went into a clothing store, leaving you with a pep in your step. This was better than you'd thought, and there was still so much to see. After having hit many of the top priority stores, you found yourself passing by a small booth. It was decorated with wind chimes and various sizes. You raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. A wind chime kiosk? So they called it a booth, yeah. That's kind of incredibly niche, but you raised a hand up to one of the smaller ones. What sparked your attention next was Cove. You thought for sure he was going to stop at the booth by the way he looked at it, but he kept going. Do you want one? It wasn't until Lee asked that you realized you had stopped in front of the booth without saying anything. Lee just continued to encourage you. You should get one. Oh my god, Lee is the best shopping friend. I'm just looking. I don't really like them. You wanted one, but for someone else you did want one. I'm just looking. It's nice to check stuff out. Lee hummed in agreement and then stared past the booth. Following her gaze, you saw that the boys were already wandering too far ahead. Let's go. After leaving another clothing store, one that Lee couldn't resist exploring, you and your friends found yourself walking down the main hall of the mall again. It wasn't long until everyone you were with had an eye on the smoothie kiosk. Smoothie kiosk! I'm down. Should we stop? Yeah. As you approached, your eye was drawn to the dizzying list of smoothie combinations. A part of you wondered how long it would take to try them all. Hi there. Oh, hi there. Do you need the rundown of how this works? Our random extra characters will always be Southern because we're in California and absolutely no one here is Southern, but we're still gonna make them Southern. Anyways, yes, please. Okay, so first off, you pick up to 3 options of fruit or berries. Then I'll add the ice. Ice. Then I'll add the ice and the store special smoothie base mix. And then you'll have your very own smoothie for $4. That's pretty cheap. There's only one size. Cove leaned over the counter a bit. For several moments, he intently studied the plentiful fruit and berry options. I want to get a strawberry banana smoothie. Dude, that's what I would get. Oh, wait, with coconut? That would actually be good. You would barely taste the coconut. But that caught me off guard when he said he was getting strawberry banana with the coconut. I was not expecting that from Cove. I like it, though. I like it. Sounds good. Is anyone else getting something? Can I get one that's just all mango? Of course. I'm trying to give them voices because it's hard to tell who's talking. What kind of stall is this? Of course. I'd like strawberries, blueberries, and raspberries for mine. That's a good one too. Good choice, Lee. The shopkeeper looked at you now. I want one. Could I get apple? Ooh, we're gonna go coconut, pineapple, and we're gonna make a pina colada. Except what would be the third one? You could throw a banana in there. Banana. I feel like I just want to leave it there. At that, everyone went ahead and paid for their individual drinks. Vodka, yeah, true. We'll just pretend that was a third ingredient. You waited over at the other side of the booth where the drinks were put when they were done. Derek bounced on his feet, excited for his to be ready. This is going to be good. Lee chimed in with her own enthusiasm. Everybody says their smoothie-based stuff can make any drink great. Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait. Excuse me. I thought I was going to burp. Your group collected the fresh drinks as they were placed on the counter. Straws were placed through the opening at the top of the cup, and the first tentative sips were had. Wait, I accidentally just pressed V. And I did not know that that was a thing that... Wait, we can have a robot man read this for us. How are they not gonna put the fucking controls? What are the controls to this game? Hold on. What the hell? How am I only just figuring this out after I've done a whole ass wedding DLC? Well, I want to hear the bot read it. It's a little bit too robotic for me. That's nice, like, for the visually impaired audience of this game, though. We don't hear the bot. Oh my god, you don't hear any of the game! Y'all been listening to this shit in silence the whole time? The song literally stopped right when I opened the audio. You should hear it now. Okay, wait. Listen to the bot. Listen.
Cove, while quieter, looked just as eager for his smoothie. Luckily, there hadn't been anyone else before you, so it wasn't a long wait.
How weird is that? How fucking weird is that? Not silence, just your voice? That is silence! That's just awkward silence. Because it's just me talking. Yeah, the bot is very... Wait, honest.
Derek, mango is too delicious.
That is way too robotic.
Derek, mango is too delicious.
Why are you saying it twice? Does he just keep saying it? Oh.
Self-voicing disabled.
We're gonna go ahead and disable that shit. It'd be nice if it was like actually read kind of like by an audiobook reader, I guess, but... And it's good. It's just good for the visually impaired audience of this. Like, this is a very accessible game. Like, it's just... Y'all, our life is such a great game. They did such a good job. 10 out of 10. I wonder if the TTS gets more refined as we go into future... Oh, maybe. If when we venture into step 3, remind me about that. We can check. Okay. Mine is super good too. Cove nodded and hummed in agreement. Okay. You were really happy with yours. You were regretting your choice. You thought it was only okay. You thought it wasn't as great as you expect. No, we are happy with this pina colada. This is perfect. It just needs vodka. Cool. We all made excellent choices today. Yeah. You asked if you could try least. Oh, are we doing this fucking sharing shit? Fuck it. This is pre-COVID. Let's all saliva swap. Actually, I don't know if I want to try Derek. Wait, no. What did Derek get? I will share with Cove because he's our boyfie. Cove, could I have a drink of yours? Not for 1 second since getting it had his lips been apart from the straw, but he did seem to be considering your request. You pushed a little more. You waited for him to decide on you, and he seemed to be having some fun keeping you in suspense as he exaggeratedly pondered away, still drinking it himself. Then, Cove smiled softly, and finally he offered the cup to you. Yeah, I knew you were gonna get you. I knew you weren't gonna say no. You can't say no to me. Oh, Derek did mango? Yeah, that is good. Yeah, he just did mango the whole way. Hello, hello. Hello. Happy Sunday. How are you? What have you been up to today? How are the chickens? How are they doing? Okay, Cove smiled softly and he offered the cup to you. You held the cup in both hands and took a sip. Thanks.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. It was kind of a sacrifice, you know. This is really good. Well, am I gonna offer my drink to him? Because I feel like he'll like it. It'll also have coconut. Taking his drink back, Cove's smile seemed to grow bigger. His teasing tone made you grin. It is. You were satisfied with that. You wanted to ask someone else. Sneakily, you wanted to steal. What? Where's the offer? I'm good with that. I just stole some of his drink. This is not how drink sharing works. Okay? You don't just take some of someone's drink and then not offer a little bit of yours. I feel like he was gonna like my pina colada. I drove next to a tornado last night. On purpose? Or, like, are you a storm watcher? Or were you, like, not... Were you running away from it? Like, that's again. I need context. I need context, Long. I was driving home and the storm started. Oh, that's scary. That is very scary. I mean, I've done that myself, actually. Tornadoes are very common here. But it's very scary. Long is a storm chaser. Yeah, Long is a full-time chicken farmer, part-time storm chaser. I thought maybe that was like your hobby on the side. That's a hobby on the side. That's something people do. Anyways, as your group continued to wander the mall, you came to an area in the path that was wider. Oh god, not the rides. We're not going on these. Oh, actually, we're 13. But I'm pretty sure these rides are meant for like 5-year-olds. In the center of the opening was a collection of quarter-operated... Are they still quarter-operated these days, I wonder? Quarter-operated ride-on machines. Derek stopped as soon as he saw them. Of course, Derek is excited about this. Smiling ear to ear. I want to ride. I think we might be too big. Okay, Cove is with me here. No way. We're not that old yet. I think we are, but it's fine. He eagerly headed over to the... I think Derek is smaller than us. Like, I know Cove and I grow up to be really tall. I think Derek does too, but I think at this point in age, like, his growth spurt really hits him. Or maybe he just gets more swole rather than tall. I don't know. But anyways, whatever. I think he is the smaller one out of all of us. He eagerly headed over to the machines, wanting to get a better look. Lee went along with, smiling. We love Lee. She's a down-ass bitch. We love We love Lee. She's excited for everything and everyone. You thought this idea was childish. You wanted to ride too. You didn't care one way or another. Listen, I think we're too old for this. I mean, you're never too old for anything, but I don't care. Like, if he's excited about it, I'm not gonna ruin his excitement. So I am going to just chill and vibe with whatever these guys are excited about. Whether we're too big or not, it can't hurt to check it out. Exactly. Reconvening around Derek, you watched as he focused on the various brightly colored rides. He's gonna get into the helicopter. That's my guess. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. One of them could even seat 2 people. I called a helicopter! Ain't no way I fucking called that shit. I actually fucking called that shit. I said Derek would pick the helicopter. Please, it's someone click. Wait. I don't have my thing open. No, I do. Hold on. There we go. Bruh. How did I fucking know? How did I know? Real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. One of them. He's gonna get into the brightly colored rides. He's gonna. There it is. He's gonna get into the helicopter. That's my guess. Most were designed to look like real vehicles, but there were also some horse-shaped ones. Copper! Ain't no way I fucking called that shit. I actually fucking called that shit. I said Derek would pick the helicopter. And that was me. Please. 5 seconds ago. He's gonna get into the helicopter. And now we're clipping it. I am proud of my predicting. Okay. I called a helicopter. I don't know what everyone else is gonna go on. Who's gonna get on the horse? I feel like I'm gonna get to choose first. Well, actually, no. I think Lee is gonna choose one. Maybe she'll get on the horse. I don't know. Why? Damn, Cove is so not excited about this. It's the coolest, and I think it'll move the most. He started digging in his pockets, pulling out whatever money he had left. Wait. Is everything okay? I need 4 quarters, right? Yeah. I only have 2. There has to be more between all of us. Hold on. Pockets, wallets, and purses were checked over. Derek still had 2. Cove only had 1, and Lee ended up having... Lee ended up with the most. Of course, our rich girl. You didn't have any.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry, and they carry a credit card. The kick-off introduction is starting. Let me, Okay, I have the Super Bowl score held up, but I, won't put it on streaming sets. Okay. Alright. You can have mine. Thanks, but you don't have to. It's not enough for me. And even if it was, it'd be dumb to ride while you had to watch. Cove shrugged. He tried, failed, and looked unsure what to do next. Yeah, I would also be the same kind of. Why don't we all get on one ride? Can we exchange dollar bills for quarter? Yeah, I would say this. This is exactly what I would suggest. Derek slapped a hand to his cheek, eyes wide. Oh yeah, that'll work. Let's do it. The group scattered to various shops around. When you shortly reconvened at the rides, everyone had more than enough quarters. Please. Nikki, are you going to join us on the little kid ride? Please. He sighed, admitting defeat. I'll do it. Yay! Wait, what did Lee get on? There were enough machines that everyone claimed one for themselves. Derek got his coveted helicopter. Lee was on the horse, bitch! I fucking predict this shit! I predicted this shit! And then Cove and I are gonna go on the 2-seater. Bruh. I fucking know these characters, bro. I know them! This trying to find the appropriate change experience is so relatable from that. It really is. It so is. I know we've all gone through this. I wonder if kids go through it now. That's a good point. I don't even know if there are rides. I'm sure there is, but I probably just don't even know them. Like, or notice them. Like, I filter them out of my vision now, but I don't know if I can remember if there are rides at my local mall. Anyways, Lee's on that fucking horse. As I predicted. Just like I predicted, Derek and his helicopter. Cove waited to choose last. It seemed he didn't want to take a ride someone else wanted when he cared so little about it. You picked... Oh, I get to pick. A horse. I can also choose a horse. The one that looked like a motorcycle, a single-seater car, the double-seater car by yourself, the double-seater car. You brought Cove along. This is what I predicted, so I'm going to go with it. Cove, you can sit with me. He gave a bent smile, his favorite kind of smile, other than the content one. But he gave us the bent smile and put a hand on his hip when he saw you ride. When he saw the ride you pointed out.
I don't know.
Do you really want to try fitting me in that? You might actually be comfortable if you use it by yourself. That doesn't matter. I want to ride with you. Yeah, future husband. Hi, Stevie. How was the honeymoon? There was no honeymoon. But they should have had a honeymoon DLC. I actually would have loved that. Where would they go? They would for sure go to like Hawaii or some shit. Bali. For sure. Oh, I know these characters inside and out clearly because I predicted the helicopter and the horse. So those are definitely where they would go. How are you doing though, Stevie? How's the bachelor party? The bachelor party consisted of Cove, Derek, Nikki, and Cliff. And they played card games. Yeah. And a little bit of video games. And probably no alcohol was consumed. Though Cliff tried to push for it. No alcohol was consumed because we're just a chill party that doesn't really care about getting wasted. Yeah. That's how that went. Alright, Lee winked at the two of you from her pony as you squished next to one another in the child-sized seats. Child-sized seats. It's like a tongue twister. Looks were exchanged across the way and you each popped the coins in at the same time. The little ride stuttered to life. That is so true how they just stuttered to life. It's like, it kind of jolts at first. As the machines began moving up and down and side to side, Lee and Derek couldn't contain their laughter. Derek started waving from the window of the helicopter and Lee reached out to see if he could touch anyone as their machine jolted closer to hers. Cove, on the other hand, just gripped the side of the car. He was struggling to remain in the seat, looking very uncomfortable. You were quickly regretting your decision to do this. You waved back, you stretched over to grab Lee's hand. Let's grab Lee's hand. You personally sat quietly in your ride. Fuck it, we're in this. Grinning, you leaned forward and reached as far as you could. For a moment, a shot of panic went through you as you thought you were about to tumble off the ride. But you hung on with your free hand and balanced yourself. Be careful. I'm trying. Your rides were syncing up in movement, almost there. Your efforts were rewarded when you caught a hold of her hand. We did it! Yeah. It was a battle to keep together as the rides went backwards. The two of you kept almost being accidentally pulled off your seat by the other, but that made it more fun. Soon all the rides came to a stop and the group dismounted. Derek looked absolutely pleased at the conclusion of this pit stop. Then you noticed something out of the corner of your eye. You tilted your head to look directly at it and burst into laughter. What's funny? You turned back to the group and nodded in the direction of where you were looking. Isn't that one of those machines that take dollars and gives quarters back? The kind that exists for people who don't have quarters on hand? Of course. Everyone's head moved that way, and where did we exchange our bills? How did they not, like, if we went to a shop to exchange our bills, how did they not tell us to go to that machine? Hello? Everyone's heads moved that way and saw that you were right. Derek chuckled awkwardly. That is exactly what that is. We're kind of dumb. we have to be to miss that this whole time. Come on, let's just put this behind us. There's still places open. We haven't even been everywhere yet. Here, here. You moved along one step towards your next, still jovial from the experience. Shortly into your walk, Lee ran over to a nearby trash can and tossed her smoothie cup. Derek went after her and threw his cup away. You followed suit and got rid of your empty cup too. Cove was the last one to throw his cup away. He took one final sip, making sure he got every last drop. ... Wait, there's a lot of ... dots in this chapter. But did the stripper look like pre-time skip or post? For sure post time skip. Without question. Without question. The clock inched closer to 7 p.m. as you all made your way back to the directory. It was hard to believe how fast the day went by.
So,
Where do you think your mom ended up today? We didn't see her anywhere. Dude, she was up to some sus shit for sure. I don't know. She's just like that. Ooh, it's a mystery. And there she is. Despite having vanished for the entire trip so far, when 7 p.m. hit, you spotted Kyra coming right over, waving cheerily. As soon as she was close enough, she pinched Ko's cheek.
hey,
Hey, baby, and friends. Hi, Mom. He pushed her hand back with one hand and rubbed his cheek with the other. Did you have a good day, gang? Yeah! Today was awesome. We did so much. It was fun. You really enjoyed your day. You thought there were ways it could have been worse. You didn't enjoy the outing. That's fun. I want to know if we bought anything. There was no hiding your joy. Like the others, you were smiling ear to ear because today went so much better than you expected. I'm glad we came here.
that I do.
I want to hear all about it during the ride back. She clapped her hands together once, making sure she had everyone's undivided attention. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us, and you've got to be starving. It's dinner time and you haven't eaten yet. Yeah. Are we going to see Cliff again? Everyone followed her lead and started walking out the door to the parking lot. Something about what Kyra said felt off to you. Wait, what did she say? That felt off. Speaking of that, we better head out. Cliff must be missing us. What feels off about any of this? Everyone, something, okay. There were tons of places to eat. It's a mall. You could have had dinner. Oh, was she just watching us the whole time? You wondered if it was just a good guess, but you could feel your eyebrows raise when it dawned on you. She might have been keeping an eye on you after all. Moms, man, they have eyes everywhere. You weren't pleased about that. She didn't have to lie. That was actually pretty slick. You weren't sure about that. It seemed kind of sketchy. Slick. Very slick. She was just creeping on us from every corner the whole time. If she hadn't made that comment, you never would have known. You found it hard not to be impressed. Not once could you recall even catching a glimpse of her hanging around. Though, now that you think about it, not seeing her ever was suspicious in and of itself. Shaking off those thoughts, you caught up with the others. Keeping the same seating arrangement as earlier, you all piled into the car and started heading back to the store. The drive went by without any problems as it was filled with chatter about the various things everyone saw around the mall. Soon enough, you'd arrived at your destination. It was a much faster trip considering the time Kyra knew where she was going. And we're back here. Here we are. Hearing the light jingle of bells from the front door being opened, I can literally hear the jingle. Cliff poked his head out from the back. He lit up at seeing who was there. Who was here? Hey, Sport. Did everyone have an adventure? Hi, Dad. We had a blast. Yeah. We found a mall.
Aw.
The mall. Wish I could have joined. Me too. He deflated in an exaggerated way. His shoulders sloped. Kyra put a hand on his arm and smiled. There'll be other times. Any whoosies. Are you set here? Oh, are you set here? Almost. Mr. Holden sighed for real. He then pulled himself together, standing up straight.
Do you mind?
I need just a little more time to finish up. Will you be alright killing time for a bit longer? It's okay. Yes, sir. No problem, Mr. Holden. We can have fun here. Excellent. What a great group of kids. He gave an approving thumbs up, and Kyra nodded along. Excuse me. I'll give you a hand. I remember the ropes. Why, thank you. They walk side by side to the back room. Wink. She remembers the ropes. I'm sure she does. Before... I will write that fanfic later. Before he was out of sight, Cliff stopped and looked over his shoulders. If you leave the shop, don't go far. It's getting late. Best fam, I agree. Team introductions coming up next. Okay, thank you for the update, Tom. Score will be up soon, maybe. Okay, and then the parents were gone again. Sag. Let's go to the docks. They're right down the way. Yeah. Oh, I saw those on the way here and really wanted to check it out. Are you coming, Nikki? All right. With a smile, Cove showed the way. Goddamn, it's dark. AF. Between the warm summer air and the smell of the ocean, you couldn't ask for a better night. Thanks for letting me come. Me too. Right? I'm happy we did this. Today was great. Cove, your mom and dad are really cool. And hot. Really? Totally. Cove looked at Lee oddly. He ran a hand through his hair. That's such a weird gesture to do here. Then his puzzled expression cracked with a chuckle. I guess sometimes they are. Bruh, not him thinking his parents aren't cool. What the F? You continued walking. Every so often, you would look up at the sky and see several stars poking up between the clouds. At one point, you noticed that Cove stopped while Lee and Derek kept going on ahead, busily chatting. Initially, you wondered if something was wrong, but you quickly noticed that he still looked to be in good spirits. You decided to hang back with Cove. You gave a quick acknowledging look when you stopped at his side. You could taste the sea salt as you took a deep breath of the ocean air. Silently, you and Cove watched the ocean for a little while. There was something about the waves that you always found soothing. You couldn't think of a better way to end a busy day. Not much time later, Derek's chipper voice caught your attention. You and Cove both turned your gaze down at the pier. What are you doing there, slowpokes? Get over here! Hey, come on! You looked at Cove the same time he looked at you. You grinned and nodded your head in the direction of your friends. He gave you a small smile in return. A bent smile, perhaps? Your footsteps echoed against the wooden planks of the dock and into the night as you ran to catch up. Oh, I don't know if it was just that chapter, but I feel like the DLC chapters might be a lot shorter. I'm gonna save this so that we have a save where we know which... Wait, there's auto saves? What? Damn, I could have used that one time. Okay, anyways, we will save on page 20. Random, I know, but we will save right there. And then let's jump ahead to step 3. So we're kind of like, we're just jumping around everywhere. We are gonna go to the menu before I accidentally save over something, because now I'm a bit traumatized from that time. But I believe that is in page 2. This is step 3. Okay, so I did create this step 3 save file. I'm gonna put that in page 20 as well. There we go. And for step 3, since I redid it, I entered it as love instead, because I think previously I did step 3 as crush. We entered as love since we have now married him, so we're kind of just going back now. Which ones look fun? Boating? Boating does sound fun. Honestly, I just want to know which ones have Cliff and Kyra. Oh wait, I can check at the. I can check. I think. Cliff and Kyra. Shiloh. There's a Shiloh and Jeremy one. Oh no no no. Okay. Reflection and serendipity. Married through all of time and space. Amen. Yes, yes, yes. This is how marriage works. You get married and then you go back in time. Okay, actually I can't remember. It was reflection and serendipity, but I don't remember which one was which. I guess reflection is one, so we'll do that one first. All right, so, oh, is that LeBron James back there? Shiloh and Jeremy, what a study in contrast. Yeah, I don't know which one this is, but well, actually, we're at the Holden's house, so maybe it's the Cliff one. Cliff and Kyra one. After finishing breakfast at the Holden's house, you and Cove had retreated to his room to relax before starting. Wait, what was this called? Reflection. Okay. Retreated to his room to relax before starting the day in earnest, or perhaps you would take it easy for the whole afternoon. Neither of you had plans exactly, so you were free to do whatever came to mind. You were lazing on Cove's bed, you fiddled with a Rubik's Cube Cove had around. You stood watching Cove's fish. Yeah, I want to watch the fish. You sat on the ground doodling pictures in the sand scattered. That is so fucking weird to me. Oh, you can literally see the sand. But anyways, we're gonna watch the fish. Sounds fishy. LeBron James at the Super Bowl game. Sure, why not? Wait, is he actually, or are you just saying that? And also, Tom, since you're watching, if you see any shots of Taylor Swift or mentions of her during the Super Bowl, and you have time to tell us, keep us updated on the Taylor Swift front. Thank you. Okay. There were tiny ones darting away as soon as they came into view and big ones drifting aimlessly along. You let your attention wander from one to another, their movements lulling you into a trance. Even with your mind elsewhere, you could tell Cove was similarly at ease. He had his chin propped up with one hand as he scrolled through his phone. Right, we have phones now. Taylor Swift is at the game for sure. Have they shown her though? Have they shown her? Has any... I want to hear actual factual stuff of Taylor Swift at the game happening in real time. They shown her? Oh my god. I'm gonna be seeing this all over YouTube. This is the real Super Bowl that I care about, y'all. I'm sorry, but this is the truth. Okay, a burst of laughter broke the silence, hooking your attention and bringing you back to the present. You looked at Cove for an explanation. His eyes now crinkled with mirth. What the fuck is mirth? Mirth. Is this mirth? What I'm doing right now? Crinkling? Anyways, his eyes were now crinkled with mirth were still locked on his screen. Is he watching TikTok? Did he just find out Taylor Swift was at the Super Bowl? Mirth is amusement. I've never heard that word before. Okay, interesting. What's so funny? He finally looked up at you, smirking. Dad scanned some old photos. You know, he drew a rectangle in the air with the phone freehand. Oh wait, like this? Oh, the phone freehand. No, not with the phone. Photo. Okay, printed out ones, back from when I was little. He texted it all to me last night, I guess. I've been checking them out. You were looking at your kitty photos and didn't tell me? Can I see? That's cool. You smiled, that sounded nice. You sat up, wide-eyed and hopeful. You wanted to see? Yeah, I want to see. Want to see? It's okay. I just wanted to look at it first to make sure there was nothing super embarrassing. You never know with my dad. He grimaced. Envisaging... Am I saying that right? Envisaging what horrors his dad might unwittingly spring upon him. I mean, what if there's a photo of me getting potty trained or something? I mean, people do that. You suppressed an You suppressed an empathetic shudder and nodded. You laughed at Cove's fraught expression. You look at his eyebrows right now. Kid pictures are supposed to be embarrassing. That's part of the fun. That's true. He was holding out on you, but your protest was of no use. Cove only cleared his throat nervously, the fear of his dad's well-meaning actions still looming large in his mind. Anyway, before we forget, I was laughing because I came across a Halloween one from when I was 8. That was when we met. The year I was a zombie, remember? He shook his head, grinning wryly, while I will be upset if they don't show us these photos, but I know they're not going to. That's how you say envisaging? It sounds weird. National anthem? Oh, who's singing it? Who's singing it, Tom? He shook his head, grinning wryly while holding the phone out to you. You walked over and took a seat on the bed next to him to get the full view. Oh my god, we do get a picture! Oh, the F word! Wow, that's a pretty good costume. Honestly, would have expected less effort, so good work, Cove, or whoever put this together. I never even liked zombies. All I wanted was to show off my new scar. Oh, true. The fresh scar. It looks fucking sick. Still wondering what the fuck happened to his scar, actually. I wonder if the game ever lets us know what happened. Did the game ever tell us? I don't think it did. Anyways, and it needed to be something scary. I couldn't be a normal person who had a scar, according to my 8-year-old mind. I was a little dork.
Right?
Yeah, that is a cool like accessory to his costume, that he used his new scar. I like that idea and plan. Dad really wanted to be useful. As usual, he came up with the idea of being an undead person. Oh, of course, it was Cliff's idea. I actually love it. Good job. Good work, Cliff. I could see him being so enthusiastic about it. It was pretty good, huh? Like, I can see that the moment Cove had his cast removed, he saw the scar and he was like, is that gonna be on me forever? And he got like a little upset about it. And then Cliff's attempt of making him feel better was like, hey yo, you could be a zombie for Halloween. And then he just kept rolling with it, and this is how this happened. And that was months before Halloween. Probably. That's my guess. Anyways. Listen, I know these characters in and out. That is exactly how that went. We never learned where the scar came from. I wonder if we ever will. Man, I was so jealous of that look. It was good, but my costume that year was better. I wonder what I was. Liz was so grossed out, and Shiloh was terrified. Of course, Shiloh was terrified. I remember you getting lots of extra candy when adults realized the scar was real. It was hard seeing your arm like that. I was so jealous of that. Yeah, that she fucking looks cool. That's a sick idea in my opinion, and not just because it was Cliff's idea. You tried your best, but it was hard to compete with a real-life scar, or you'd wistfully thought at the time. Cove chuckled at your reply. Post Malone? I fucking love Post Malone. He's singing the national anthem? How did I not know that? Fuck, I want to watch. No. I love Post Malone. WTF? He probably sounds really Posty. He wearing cowboy jacket. I fucking love Posty in a cowboy jacket. I love when he wears a cowboy anything. I love Post Malone, if you guys can't tell. He's I love Posty. Alright, anyways, I can't believe how much larger my scar used to be. Acoustic guitar? Bro, I am for sure gonna be watching that. I am for sure gonna be watching that. Bro, that's so sick. I didn't realize Post Malone could sing like that. Is he good? Is he doing well, I mean? His songs are him singing. He actually has a very good voice. He does. He is a singer. He's not really a rapper. I think people assume that he's a rapper. I can't believe how much larger my scar used to be. He looked down at his arm and saw a soft smile on his face and traced what remained of the jagged line with his fingers, just as you'd seen him do countless times before. His voice was playful when he spoke again. Look at how tiny it is now. How am I going to pretend to be tough without a big scar? Oh, it still looks big to me. Cove, you've never fooled anyone. You were relieved that he accepted and even liked his scar. It's a definite blow to your street cred. It still looks cool. I think it still looks cool in my opinion. I think scars look so cool. Rebecca McIntyre singing. Oh wait, 2 people are singing? Oh, not the national anthem? What did he sing? The other one? The other song that, because y'all got songs. Y'all got multiple songs. Oh, God Bless America. Okay, okay. Who's Rebecca McIntyre? McIntyre. She looks like a regular person. Well, I don't think I'm searching the right person. Is she just a regular person? She might be. Maybe she won a contest. That sounds awful, but also possible. I'm confused by all our songs, to be honest. Yeah. What is the God Bless America about? Is that it's like an anthem, but not officially the anthem? Reba McIntyre. Reba or Reba? Probably Reba for Rebecca. Oh! I do know this person. I do know this person. Okay. That's a good pick. Wait, where is this? This is in Las Vegas. Okay. Wow, Rebecca McIntyre was a very unrecognizable name for me. Oh, it is Reba? Yeah, country icon. Yeah, I have heard some of her music. Whenever I have a country moment, or I don't know what to call it, moment, which does happen pretty frequently. All the stars are out in Vegas. Ready for some commercials? Yeah, guys, update me on any cool commercials. If Kim Kardashian comes up in any of the commercials, please let me know. I need to know. Okay, thank you. All right, it still looks cool. You better not do anything stupid to get a new scar. That's a terrible thing to say. You sighed in a long, suffering way. Okay, the scar still looks cool. That is my answer. That is my final answer. Regis. Thanks. Cove smiled bashfully, pleased with his joke, and ducked his head to look away from you. His fingers were still tracing the scarred patch of his skin. I really do like having this, even if it is kind of little these days. His voice was shy. He was letting you in on a big secret. I like yours too. Oh yeah, bro, I got like 20 scars or whatever. Hell yeah. We scar buddies. I don't know where the hell I got mine, but I forgot I have like 69 million scars. You grinned. He never failed to think of you too. That's so sweet. Thanks, Cove. Cove turned back to you fully, finally letting go of his scar. He was happy. That mark was a part of him and clearly held meaning for Cove. Can I touch your scar? That's a weird question. Reaching over, you laid a reassuring hand on his arm where the scar was. Do I just touch the scar? Just unconsensually? I mean, I think we're pretty close at this point, so I feel like you wouldn't care, but let's ask first before touching people. Or we could just smile. I want to touch, hoping that if I keep going into the scar thing, we can get into the conversation of how the fuck did you get the scar, because I want to know. He blinked, taken aback by the request, but nodded easily. Yeah, that's okay. You cupped his arm with your fingers. Like this. Is this it? I'm cupping his arm with my fingers? Is that... Like this. Carefully, as your thumb ran down the outline of his scar. I'm trying to help with the visual here, y'all. Along with the rougher tissue of the scar, you could also feel goosebumps on his arm. Cove let out a choked breath, a dizzied smile playing out on his face. It was evident that he liked the feeling. Oh. He a touch enjoyer, huh? The coin toss? Wait, they do a coin toss? Actually, no, that's pretty normal in sports. My bro ended up going to hang out with his partner, so I'm legit. Guess I'm kind of watching the Super Bowl with the stream until my best friend gets here from work. I'm down with that. I want to hear all the updates. Let me know which celebrities they show in the audience that are there. I want to know the commercials. Are any of the Kardashians showing up in the commercials? Are any of them even there? Taylor Swift, any mentions of Taylor Swift, any showing of Taylor Swift, please mention them. Update me on those. I need to know. That looks like cupping someone's balls. Wait, is that an actual emoji? It kind of, you're right, it does. What the hell is that supposed to be? Whatever. You stop there, bringing your hand to rest on your burning cheeks. They were lifted in a smile that you couldn't quite repress. Your eyes drifted back to the scar on Cove's arm. The scar had been there as long as you'd known Cove. Though when you'd first met, it had been concealed by that neon pink cast. So? Do you want to hear how it happened? Oh, yes. Yes, I do. Guys, touching the scar work. He's talking about it. Football is the only major U.S. sport with a coin toss. Don't they also do the coin toss? Don't they also do the coin? Well, I don't know what's considered a major U.S. sport, but well, I think don't they do something like that in the Olympics? There's probably a camera set specifically on Taylor Swift. I know there's so much pressure on her, but actually, did Taylor? Because the thing was, Taylor Swift would have performed because she had a tour in Japan. So did Taylor Swift perform in Japan? Chiefs owner's daughter this is the article title that I got when I searched this. Chiefs owner's daughter confirms Taylor Swift is en route to Super Bowl. Taylor Swift reached LAX in her journey from Tokyo. That's crazy how much people care about this, including me. I am said people. Taylor Swift Eras Tour takes over Japan as fans watch out for Super Bowl appearance. Still me. Welcome to Japan, Taylor Swift fans. Please remain seated as you cheer. Alright, these articles are getting weirder as we continue. I thought she was there already. No, she is there. Like yesterday she was performing in Japan, and overnight she flew back to the US to watch her man play for the Super Bowl. Like, girlfriend of the year or what? Must be nice to have a private jet though. But also, I'm hungry, but I don't want to eat, so I'm gonna grab like a snack of pudding or something. I don't know. Exactly as I predicted. I grabbed pudding. I got chocolate pudding, to be very exact. I ordered wings. Ooh, that's like the classic Super Bowl. That's the classic Super Bowl food, isn't it? Super Bowl score. I am gonna pull it up now, even though I don't know when the game's starting, but it sounds like it's starting soon. So I'm gonna pull up the score now. Super Bowl score. Boop. Alrighty. No, we can't cover Teamy. There we go. Oops. Food sounds good right now. I know, I'm hungry, but I'm just having pudding for now. I'll be looking in and out soon. Sounds good, Tom. Enjoy the game, the show. I almost said show, but that doesn't sound right. Wait, what kind of wings did you get, Victoria? Okay. We continue. You were initially stunned that he'd guess what you were thinking. Though, given the topic of conversation and the direction of your gaze, it was a natural conclusion to... Fucking hell. I spacebarred on... Okay, good. I spacebarred on the browser. You were initially stunned that he'd guessed... Okay, we read that. Not bothered by your reaction, Cove continued with a shrug. Alright, we're finding out the origins of the scar, y'all. I don't mind telling you, it's nothing special. He rubbed the back of his neck, grinning sheepishly. Mostly, it's just really dumb. You nodded. That was something you'd like to hear more about, especially knowing that no lasting harm had come from it. Cove stared into the distance, his lips parted as he readied for the story in his mind. So, me, my dad, and Mom were at a party. Interesting start. I don't know if it was a casual get-together or a specific celebration. I hope it wasn't for something meaningful, considering how I ended it. He winced, then managed a bashful smile. Anyway, my mom and dad were off doing stuff. What kind of stuff? The stuff that they did in the back room? Okay, anyways, talking to people, I guess. I was left with the other non-adults. Most of them were older than I was. Maybe all of them were? His brow furrowed as he tried to recall dusty memories, then he shrugged again and continued. The older kids were taking turns on the jet ski, though. I don't like where this is going. There weren't enough for everyone to ride at once, so in between turns, they were hanging out on the shore. I was meant to just sit there with them and watch. Remembering when you'd first met Cove, you bet that he hadn't been satisfied with that arrangement. He confirmed that suspicion. I was pretty unhappy. It wasn't a party for me, not when all I could do was look at people have fun when I couldn't. The teens must have realized that, though I never hid when I was pouting as a kid. Not only when you were a kid, says Nicholas, lol. Cove bristled with embarrassment. It looked pretty sulky to you. Come on, let me finish the story. Alright. Cove sighed, letting go of the interruption and picking up where he'd left off.
Well,
basically, someone offered to let me ride. I was way too small to drive it myself, but this older kid, they must have been at least 16, said I could sit in the front of them while they controlled the jet ski. This can only end well. I knew I wasn't supposed to do anything like that. Still, I figured my parents were doing whatever they wanted, so why couldn't I? I nodded at the person, and I remember the other teens helping me onto the jet ski, along with the one driving. We sped off into the water. Cove smiled wildly and wistfully. It was amazing, at first. My hair was flying everywhere as we zoomed away from the shore. I loved being out in the water like that. Too bad it turned out steering a jet ski with an 8-year-old sat on your lap was harder than a bunch of kids figured it would be. The teen tried their best, but couldn't couldn't keep control for long. I've never been on a jet ski and I'm so not interested in that. But they do look hard to steer. I'm still trying to figure out where he could have cut his arm though, but we'll find out. We got spun around and went right into the sand. Oh. You sucked in a deep breath. The other person wasn't hurt, thankfully. They held onto the bars and stayed in their seat. I didn't. I was thrown at full speed into a rocky part of the shore near the dock. I must have tried to brace for impact or catch myself because my arm is what I mostly landed on. He looked down at the limb in question. You could see him visualizing the long-healed injury. It was pretty torn up. After that, it's hazy for me. I got taken to the hospital. I didn't feel a lot of pain when it first happened. All I remember thinking about was how I was covered in sand and the grains were uncomfortable. The sand was uncomfortable? Cove chuckled. I know, right? I did start feeling my arm later. It definitely hurt eventually. The doctor said my arm was broken along with being torn open. Man, it got fucked up. That's how I ended up getting my pink cast. He smiled nostalgically. That color, it seemed just nice and happy at the time. It brightened the mood, so I picked it. The smile faded. He finished the story with a sigh, his eyes downcast. I feel bad I did any of that. I hope whoever that teen was, they weren't traumatized by seeing a little kid go flying into the ground. They were just trying to do a nice thing. Yeah, I feel bad for that kid. Hove threw arms out at the... I'm a bit sad to know that, like, because he doesn't know about how that kid's doing now, so I'm a bit sad to hear that they didn't, like, reconnect after the accident and, like, make amends or make sure, like, that they're both doing okay. It sounds like they didn't anyway, and he's already 15 at this point. Cove threw arms out to the side dramatically. I wish I knew who they were. He doesn't even know who they were? I wish I knew who they were so I could give them a call and say I'm still in one piece. But yeah, that's the full story. I'm so glad you were both okay in the long run. I'm sorry that happened. You laughed at what a terrible idea it had been. How could you be so reckless? That's a terrible thing to say. I'm glad you were both okay. We should try to find the guy. I bet what I imagine happened is that Cliff later on tells Cliff or Kyra. I don't see Kyra doing this, but I see Cliff going out of his way to tell the kid that Cove is fine. I don't know how parents get through those kinds of events. I can imagine that Cliff and Kyra were for sure panicking through it all. For sure, for sure. I do wonder what kind of party this was, though. Like, they brought Cove to this party. I guess Cliff and Kyra are mingling. It just sounds like a big party. There's a beach, there's jet skiing. It sounds like quite the party. Anyways, that's the important thing. Cove sighed again, the regret written plainly on his face. It was a failure. That's just the truth. He smiled flatly. But, to my credit, I think I've grown a lot since then. Wait. Cove's eyes went completely wide, suddenly reinvigorated. He seized his phone and tapped away at the screen. What's up? I knew it. You weren't sure that he'd heard you, but he set his phone down and turned to face you directly. His face was resolute. Though the glow of the screen was no longer reflected in his eyes, they seemed to sparkle even brighter than before. Nicholas, we're adults. Are we? Oh no, we're 18 here. We're 18. Sorry. I was like, what? Yeah, okay, we're 18 here. I forgot. Nicholas, we're adults. We can decide things for ourselves now. You only realize that now? Okay. Where is this going? This can't be going anywhere good. I like where this is headed. Hopefully, maybe I'm hoping we're gonna reach out to the kid, the 16-year-old. Where is this going? The age requirement to rent a jet ski? That's where this is going? The age requirement to rent a jet ski in California is 18. We could totally do it! So there's this one time that I nearly ripped my entire arm off from jet skiing. Let's go fucking rent one right now. Yes, let's just fucking say yes. Let's use your adult powers for jet. Let's use our adult powers for a jet skiing adventure. That's what she said. You want to break another bone? There are more exciting things adults can do. Oh yeah, there is. All right. Anyways, you were silently shocked. I think this is mostly my reaction right now. I am silently shocked. I guess I'm not shocked that he's still like that doesn't stop him from being excited about jet skiing, because I know he's like a total beach bum, but I am shocked that he just told me that traumatic story, and that's where his next reaction is like, oh my god, let's go rent the jet ski. That's what shocked me. Cove pouted, his lower lip jutting out, which didn't back up what he said next. I'm not a little kid, you don't have to worry. Within a moment, Cove had recovered and returned to... I can't wait to hear Cliff's... reaction to this. Cove had recovered and returned to a serious expression from before. I'll be careful, and I really want you to be there when I try again. Please? He tried to break my arm! I already have like 69 scars, Cove. His voice was soft and earnest. You could tell how much the request meant to him. You also knew him enough to know that he wasn't going to give up on this idea. Letting him go on his own wasn't an option. I can't have you running off by yourself. I'll go, without any hospital trips. I actually love jet skiing. I'd be interested in jet skiing. I'll keep an eye on you from the shore. I guess I'm interested, but not in real life. But Nicholas would be. Jet skis are fun. I don't know if I want to go jet skiing. It scares me a little bit. It's kind of like surfing. Like, I'm a little scared of surfing. Is this a beach episode? Potentially? Take us jet ski next time, Long. I think you live in an area that's like close to beaches, no, Long? If I remember correctly. Actually, I don't remember where you live. You don't have to dox yourself, but I feel like you live close to beaches. But also you're in a farm. You don't do roller coaster? I don't. No, I don't. I'm a few hours from the Gulf of Mexico. It's warm there. Dang. Dox me? Who's gonna come to my farm? I will not dox you, but that is true. Hopefully no one. Well, hopefully... Who's gonna come to your farm? Hopefully no fucking coyotes or whatever the hell be eating chickens out there. Long's farm is protected by tornadoes. This is true. Nobody go to his place. He's protected by tornadoes. They better be prepared for... This is true. There is no sort of score yet, right? Because, this is an update. Oh. What the F word? There is no score yet for the Super Bowl, correct? Just want to make sure that it's updating, at least. There are tourists that show up to beaches and don't wear swimsuits. This is true. That is true, Strike. That is a thing that happens. I've never been to one of those personally, but that is a thing. I found a link for Post Malone's song, No Score. I'll post it in Discord. Thank you, Tom! I will check that out. I definitely want to see that. Cove perked up at once. A grin stretched wide across his face. He was practically bouncing in place. Let's go. You got up and worked as a team to gather everything needed for the trip. Cove's other aquatic hobbies came in handy, and he was quickly kitted out with everything he'd need other than the jet skis themselves. You needed to run back home safely, having dressed and prepared for a day that didn't involve jet skiing. But soon enough you were both ready and jumping into Cove's car. As you got in, you learned that I guess we're just going. Yeah, I guess we don't need parent permission. Damn. Okay. As you got in, I really wanted to see Cliff's reaction to this. Is your mic a Death Star? It is. It is a Death Star. It is Eisenlorn Fortress. It is The white version of it. I guess I could have got the black. There is a black one. I never knew what Canadians thought of Super Bowl. Canadians are into the Super Bowl for sure. Definitely not as much as Americans are. But yeah, no. Super Bowl is a very popular time for restaurants and stuff. In this area, everyone goes out and watches together. I've never done that myself, but I used to work in the hotel industry, as you guys know. And for the hotel restaurant, it was a very big night, Super Bowl day. We would like prepare for a full house all the time. And sometimes we would even give like one of the ballrooms to the restaurant so that more people could come in. Many people were born in the month of November considered super. I don't know that many people born. I feel like November is the rarest month for birthdays within my friend circle. I know some people, but I don't know that many people that have birthdays in November. Okay, as you got in, you learned that Cove had used the brief time apart to locate a rental store on his phone. A rental store? Oh, okay. I was gonna say a rental store that isn't Cliff's. But I guess Cliff's doesn't rent jet skis. I don't know. You caught his eyes, you clicked your seatbelts into place. Excited, you held out a hand. Wait, this is step 3. Let me try the auto reading guy. Let me see what he sounds like.
Self-voicing enabled. You caught his eye as you clicked your seatbelts into place. Excited, you held out a hand. Cove slapped it in a high five before setting off.
So loud.
Self-voicing disabled.
We're done with him. Thank you, Mr. Robot Man. This is the exact same peer that we saw in the last chapter of step 2. The same robot, yeah. I have a lot of friends with November and December. I have a ton of December birthday friends, a ton. That's probably like March and December are the most popular months, I think, for birthdays. I think March, December, October. Those are the most popular birthday months within my circle of friends, but I really don't know anyone for November. You sound better than the robot geeks. I freaking hope so, because that robot is like, you and Cove arrived soon. It's just very monotone and boring. I feel like even like the TikTok, the bot lady that reads, because there's like the bot lady that can read whatever text you write for your TikTok for your caption, and she reads with expression of voice. It's actually really good. They should get that lady. They probably have to. That's probably for TikTok only. Anyways, you and Cove soon arrived. The ocean was perfectly inviting today. The deep blue of the water glittered under the clear sky. Sorry, I thought I was gonna burp again. Under the clear sky while the tide rolled in and out of its leisure. I'm so excited for this. That's a nice wetsuit. You were just as pumped as he was. His excitement was adorable. You felt worried. You felt a chill of fear. You were really doing this. You didn't know how to feel. I'm an anxious person in real life, and therefore I would feel worried. Spotting your uncertainty, Cove gave you a reassuring smile. Hey. Yo, usually it's the other way around, I feel like, between us. Usually he's the uncertain one and I'm giving him the reassurance, but today is very different. Oh, hey, want to say hi to my dad while we're here? Oh, yeah, yes, I do. I've already texted my mom about the plan. He's working right now. The shop is just down the way. We can walk. Sure, we can do that. Mr. Holden was a verified stunner. What is that even supposed to mean? I mean, like, yes, he's hot. Is that what that means? Mr. Holden was a verified stunner. You were happy to check him out while Cove checked in. Is the game really saying that? Because it is true, but the game has never really, like, said that. I found a source once that had 481,040 dated American birthdays. The peak was September. I think growing up when I was in school, I knew a lot of September kids, but I don't know that I know that many September kids anymore. The max and min were 5% off baseline anyway. The game is saying Nicholas X clip. The game? Well, I've never seen the game do that before. It's literally admitting that they know that I'm hot for Mr. Holden. How do they know? This is crazy. How do they know? I'm hydrating, Tom. Thank you, thank you. Are there any November birthdays in here? Let me know. Wait, which month is 9 months after Valentine's Day? Which month is that? Mr. Holden was a verified stunner. Okay.
Sorry.
Thanks. Sorry, it might be kind of awkward when he hears why we're here, but it should be all right. I mean, my parents forgave me a long time ago for that amazing stunt. I don't want to be scared off jet skiing for my whole life because of it. This time, the one he seemed to be attempting to reassure was himself. Okay, he's got a confident front. He was only a short walk back down the dock to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. Cove breezed in, as familiar with the store as he was with his own home. The place was quiet, empty aside from a couple customers quietly browsing and Cove's dad behind the counter. Mr. Holden looked up, his friendly expression spreading into a grin when he saw who had just entered.
Hey!
Hi, Nicholas. Hey, sport. What brings you all the way out here? Oh god, he doesn't know. He doesn't know! He cast an eye at the way the two of you were dressed. Judging by how you're decked out, I'm guessing scuba diving? There's plenty here for that. What can I help you with? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why do I feel... No, he's gonna be cool with it? But I just feel like he's gonna be a bit worried. Probably, maybe. I was born in the best month. August is peak birth. My dad was born in August. And he is a peak human being. So I can get behind that. Mid-November is 9 months. Wait, really? I don't know any Valentine's Day babies? Hell no. Wait, what was 9 months before September? That's why I have friends with November and December birthdays. Okay, the December birthdays make sense. The December birthdays, well, then not really. I mean, unless they celebrated Valentine's like late. Also, what's 9 months after June, July? Yeah, I could count this myself, but I don't want to. Because that is like high wedding season, right? That is very high traffic wedding season. So I'm thinking a lot of babies are born 9 months after that. It's not good to be scared, but there's a difference between fear and prudence. Describe prudence. 9 months after June, July is March, April. Oh my god, I'm a wedding baby! I'm a fucking wedding baby! Yeah, my parents were married in July, I think. Well, they were married in July, but my birthday's in March. Hold up. Hold up, I don't want to think about what my parents are doing anymore. I don't want to think about it. Okay, we're going to continue the story. We're going to continue story time. All right. Cove chuckled, amused by how quickly his dad seized on a favorite topic. Or maybe it was how his dad always fell over trying to be useful. Hi, Dad. We're not doing that this time. We sort of decided to go rent a couple of jet skis. The phrase jet skis had set Mr. Holden's mouth in a taut line immediately. This has got to be the first time I've never seen him with this smile. He always has the smile with the wink. He's literally Claude Von Regan. I never see him with that expression. Jet skis. Oh no, the music changed! Oh no. He said the J word. Prudence is like you look both ways before you cross the street, not because you're scared. Right. Okay, okay. Got it. But because getting hit by a car is immediately... Yes, yes, yes. No, that's true. Is also a chick's name. That does sound like a lovely lady's name. It does. Alright. Jet skis. ... He echoed the words as his eyes instinctively darted to the scar on Cove's arm. That's when... Wow, he's like lost for words. I've never seen him like this before. Mr. Holden started to speak several times, each attempt quickly abandoned. Cove smiled encouragingly, trying not to add to his father's worries. I promise I'll be careful, and Nicholas will be there too. Not sure me being there is gonna provide any sort of comfort since I've never gone before. But, yeah. We always look out for each other. Mr. Holden pinched his face back into an unconvincing smile. Alright. You're a whole lot bigger now than you were back then. Heck, you can drive a car and everything. I'm sure you and Nicholas will have plenty of fun. The worry still echoed in his voice, barely concealed by the positive words, but Cove was buoyed by his father's support. Yeah, well, we're all set. We only stopped by to say hi and let you know since we were over here. And then his cool smile is back. He is immediately back to being cool Cliff. Where's that cocktail emote? Is there still no score? This is, oh, son of a bitch. He's gonna need one of those cocktails after this talk. So far, the game is a heavy defense game. Okay, no score yet. Okay, Mr. Holden beamed, obviously moved by his son's simple consideration. Fuck it. Wow, you're so thoughtful. Thanks for taking the time. Cove gave his dad a crooked smile, shaking his head bashfully. He'd long stopped fighting his dad's effusive praise, but I've never heard that word either. Effusive. Is that like, my guess is that effusive means like, you can't deny my praise. I don't know how else to describe it. You can't refuse my praise. Effusive. That's what I think it means, but I don't know. Anyways, let me know if I'm right. Effusive praise, but that didn't mean he'd ever become good at accepting it. Mr. Holden simply laughed at his son's response. It'd be great if you could keep me in the loop while you're out there too. Just text me and let me know it's going well or anything. Let me know you didn't die or, wipe out again. I will. His dad smiled more easily. Great. Cove rubbed at his arm, causing Mr. Holden's eyes to momentarily twitch back to the childhood injury. He's definitely traumatized from that time. We're gonna head out. See you later. Take care. See you, Mr. Holden. Love you. I mean, what? Mr. Holden waved you off as you left the store. The pair of you headed back to the docks, walking side by side. After your feet hit the boards, Cove's pace fell. Glancing over, you saw him looking down, over the water. That wouldn't have been unusual if his expression hadn't been so somber. Uh-oh, I have to comfort him now. He was supposed to be the reassuring one here. Effusive is like overflowing and glowing over the top, but in a good way. Oh, I was wrong. Smudge. He wasn't geared up with anticipation or even nervousness, but with an uncharacteristic lethargy. Something was weighing heavy on his mind. I wonder what that could be. Cove, what's up? You're gonna walk right off into sea if you don't pay attention? I'm gonna nudge him gently. I'm not a words guy. Huh? He blinked, startled by you interrupting his rumination.
Sorry.
He sighed. Though you'd torn his attention from the ocean, it gradually drifted back to the water. You cleared your throat, unwilling to lose him again. I like this chapter. I like this. This is an actual, character moment. This is an actual moment. These are called moments, and this is an actual character moment for Cove, so I like this. And Cliff. And I guess me a little bit, depending on what the heck I end up doing. I wish we got to hear what Kyra's reaction was, though. But my guess is that Kyra's like actually, like she was obviously very worried and scared at the time, but I feel like she's actually very chill and level-headed. And I feel like she was probably really cool about it. As much as Cliff would. I feel like between Cliff and Kyra, I actually think Cliff is probably the more worried one. That would be my guess. Sorry, again. He put his hands to his face, rubbing his eyes wearily. Here I go, thinking everything's resolved with what's happened and we can have fun. But oh yeah, I totally read that weird, but anyways, but I can't just enjoy anything. I had to find something else to get stuck in my head. You're having second thoughts about the jet skiing?
No.
No, that's not it. The ends of his lips were drawn into the beginning of a frown, like gray clouds clustering to signal a coming storm. I figured my dad would be a little more worried about me doing it, but what he was saying, it wasn't what I'd expected. He was so sad, it was more than nervous. I think he feels bad, and now I feel bad. But it isn't as if I'm the only one who ever does something stupid or gets hurt. It got me thinking about that the whole time. That's when I realized it wasn't long after that accident that my parents separated. Dun, dun, dun. Did that have something to do with it? Interesting. Kyra does always call Cove my baby. It's easy for me to imagine her being really upset about her baby being at risk again. But I don't know her as well as you. Yes, I just know these characters so well. I just feel like she does call him that. That is true. So that's a good point. I just feel like she's super cool and chill about it because during the mall chapter just now, she was really like how she like sneakily like sneaked on us, I guess, while also remain cool. I guess she's probably really cool about it, but remained really worried without saying or expressing it. So she probably is really worried right now, but she's probably like rooting for him because she wants him to do it. That's probably more realistic. But that I got that impression from that mall chapter that we just did. We digging up all the trauma at this moment. We sure are. I do think that Kyra probably hated Cliff after that. For some reason, I feel like this whole thing might have been blamed on Cliff, or Cliff definitely like took blame or something. Like Cliff definitely takes blame on this for sure. I feel like Kyra probably does too. But I could see the two definitely like arguing about it or like being like, I don't know. I don't know what the party was about. Now I want to know what the party was. I need to know the full tea. Keep going, Cove. Hadn't you noticed that before? Listen, I would stay quiet. But I really want to know the tea, so I'm gonna poke. I wouldn't do this though. But hadn't you noticed that before? Well, I kind of did, but not exactly in the way I'm seeing it now. As a kid, I didn't think about the consequences of my actions, you know, or how what I did impacted other people. Like, why should anyone care? I'm the one doing it, not them. It made no sense, and I still cared when other people did things I didn't like. But I was 8 and mostly just mad that nothing felt like it was in my control. You could tell he was building up to something, so you nodded for him to continue. This is definitely not what I thought this chapter was going to be about. I guess it was called Reflection or whatever. I was pretty difficult to deal with because of that attitude, but looking back, I think that's what saved me from something a lot of kids go through, blaming themselves for their parents' divorce. He didn't do that? Because I thought he did. I would have thought that he did. Wait, he didn't do that? I was pretty difficult to deal with, but looking back, I think that's what saved me. I think he's saying that he didn't go through that. I thought he did. I don't know. But anyways, it never crossed my mind that anything I did made a difference on my mom and dad's relationship. They would do what they did no matter what. Now, though, I guess it's kind of hard to ignore that thought, huh? Okay, I get it, okay. Their situation was already so hard, and I wasn't a good kid, so... He left his words adrift as he looked down, the conclusion unfinished. It was silent between you. But only for a second, Cove pulled himself up to his full height, his chin held aloft. Whatever he decided, he was resolute. I'm going back. I've got to talk to my dad. I'm not going to let things be like before, where I just feel crappy and refuse to tell him. Oh, communication! Yo, we did that. We opened that up for them because of the whole $20 incident during dinner. We did that. We did that for them. I'm not going to let things be like before, where I just feel crappy and refuse to even tell him what's going on. That doesn't work for either of us. You can go ahead if you want. I won't mind. I still really want to do this, and I'm sure it'll be okay. I want to stay with you. Wait, can I come? I want to stay with you. We always look out for each other, remember? I mostly just want to see Cliff again. Cove smiled gently, having wanted that deep down. Thanks. Let's go. We're back. The parallels between in-game Nikki waiting for appetizers and in-game Nicholas waiting for jet ski are striking. You and Cove retook your steps down the docks once more, heading back to Mr. Holden's scuba shop. I actually did not expect this to happen, like us going back, but I actually like that. I like this. Like this is good. This is good for them. The customers you'd spotted in there before were now leaving the store, new bags clutched in their hands. You hoped that this would mean Cove could have his conversation without a public audience. This time, Cove strode inside the shop with purpose. Mr. Holden, still at the counter, glanced up to greet whoever came inside. He grinned as you approached.
How's it going?
Hello again. Forget something? This was definitely Cliff's best look, by the way. After going back from step 1, 2, and then step 4, this was definitely his best look. I would say for Cove, his best look was for sure when he's like full-blown adult, obviously. Kyra's was step 2. And me, well, Nicholas just looks good in every step. Actually, he looked the same in every step. He did. Wait, he said, you're back. Oh, hello again. Forget something? Sort of. Cove had reached the counter now. You needed to rush just to keep up with him as he crossed the show floor. Mr. Holden raised an eyebrow, taking in Cove's shift in attitude, and chose his next words with care. Is everything all right? Cove swallowed, not answering initially. Talking openly with his dad was still somewhat new for the son. You knew that he was struggling for the right way to begin. I wanted to ask about what happened? Is he asking about the divorce? Oh no. Mr. Holden, that's not what I thought we were going back to talk about, by the way. I don't know if he's asking about the divorce. But I think that's how I'm interpreting it. Mr. Holden winced. That is definitely a wincing face. As if the words had struck him physically. The accident? No, the divorce! Oh my god, we're getting the tea. Please give me the tea. We're going to talk about the accident. I'm not even kidding. The pained expression fell from Mr. Holden's face. Wide-eyed, his jaw slack, he gaped at Cove.
Huh?
Yeah, that is literally, I'm just going to retreat into the bush right now. We're just going to be a fly on the wall now. Haha. Why? Oh, wait, I think I read about this on the Wikipedia. On stream, but I don't remember what happened. Cove glanced over his shoulder at you. As your eyes met, you saw him draw confidence by having you by his side. He turned back to his father. I want to know the truth. His tone was grave. Did me getting into the accident hurt your marriage? If I hadn't done it, would you and Mom have gotten along better? Something tells me that Cliff would lie about this. Because obviously Cove wants to know that he didn't affect their marriage. I mean, his tone says it all. And Cliff is the type of guy who would absolutely lie I think, and say, of course not, but actually did. Yeah. So I don't know if I trust his answer here, but let's see. No! Hell no! Yeah, he's lying. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see what he says. We'll see what he says, but I think he's lying. I don't think he would ever tell Cove yes. No. Hell no. That's Nicholas's line, by the way. Hell no and hell yes. Mr. Holden quashed the suggestions with a gravity you'd rarely heard in his voice. You were 8 years old. You're not responsible in any way. Kyra and I should have protected you. I can understand why you're feeling that. What happened was so horrible. How could it not have an impact? It did. It was a reflection of us as parents. The relationship between just your mom and me was separate and already unsalvageable. Yikes. 3-0 49ers? Oh, it's not. Refresh, you son of a bitch. There we go. Oh. Hey, yo. Okay, it'll probably refresh in a second. Thank you for the update. Thank you, Mr. Tom. Looking good for y'all. Okay, Cove turned away, his brow still furrowed as he looked at the floor. Maybe I'm being anxious and it's taking over, but it wasn't just then. I always cause problems. He plowed on, unwilling to give up without explaining his worries. What if I'd been easier to raise, or if you'd had me later on? Maybe if you didn't have me at all. That's not a good thought. That's not a good thought, Cove. Maybe if you didn't have me at all, it might have been better for the two of you. If I didn't have you, then what good would my life be? Mr. Holden didn't let the words hang unchallenged in the air for even a second. Yo, I really hope some customers don't walk in right now, because this is not really a good time for customers to come in. He hurried over to Cove, taking his son's arms in his hands. Cove, listen. There's only one person to blame for things not working, and that's me. Cove opened his mouth to speak, but Mr. Holden forced on, determined to erase any question in Cove's mind. Yeah, I think what Cliff is saying is true, but I also think that Cliff would never openly admit to Cove that he was part of the issue. But also, like, Cove was clearly the reason they got married in the first place, I think. Is my game delayed? Uh-oh. Maybe? I think even my score is delayed. Tom, I think, is watching on actual TV. Are you watching on actual TV, Tom? Oh my god, are we talking about tornadoes? There's a movie ad for the remake of the... Wait, there's a remake for Twister? That was the first movie I saw in the theater. I'm watching it in Spanish. I don't know if that matters. In Spanish. Okay. Cove opened his mouth to speak. Okay. I'm not saying this to dishonestly push accountability off of someone else or to throw a pity party for myself. You want to know the truth, so that's what I'm giving you. I did just accuse him of dishonesty and pushing accountability off others to throw a pity party for himself. I did really just accuse him of that. So this is looking a little bit more believable now. Your father is the reason our family couldn't stay together. That's gotta be hard to say out loud. You think you caused trouble? You should have seen me at your age. Oh my god. Yeah, this is the age that Cliff would have been when he had Cove. Hi Jay, what's up? Welcome to K-drama, but without the K. This is C-drama for Cove and Cliff. Or what, H-drama? Holden drama? Welcome in though, how's it going? 3-0, I guess I am behind. Yeah, even this score updating thing is behind. Looking good though, looking good for them. Okay. You think you caused trouble? You should have seen me at your age. You're such a good kid. I can hardly believe how good you are. Honestly, I actually believe that. I think Cliff probably was a really awful kid at 18. I mean, he got a woman pregnant, for goodness sakes. Mr. Holden's eyes were misty as he squeezed his son's arms. There's nothing, absolutely nothing you need to blame yourself for. I'm sorry, Cove. Wait, I'm sorry, Cove. To you and to Kyra. Mom? Question mark? Yeah, your mom. ... His pained face eased slightly into a bittersweet smile. Kyra. She's just so smart and driven and completely bursting with life. It was as if she could do anything. You know, there wasn't a single solitary person who didn't want even a piece of her attention. Just to catch her eye for a moment, I believe that. I believe that. But I also feel like the same probably for him. But for some crazy reason, she had a soft spot for my 17-year-old screwed up self. That's when we first met, though it definitely took some time before I managed to ask her out on a date. I am loving the tea that we're getting right now, by the way. House stream and the drama? The drama is hot. The tea is hot. We just found out, or we're finding out, we're getting details on Cove's parents' divorce. And we're also, the 69ers are. Are you watching football, Jay? Do you care about football? I know Logan does. I don't know if you care about football that much. Okay, Mr. Holden shook his head, the smile melting as his recollection became solemn once more. And then we'd only been officially together for about 6 months when we found out we were having a baby. I was so worried, so scared, but she was so brave. She was my rock. I can't believe this is Cove's first time hearing this. But anyways, I guess he's only 18. She was my rock, but we both knew the road ahead was going to be rockier. When we got married, I didn't see it as a dream come true. I wasn't about to start my life in the only way I could imagine doing so. I wasn't about to start. Okay. I thought about what happened. And throwing my cards in with a girl like her was worth the risk. He grimaced. That is a grimace. Alright. The sentence sour in his mouth, regretting his past perspective. I'd been taking care of myself on my own and getting by. Then all of a sudden I was going to have a wife and a child. So I thought, alright, I'd better step things up and take care of all of us. And that's what I did, sort of. He rolled his eyes. I made money, kept a roof over our heads, and put food on the table. But I was always busy, focused on taking care of things that I didn't stop to consider what anyone else was thinking or what they actually needed. I can't believe how much detail we're getting right now. Oh, Blake Lively! Interesting. I wonder, well, I guess maybe she's from SF or Kansas. I don't think she's from Kansas, but. You're keeping up with the game? Nice. Oh, you're in GNL call? Nice, nice, nice. I made every decision about what I did. And as a result, what happened to the family by myself. Never asking what your mom felt or even wondering if she might have an opinion. I'd tell Kyra about the great place I'd found and we'd be moving there in the same breath. Oh, yeah. That does sound like Cliff. That does sound like Cliff. Yeah. I could see Blake Lively being from Kansas, Midwestern vibe. Does anyone know? Speaking of Blake Lively, they had a new Deadpool. Is she in it? Or are you saying that only because she's married to Ryan Reynolds? I think it's because she's married to Ryan Reynolds, right? I think I heard that. Did they not get a divorce? I thought I heard that. Might be thinking of another couple, but anyways. I tell Kyra about the great place I'd found and how we'd be moving there in the same breath. But that I'd spent all our savings. Yikes. Cliff. Yikes. Or that I had spent all of our savings and taken out a loan to start this business we're standing in, and even more nonsense. Anything I felt I needed to do, I did. Kyra couldn't even ask where I'd been all day without me rolling my eyes like she was being a nag. I was making sure we didn't starve, obviously, right? Couldn't she trust me? He sighed, his head hung low. She went to school part-time while raising you, really knuckling it down, but that didn't matter to me back then. She could have spent her days lying in bed, not dying, and I would have felt the same. I didn't care. I was going to get it all done on my own either way. It's so stupid. I admired her more than anyone when there was nothing at stake. Yet, as soon as responsibilities were involved, I couldn't let myself rely on her. He combed a hand through his hair. Why do I imagine it like this all the time? Searching for an understanding of his own younger self. I'm not even sure why. Maybe I had something to prove. Maybe I'm the one who didn't trust her in the end. Poor Kyra. She had spent every day mentally weighing the pros and cons of putting up with my horrible ideas for the sake of peace, or trying to explain to my blockheaded self what I was doing wrong. It must have been so stressful and frustrating, constantly having to let everything go because I was stubborn and absolutely would make a fight out of it. He snorted bitterly. I was definitely stuck in my head a lot those days. Our relationship at that point was made of arguments and cool tolerance, but I still genuinely didn't see the divorce coming. He got served. We'd made it through the first few years, and after that, I never really considered it ending. It was just how life was. In retrospect, it's clear Kyra kept thinking on it more every year, especially because she managed to finish her journalism degree. Love that for her. And with us being more stable, financially that is, she thought of everything. She even timed... I like how he's just saying this in front of Nicholas. Anyways, she thought of everything. She even timed it right when your school ended for the year, so the process would hopefully be all settled before you had to worry about classing. Damn, she really served him. She served him and didn't give him any, like, inkling. Or actually, she probably did, but Cliff didn't pick up on any of it. We were already talking about it. Oh, okay, never mind. They were already talking about it. Okay, we were already talking about it before the accident ever happened. I know I took it really hard, being a sad sack all around the neighborhood. But even that is unfair of me. When it shook out, I'm the one who got everything. Kyra didn't want to leave you. Yeah, I need to hear this part, this custody part. Kyra didn't want to leave you, Cove. She never would have. I'm certain she felt like she had no choice but to end the relationship. The business was doing really well by then, so I had an easier time making a living. She was in between jobs, and when she did get a new job, it meant that she'd be traveling all the time. Okay, that is what I thought. That's why she willingly accepted me having full custody. She didn't get to be there for her child for so many moments, and you had to spend half of your life growing up without your mother, and it's my fault. Mr. Holden closed his eyes briefly as he took a breath. So that's it. The story of Cliff and Kyra's marriage. Not exactly a fairy tale, but I want to be clear. You saw his grip on Cove's arm tighten. No matter what happened between me and her, I'd never, ever want to miss out on being your dad. Cove's throat bobbed as he swallowed. Excuse me. Thought I was gonna burp again. His eyes glistened, glossy with tears. Oh no, it's the Holden cry! Tears that they had yet to fall. He blinked quickly, trying to hold them back. Thank you for telling me. And Nicholas. And thank God no customers came in during that. His voice was hoarse, little more than a whisper. Mr. Holden brought a hand up to his face and lightly nudged Cove's chin. You're welcome. You're a grown-up now, right? You deserve the truth. That's the least I can do for you. Cove managed a fragile smile. Thank you for taking care of me. For all of it. Mr. Holden brushed the compliment off with a wave of his hand.
No worries.
It was nothing. Look at where we ended up. I've got this whole entire store, a house, friends here, a very thoughtful son. It's all good for me.
I'm so glad.
His voice was still quiet, and he ducked his head shyly after saying the words. Mr. Holden patted him on the back, and you could see the tears in Cove's eyes still shining, threatening to spill over. Mr. Holden put an arm around his shoulders, gently steering him towards the door. You should go have fun. Make some nice memories. Cove's gaze flicked over to you. The watery smile on his face solidified. All right. Good. Now out you go. How can he kick... I mean, not kick him out, but how can he, like, tell him to go after that? I feel like... I don't know. I don't know what we would do in here, but... Hey, yo, and Al, what's up? What's up? How's your Sunday? So many moments. I know. This was a really good chapter. This was it answered all the questions that I'd been waiting. The scar, the divorce. What other questions am I looking for? Honestly, I don't know. Dr. Jekyll! Happy Sunday. Happy Super Bowl Sunday. Are you watching? Question mark. Just got home. Ooh, how was Korean barbecue? Damn, that sounds good. Steve is streaming the game in GNL. If you want to watch your halftime show, I do want to watch it, but I will not be watching it on stream. I will watch it when I am done. The only other unanswered question I can remember is where Shiloh. Okay, that is true. That is a good one. And there is a Shiloh chapter. That must be the serendipity one, because there's serendipity and reflection. So maybe we'll read that one next. And we can learn about Jeremy or whatever, because I think he's in that too. I had problems driving. You had problems, oh, like, because you were really full? Or hopefully your car is okay, because I know that car is new. I've been there before, like, when you're so full and you kind of just, like... I, like, kind of sit, like, I slump over. I've been there. I'll be watching the halftime show and that's it. I'm not a sports ball fan. That is fair. That is mostly what I care about. But I do want to keep track of the score and just see who wins. I'm very curious, honestly. As I've learned more about football lately, I am very curious. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I at first I thought it was because your car was being funky, but that makes sense. Mr. Holden nudged the two of you out of the shop. You both walked silently as you made your return to the docks. Cove's face was pensive, clearly still digesting everything his dad said. He finally sighed, catching your attention. He hesitantly reached for the bag. Do I say bag funny, by the way? I hear that Canadians do this. Let me know. Bag. Okay. He hesitantly reached for the bag he had brought and raised it up.
Nicholas.
Oh, that's me. I want to call my mom. Yes. Let's talk to Kyra. Let's talk to Miss Queen. Okay, I'm not. Sorry, guys. I love Kyra. I'm not gonna leave her out of things. We didn't just spend a whole moment talking about her. I'm not gonna leave her out of things, and I want to know what she thinks and about what happened and all that. Yeah, that was a very one-sided account of the story, so I'm glad that we get to hear her end. And what I think, when we talk to Kyra, I think Kyra will put the blame on Cliff, yes, but I also think she will accept some accountability for herself, and then she will also mention that she is guilty about giving him full custody. But she's happy with that decision because obviously Cove gets to grow up by the beach, which is like his favorite thing. I think that is my prediction. Take note. I get that. I feel like if I knew more about it, I'd want to know more. Yeah. I think it's just fun to keep score. Yeah, like I'm not watching the game, but I think it's just cool to see the score and see how it's going. Like we did that for the Blue Lions and the 69ers, right? Blue Lions and the 69ers. And even though we were only watching the score, I feel like it was still really exciting because we saw the Blue Lions were up by like 69 points and then somehow managed to lose it, and without watching the game, like, that's still, like, the score, like, what the fuck? Basically. You have a slight Canadian accent on bag, but if I didn't know you were Canadian, it wouldn't be enough to make me suspect. You say bagel? Say bagel. Bagel? Wait, bagel or bagel? What is a bagel? You mean bagel, right? Like the everything bagel, or like the food? Bagel. I would like a bagel. He fiddled with the straps of his bag. Bag. How the fuck do you guys say bag? What's the other way to say bag? He fiddled with the straps of his bag. Bug? Bug? Okay, that's just bug. I don't know. There's only one way to say bag, and that is it, okay? He fiddled with the straps of his bag. It still remained closed shut. It's not like I don't trust Dad. It's just Mom's thoughts are important too. I agree. Let's go call her. Let's call her. I get it, Cove. There's two sides to every story after all. This reminds me of that time that my moms told me that my biological parents were dead. This is like this chapter, but for Cove. That was the... I am glad we get this. The more you say bag, the more American it sounds. Bag. I don't know. I have to say it mid-sentence. So just... The more you say bag, the more American it sounds. No, this is how I think Americans say bag. 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 Okay, that's like a very exaggerated version. Bag. That was a very, very exaggerated version. But that is how I imagine. When you say bag without saying it, it bleeds a little more into a Canadian way, which has more of a long A. I don't know what long A means. But anyways, interesting. He seemed relieved that you understood. You knew he didn't want to be a bother with another delay. Are we ever gonna go jet skiing, or? Honestly, I don't care if we do or not. No, I want to go jet skiing. Actually, no, this is true. I want to go jet skiing, but I actually would really want to go jet skiing with not just me and him. I would like it to be a whole family affair. Yeah. Like, jet skiing might make Cove feel like was the reason that his family was pulled apart. But I would like for him to see that his family comes together for the jet skiing. Even though I don't think that's what this is about anymore. It's more about, like, I think he knows that jet skiing is not the reason. You sound normal. Bag. Okay, I will not say bag like that. Thanks. Then I guess there's no time like the present. Time to ask. With the mini pep talk, he finally opened his bag. How did I sound, guys? How did I sound? Okay, and found his phone. Cove unlocked it quickly and tapped over to his favorite contacts. He called up his mom and put the phone on speaker as it dialed. Kyra must have had her phone close because she answered almost immediately. I feel like Cliff may have already told her. Cove, this is such a pleasant surprise. I thought you'd be getting back to me later. Hey, Mom. He paused for a second and then looked at you. You're on speakerphone with Nicholas, too. Hey, Kyra. Hello. I'm here. You kept quiet. She already knew you were there. Hi. Oh, hello. I'm popular today. Well, what's going on? Don't keep me in suspense. Are you a pro jet skier already? So she's so, like, enthusiastic about the jet skiing thing. Best bag I've heard today. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Cove chuckled and scratched the back of his head. We haven't started yet. Actually, there's something else I kind of want to talk to you about.
Really?
I'm intrigued. Her voice was bright and excited. Cove moved the phone closer to his face so he could speak softly, aware that the tone of the conversation was about to change. I was talking to Dad earlier. It was about your relationship and why you both divorced. This seems like a really awkward combo to have. But I guess, I don't know. I don't have divorced parents, so I don't know how weird it is to talk about that. I guess it also depends on your, like, I think Asian parents are just infamously known for not, like, opening up and having these kinds of talks with their family or kids. So that maybe that's also why it's weird to me, but this seems very, like, weird to me. But I'm glad they're doing it. I got nachos and wings. Who are you rooting for, Gran? Nachos sound really good. Okay, we're talking about the divorce. Her face immediately changed. That one syllable had lost all her earlier energy. Okay, I guess Cliff did not give her the heads up. The 69ers? Bet. I guess because the Kentucky Fried Chickens, they won last year, I think, right? So, because a lot of people will want a new champion. That one syllable had lost all her... Oh, we read that. We did not read the second sentence. So, Cove tightened his grip on his phone. It does make sense that the past would come up today. Yeah, but... He tried to brighten up the mood again. You weren't used to him being so perky. You weren't used to him being the perky one of the two. You could only imagine it felt like a strange role reversal for him. Dad said you were really amazing. He admired you a lot. Yeah, he really didn't say anything bad about Kyra, which is very Cliff-like. So I am expecting Kyra to explain her accountability in this divorce at some point. I would like to hear what she thinks. Chiefs are in our division. They hate Chiefs here. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess they're... Yeah, they are in your division, huh? That makes sense. Wait, how did your team... Well, who's Colorado? Who's the Colorado football team? How did they do? Are they any good? Colorado. The Colorado Rockies. I don't know. Oh, they're the Denver Broncos. Okay. I was trying to guess what their name might be. I was very not close. Yeah. I forgot that it's supposed to be a city. It's a real baseball team. Sorry guys. I thought we were talking about baseball. My bad. Got my sports balls confused. Dad said you were really amazing. He admired you a lot. What a flatterer. She sighed wistfully, and you could hear some interference. Maybe she had shaken her head. You couldn't tell for sure. Oh, Cliff. That face that she has on. She almost looks cross-eyed. Oh, Cliff. He bungled himself. Bungled? What does that mean? He bungled himself through regular, everyday adulting and social situations in astoundingly charming ways. Yet, somehow at the exact same time, he was an ambitious, slightly shady, under-the-table type of man. She's describing the man who offered us $20 to be friends with his son. Under-the-table type of man seems correct and accurate when it came to making his living in the world. So essentially, your father was an absolute heartthrob for someone such as myself. Can't blame you, girl. Gotta get your sports balls in order. I'm working on it. Look at me, I'm watching football scores. I would have never done this before. Bungling is like messing up. Am I saying it right? Bungling? Nuggets won NBA champs last year. Oh yeah, that's true. Is that a football player or a basketball player? I do not know. Cove and Kyra laughed delicately. The tension was broken into something lighter, more familiar between the two. It's cool both of you have nice things to say about each other. I agree, baby. Okay, I think that was a weird time for her to insert baby, but she took a moment before continuing carefully. do you have questions about what happened? I'm not sure. Cove squinted at the phone in his hand as he tried to think, his free hand brushing through his hair. I just kind of wanted to know how you describe what it was like. Could I tell you what Dad said about it?
All right.
I don't think Cliff would mind. Whatever he told you is probably what he'd say to me. All right, go for it. She's like, yes, give me the tea. He probably could play American football too if he had ever heard of it. Oh, basketball. Okay. After taking a breath, Cove recapped Cliff's experience, doing his best to follow his dad's story. He went in a surprising amount of detail, and not a single thing was missed. Kyra listened on in absolute silence, letting her son speak without interruption. When Cove finished, he took another deep inhale of air. So, what do you think? Kyra sighed softly. You heard a clacking noise. Clacking noise? Like she was drumming her nails? Oh, there it is. Can you guys hear that? Oh, you can't. Wait, can you? I was trying to make the sound. So you guys know I like to give you all the sound effects and the visuals when I can. Kyra sighed softly. You heard a clacking. Maybe I can do it here. Can you hear that? You heard a clacking noise like she was drumming her nails on the back of her phone on a countertop. That definitely sounds like Clifford, the big red dog. It's not exactly wrong, but he doesn't have a total picture. He puts the emphasis on the wrong places, I think.
Huh?
What do you mean? For starters, Cliff unsurprisingly downplayed himself more than he had to. Okay, I got that vibe from him. He definitely blamed the entire thing on himself and did not give any of it to Kyra whatsoever. He probably could play. Oh, wait. We heard the last one. Nice. Okay. The sound effects are sound effecting. Okay, yeah. Cliff unsurprisingly downplayed himself. He did. Cove's eyebrows raised. His face continued to inch even closer to the screen. Give us the tea, Kyra. Give us the tea. Well, since your dad was so praising of me, it's only fair to return the favor. Now, I want to hear the truth! No praising. I don't need no sugarcoating. Just give me the truth. Give me the truth. What flies were alive during that time? Which flies were on our wall during that time? I need the truth. Okay. Touchdown. Oh, shit! And the score updated. That's crazy. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good for the 69ers, but not so much the Kentucky Fried Chickens. When Cliff said he was already taking care of himself when he met me, he means he was on his own. His own parents weren't and still aren't friendly people. Grandma and Grandpa are mean? Say what? They're probably good looking too. I know that has nothing to do with this, but I'm just saying. And I'm just wondering what they look like, so. Hey, oh my god, I like that emote. That's so good. That's so good. That's so well animated. I'm like very appreciative of well animated emotes now that I've dabbled in two frame emote animation. All right. Cliff's own parents weren't and still aren't friendly people. They've always had a combative relationship, though him getting into drinking and gambling as a teenager certainly didn't help. Okay, well, we did know about the gambling as he was a card shark. You're well animated. There's the hair flip. Oh, I thought it clicked. He knew they'd kick him out at 18, so he saved them the trouble and left home at 17. He always found a way to make it work, even without support. He was a very independent man. I met him. She into bad boys, huh? I can relate, Kyra. I can relate. I met him a few months after that. We hit it off right away. He was exactly what I wanted back then. We dated, and then about a half a year later, bam! You were on the way, Cove. Why she gotta describe it like that? Bam! She laughed fondly as Cove clung to every word. I was really optimistic about it all. I couldn't wait to be a mother, and I was happy, and I was more than happy that Cliff was the father who'd be along for the ride. We got married quick, before you were born. Cliff's recollection of our wedding dynamic is pretty spot on. He was extremely stubborn and just, well, immature. Highly, highly immature. Her voice raised slightly, and you got the feeling she was thinking back to her memories of living with him. She left the specifics unspoken. But it's not like I was grown up either. Everyone except maybe Cliff could see our relationship was no good, or at least not good enough yet to commit to. I knew, but I didn't want to give it up. I wanted to keep the family together. Quote unquote family. I thought that if we divorced or we were never together, then we'd ruin your life, Cove. Obviously that wasn't true. I just didn't have enough experience at the time to realize there wasn't only one option for us. Maybe things would have been easier for you if we had split when you were still a baby, but it took me years to start figuring it all out. Cove nodded, even if his mom couldn't see it, thinking hard about something. Even if mom couldn't see it thinking hard about something, he was likely remembering his own experiences back then. When we were married, we were married but never seriously loved each other. We hardly knew each other. I don't mind that Cliff never viewed marrying me as some kind of dream come true. I honestly just appreciate that he tried giving my hastily made life plan a shot. Fair. I was the one who proposed after all. Oh, okay. Got down on one knee. Yo, how's Cliff over here living our dream? Cliff, how are you gonna live our dream like that? She huffed slightly, something between a chuckle and a sigh. It's very funny and a little sad that Cliff still doesn't know why things changed between us. It's obvious to me, and I guess he doesn't know deep down. He never consciously made the connection. I'm not even mad he didn't stay the same towards me. Love makes everything different. But you said... Wait a minute, wait.
It's all right.
Is she insinuating... Sorry. I'm Cliff trying to connect the dots right now. Counter propose, there's an emo. Oh, yeah, that's true. An emo possibility. Dude, Cliff really lived the fucking dream, man. He had this woman proposing to her, and he got her pregnant. Sheesh. Okay, I really have to pee though. Hold on. Bye, Nikki Chair. Goodbye, Nikki Chair. Actually, Nikki Chair is still here. But I am back. And it was getting really hot in that sweater. So I switched into a shirt. I purposely picked a red shirt for the 69ers. But then I realized the Kentucky Fried Chiefs, or chickens, are... I think they're also red. And on top of that, my shirt says Boston, which is none of the teams. But that was my effort to be festive. That was my failed effort. 69er color. Yeah, what color are the Chiefs? Are they both red and white? They both... No, I think the 69ers are red and gold, right? Are the Chiefs red and white? They're both red though, main color. That's a bit confusing. Anywho. Red and gold. Yeah, I don't got gold stuff. I don't got gold stuff on me. Chiefs are just red and white. I see. Gold to gold rush. Yeah, maybe gold would have been the right color to wear. But who just got a gold shirt lying around? Not me. You yourself are as good as gold. Thank you, Eric. Yeah. We'll go with... Oh, wait. My glasses are gold. See that rim? You can't really see it. It just looks white. But they are gold right here at the top. Got 'em. Just ignore the Boston part here. Just ignore that part. Yeah. Alright, back to their divorce drama. You got it? Mm-hmm. All planned. Alright, so it's very funny and a little sad that Cliff still doesn't know why things... Right, okay, so the vibe I was getting is that she's insinuating that she was in love, but he wasn't. I don't know if that's if I'm understanding it correctly, but I think we're gonna get confirmation here. It's obvious to me, and I guess he does know deep down. He just never consciously made the oh, I didn't think I went that far back. I'm not even mad he didn't stay the same towards me. Love makes everything different. Or maybe she... Wait, no. I think I'm getting very... We're just gonna keep reading. But you said... I know what I said. She interrupted Cove before Cove could even finish his blurted out interjection. I don't mean Cliff and I. We were just two kids in a relationship that only ever worked when it was at its easiest. And when you were born, little Cove... Did I know his middle name was James? Wait, no. I did know. Did I? That's where we got the name for LeBron James! Because he's Cove James! Bro, I don't know. It's all connecting. It's all connecting. It's all connecting. The Boston football team also used red in their color scheme. Oh. The Boston, what's the Boston football team name? I only know the Celtics, which is very much not red. But I do like the Celtics, like, jersey and their overall, like, aesthetic for the team. So you'll be covered if they ever get good again. If they ever get good again. Get wrecked. Oh, they're... The football... Wait, the Boston football team... Wait, New England Patriots... Wait. What? I'm confused. I'm confused. Who, wait, what? Wait, the Patriots are red and like blue, aren't they, or something? Well, they're patriot because they're patriotic. I don't know. I'm starting to lose my mind. I'm also trying to wrap my head around what the fuck Kyra is trying to explain here. Okay, and then you were born, little Cove LeBron James Holden. I loved you. Oh, she's talking about... Maybe she's talking about the love for Cove. I think that's what she was describing. Okay, anyways. I loved you immediately, and so did your father. Cove was stunned. His eyes started watering again, as his mouth clamped shut. The inclination we had toward each other paled in the face of that. Our love to you was the real deal. Cliff was the proudest papa. Then in true Cove fashion, oh, there they are, the tears began to fall. He stayed silent, but you were pretty sure Kyra knew the effect her words had on her son. No matter how much time passed, Cliff never got over how amazing it was that such a precious little boy was his. I should have taken pictures of how he'd puff up whenever someone referred to you as his son. She sounded much cheerier now. A slight smile crept on Cove's face despite his tears. Then again, he still does that now. It wasn't hard to imagine Mr. Holden lighting up around baby Cove the same way he did with 18-year-old Cove. I remember how, when a real argument started brewing, Cliff had a habit of walking away to cool it off. He wasn't able to handle it. His son seems to have taken after him in that way. You heard her chuckle, and Cove looked down, a blush clear on his cheeks. You could just feel her smirk through the phone. She breezed over the next section airily. For our whole relationship, he ended fights by skipping out on me for who knows how long. Ooh. Don't do that, don't do that. Only do it sometimes, but don't do that. Even the DLC is reading Cove for crying, yeah. They're more blue these days, yeah. Wait, what is the relation to Boston? Isn't Boston is from the Massachusetts. Is New England right next to Boston? Sorry, I'm Canadian. Bag. Okay, for our whole relationship, he ended fights by skipping out on me for who knows how long. I don't think Cliff even knew when he'd come back. That stopped when you were born. Cliff stopped running. He was still gone a lot for work, and we still had fights, but he wouldn't leave. Instead, he'd go to your room, Cove. If you were asleep, he'd just sulk on the ground by your crib until you woke up. I want to know what they were fighting about. I mean, I think, obviously we have a pretty good picture of what they were fighting about, but I just want to see how an argument went down. I'm just asking for more DLC game. Come on, give it to us. American region, the states of Massachusetts. Oh, I didn't know that. Just kidding, I totally knew that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I knew that. That's a whole, yeah, there's I know there's a whole bunch of little places in that area. Like when you look at the map, there's all these tiny little places, and then when the map, it shows the little lines because they can't fit the names because they're all tiny and crowded in that one little area. I'm guessing that's New England. Sometimes he'd pace the room while holding you or sit on the floor and rock you. He'd stay with you until one of us decided we were ready to talk again. We didn't have a lot of furniture back then. That's part of the reason why Cliff was always hanging out on the floor. That sounds so sad. He really came to embrace it. When our relationship got bad enough that we didn't want to share a bed anymore, he always made sure I got to have the mattress. Good man. He instead set up a spot in the corner of the nursery just in case you needed anything during the night. He gave you a more private space when you got bigger, but he still always made sure he could be there for you. I'm starting to see why Kyra would have been cool or would have been okay with giving him the full custody. I mean, aside from the fact that she was always working and stuff, but I'm starting to see why. There's still no denying whether Cliff understands or not. He made his choices without prioritizing me, but it wasn't that he suddenly hated me. To Cliff, I was only a wife on paper. In his mind, I was a cool girl he had dated and generally liked, nothing close to being the light of his life. All his blood, sweat, and tears weren't for himself or me or even the family unit. They were all completely and totally for his baby. Meanwhile, I was doing the same, though in the opposite way. I did take us being married seriously. I was trying to force us together as a couple, so we could be a complete family for our child. You felt like Fly on the wall? Yes, I do. Let me continue listening to this tea game. Don't be calling me out. You felt like a fly on the wall for a very personal conversation. Cove didn't seem to notice when you looked over at him. His face a complicated patch of emotions.
Yes.
Eventually, I woke up and saw what I was doing. I realized it wasn't going to work. Not like that. When I was ready for it, I talked to Cliff about separating and starting up the divorce process. He was shocked by it, and unfortunately, it wasn't too long after when you had your accident, Cove. Okay, but tell me about that party. Whose party was that? That was weird. Weird little baby states with very long names. Yeah, y'all have fucking long ass names. What the hell? Like, what is a Massachusetts? Young Cliff is very impressive with his devotion to Cove. Even the camera getting misty over the story. Yo, for real. Yeah, that's true. I can definitely see why Kyra would have felt okay, or like, just like why it might have felt right to her to give the full custody to him. It is, the full picture is being painted. Nicholas, I don't know how much Cove really told you about it, but when he broke his arm, it terrified all of us. Cove could have died. Even back then, we knew he'd likely have a permanent scar he'd have to live with forever. Our parenting hurt our child, and he was the one who'd have to carry the repercussions. You were a bit taken aback to be referred to directly. I thought I was a fly. Oh, the Kentucky Fried Chicken's got 3 points. Score update, y'all. Wait, did it? Oh, son of a bitch. Did I be on stream? You were a bit taken aback to be referred to directly. You still felt a little out of place, and she'd seemed completely focused on her son. Cove grimaced, and the hand holding his phone shook. Mom, ... Kyra continued as if she'd never paused. It was heartbreaking, and then on top of it all, we had to put you through your parents breaking up. Taking that back wasn't an option, despite the timing. It felt like everything we had worked so hard for to make you happy was for nothing. I chose to believe we'd fix our lives from there, but to Cliff it seemed hopeless. He failed his son. It was easier for me in some ways. I had my family to lean on. That made it feel less daunting, less impossible. Cliff had only ever really known being on his own, by the happenstance of his birth and then by choice. When we broke up, he knew he was going to have to put back the pieces of what was left over. Oh my goodness, Rain. Thank you so much for the raid. How is Persona 5? Are you planning on playing 3 after that? Like the new one? 3 Reload? I appreciate that raid. Welcome in, raiders. You guys are coming at a time because the drama and the tea is hot. We are continuing our visual novel reading. We did finish the game, but I downloaded the DLC and decided to read some extra chapters. Mexican! Hello! Good to see you! Yeah, I'm reading some extra chapters, and right now this chapter is we are learning why our neighbor husbando, who is currently a child in this time period, why his parents divorced. We're learning all the details. Are they going to call it Persona 3 Load? Why didn't they? Missed opportunity. Hello, Rain and Raindrops. Welcome in. My name is Nikki. I am reading a visual novel, as you just heard. I like to also play RPGs, JRPGs. On stream, I like to do first playthroughs the same way Rain does. And I also play, regularly, I play Lost Ark on the side. So every once in a while, you'll catch me doing one of those streams. I also like anime and manga, and yeah, we're also keeping track of the Super Bowl. As you can see, we have the score down there. I'm wearing red, even though it says Boston. Both teams are red. But, you know, we are hoping for the 69ers win today. Oh, hydrate. Thank you, Tom. I have a feeling I'm going to be persona'd out by the end of this one. That's true. No, I've heard that before because the game is really long and it's a lot. 60, 70-ish hours in, and I suspect it'll be 200-ish. Yeah. Anything I've ever heard from anyone who's played Persona 5 is just that the game is really long. It's really good, but really long. Probably won't do 3 back-to-back, but possibly in the future. It does look really good. It does look really good. I'm wondering if Persona 3 Reload is as long as that one, because literally anything I've heard from people that have played Persona 5 is that it's long. And that's the one thing that stopped me from playing it. Like, I've had it for a long time. I even started it, but the length of the game is very daunting. '69ers lol. That is what we call them. But yes, we are reading the visual novel. Cove is asking his parents how the divorce happened. We spoke with the dad, and now we're getting the mom's side. That is where we are. Rain, thank you so much. Oh, and guys, if you don't follow Rain, you should follow Rain. He's a lovely streamer. I hang out in his stream all the time. Shut up. There we go. And he's just good vibes. We share the same humor and chit chats. It's a good time there. Go check him out or follow to support a fellow streamer. Gonna grab it while it's hot. Yes, go get your food, do your post-stream stuff. Don't feel bad to raid and run. I really appreciate the raid. Take care of yourself. Burger with mushrooms. Ooh, jalapenos. I do love. Ooh, Cajun fries. Oh, that sounds so good. Cajun fries do sound really good. Maybe I'll get a burger today. Yeah. Anyways, enjoy your food, Rain. Okay, so let's see, where were we here? It was easier for me in some ways. I had my family to lean on. That made it less daunting, less spacebar on the browser. Okay, less impossible. Cliff had only ever known being on his own, by the happenstance of his birth and then by choice. I already read this, but whatever. When we broke up, he knew he was going to have to put back the pieces of what was left, alone. I wanted to be there for him, even after everything, but I was the one divorcing him. It was impossible. I never managed to be someone he truly relied on, and I had to remember that wasn't changing. As bleak as it felt at the time, Cliff still tried not to let any of that show to you, Cove. He did. I really do need a chapter of, like, Cliff just doing his everyday life. I just need to see what he's hiding behind the chill demeanor that he puts on every day. He did what he could to keep your spirits high about the move, your new house, the scar, everything. So that's why Cove trailed off. He had misunderstood the impact of his injury had on his parents. You were reminded of something that made more sense now. Mr. Holden had been so helpful with Cove's old Halloween costume because he didn't want Cove to be saddened by the scar. That is what I said. Oh, I mean, he did say that earlier, but it was clear Cove was coming to the same realizations. Now, with all that said, if Cliff was a completely perfect and wonderful guy, I wouldn't have left him. If it was even pretty good, I would have stayed. Damn, she's saying that he's like awful or what? It was hard not to have custody. Oh, is that what she... Okay. It was hard not to have custody. Sometimes I felt like I was a fun aunt rather than the mom I always wanted to be. I might have overcompensated a little at times because of that. She forced a laugh, but it had an uncomfortable edge to it. You could tell she was trying to blow off a very real anxiety of hers. Cove looked ready to say something, but his mom kept talking, kept moving forward. Still, it's not Cliff's fault alone that our relationship didn't work. We were always better as co-parents than spouses. but I knew in separating that it wasn't going to be even. And Cove, the only reason I could not stand being there for you all the time, the only reason I could stand not being there for you all the time is because I knew that if the situation reversed and I could have provided a more stable environment, Cliff would have done the same. Your dad would give up his house, his shop, even his right arm if it would guarantee that you were safe and happy. So, as painful as it was, I was sure you'd be okay because you were still with someone who loved you more than anything else in the world. Oh. Music switch. Hi, Teddy. How are you? Cove lowered his head. Cove lowered his head, tears falling to the ground. He tried to speak. It took him a few tries. Thank you for telling me. His voice cracked and Kyra made an alarmed sound on the other end of the line. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to make you cry.
I get it.
It's okay. He was still crying. Everyone could tell, being physically present or not. I love you, Mom. You've always been my mom, not some aunt. My mom. Yo, but do we have any aunties, though? Can we know about them? I love you, too. Her tone was thick with emotion. She was at the edge of a voice break herself. I'm so lucky to be your mom. She started to sniffle openly.
Don't worry about that.
Don't feel bad for me with how it worked out. I promise that none of it was your fault, and it's not as though I'm completely miserable over here. I have an incredible life with a beautiful baby boy of my own who calls whenever he can. That is true. That I feel like that is kind of rare, actually. At that, Cove's tears only came down heavier. Oh god, there he goes. Thank you. Kyra sighed affectionately and you could hear the warmth in her voice. I think that's good for now. Maybe we should end the call. Take a moment. Is that really alright? He tightened his grip on his phone. You could see how emotionally exhausted he looked.
Of course.
Of course. We'll be in touch soon. For now, you'll only be able to keep thanking me or apologizing. Hey. Cove cried out defensively over the accusation, making his mom snicker. Bye, and goodbye to you, Nicholas. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're there for my baby. See you. Bye, Mom. Love you. Love you too. Cove hung up. Beep. Wait, do phones still beep when you hang up a call? Wait, did they ever beep? Actually, I don't know. Well, I guess they do if you're on the other end, but not if you're the person doing the... People don't do that no more, but, you know, back then. Okay, I'm gonna stop being a boomer now. Cove hung up. He let his hand drop to his side, his phone brushing the fabric of his wetsuit. His other hand went up to his face. He tried to wipe the tears from his eyes. It's time to go swimming, man. We wash away those tears. His face was red and he struggled to put his phone back in his bag I said bag. I said it. How did I sound? How did I sound? Every time I say it now, I just think about it. But that time I thought about it after, so I said it genuinely. His face was red and he struggled to put his phone back in his bag one-handed. You could tell he was getting worked up. He finally just used both of his hands and sealed his phone back into his normal place. Cove sniffed and then reached out for you. His hand trembled in your grasp and he squeezed back. He needed to feel your support. You want to go see your dad again? Let's go, let's go! He didn't have to tell you what was on his mind for this. Cove nodded his head weakly. You rushed back the way you came. I don't know if we're ever going jet skiing. Feet pounding across the boards of the dock to return the scuba shop for the third time. You reach his dad's store and Cove still wasn't slowing down. He pushed his way through the door at full speed. Ding, 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 ding. That's the chiming sound of the bells. His hand reached yours as he charged in. Mr. Holden had been walking around the middle of the store checking over things. Immediately, he turned at the sound.
What's wrong?
What? Where's the fire? Where's the fire? The halftime show's happening now. Nice. I am predicting that Justin Bieber will show up. I don't know if that's actually going to happen, but that's my prediction. He froze when he got a look at Cove's face. He weirdly opened his mouth, probably to ask what was wrong, but then Cove launched himself at his father. Cove threw his arms around Mr. Holden's neck. Oh, can I get in on the hug, please? I know I'm just been a fly on the wall, but can I get in on this? He buried his face in his dad's shoulder and started to sob with deep hitching breaths. Cliff clearly had no idea what was going on, and his hands hovered awkwardly in the air. He looked at you for a brief second, hoping for understanding before turning all his attention to Cove. Oh, I wasn't expecting to see a little shot of them. That's so cute. Okay, this was a, what the fuck? This was a DLC chapter? This should have been a real I feel like this is a very important chapter. What the hell? This is so cute. I'm taking a screenshot of this. Cute, right? He wrapped both his arms around Cove's back. Cove looked secure in his father's embrace, protected and safe. It's okay. It'll be okay whatever it is. It's going to be okay. Cove kept crying. He inhaled deeply, his voice choking up when he tried to speak.
So sorry.
You always tried to be there for me when I was growing up, and I was mean to you. Eh. Kids gonna be kids, you know?
What?
What? Dude, his face right now! He's like... His face is so, like, blank. What? Mr. Holden was completely taken aback. He hadn't expected this to be the issue. You don't have to apologize for that, bud. Bucko. Kids are allowed to be mad at their parents. It's my job to take care of you. I really didn't do anything special. I really do be downplaying his hard work. Cove shook his head as empathetically as he could while still tucked in against his dad. You've always supported me no matter what. You've always loved me. I wish I realized how much you did sooner. Cove squeezed him tighter. Oh, come on, get me in on this hug, man. Get in there, Nicholas! Come on! Thank you. I love you, Dad. At his son's heartfelt confession, the father became choked up as well. Uh-oh, are the tears coming down? He compressed Cove into a crushing hug. Oh, no, he's just gonna give us that smile. I do love you. I always will. You can count on that. I want to be there for you too. I feel like this is such an important chapter. Usher sounds so good. I don't doubt it. There is, like, I mean, that man's always been talented. And he's still young. But you just watch out if you haven't watched Jujutsu Kaisen, he might spoil it. Or if you haven't read Jujutsu Kaisen, if you watched it, he can still spoil it for you. They clung on to one another, absorbed in the moment. Then, after a little while longer, they slowly began to loosen their hold. Cove sniffled and moved on so he could use his palm to wipe away his tears. His dad's shirt was visibly damp where his face had been. Cliff patted the top of Cove's shoulders. He looked at his son with pride. You've grown up so much. Cove started to laugh through his tears, a wavering smile on his lips. You doubted that Cove could have ever thought that crying on his dad's shoulder was a sign of maturity, but it was true. Cove had changed over the years. Dang, I haven't gotten a choice in a hot minute. You're glad to see Cove grow. You felt a little awkward. You thought you understood Cove's dad a little better now, too. I do. It made you wonder if there's... Oh, that's a good one. If there was more to understand about your moms. You thought back to when you were little and tried to think if you'd ever changed perspective on your parents. You appreciated everything they had done for you, but maybe you could tell them thank you when you got home, just in case. Aw, that's cute. That's a cute conclusion to this for me. Cove wiped at his eyes again. You're a good dad. You're a good son. Mr. Holden was... Mr. Holden always throws me off. Mr. Holden was plainly touched by the words and beamed at his beloved child. Cove looked away and shyly traced his scar. Cliff chuckled and released Cove to rub the back of his neck. The earlier panic had bled off and left the confusion. I'm glad we had this talk, but what was it that made you cry in the first place? You weren't too bad off when you left before. I guess he doesn't know that we talked to Kyra. Alice Keys? Oh my god, I love Alice Keys! I fucking love Alice Keys! Ain't no way. Actually, I feel like I should have predicted that too. I feel like that I could have predicted that. BW, thank you so much for taking the time to sub during the halftime show. I appreciate that. Alice Keys. I know you love Alice Keys too. All these keys. I can't wait to watch it. You know, after. Oh. Cove ducked his head further down, getting a very good look at the scuff marks on the floor. I called Mom. I wanted to talk to her about all of this. He kicked one of his feet shyly, swinging it back and forth against the ground. Things felt really hard when I was younger, but it wasn't just me going through stuff, Dad. You never give yourself credit. Cliff smiled gently and gripped Cove's shoulder with reassurance. Kyra's an amazing person to come to my defense. For me, the only hard part was seeing you and her unhappy. Everything else, that was nothing. He wrapped an arm around Cove's neck for another side hug. Cove leaned into the embrace and glanced up at his dad. Your old man is tougher than he looks. Check out how powerful these arms are. Yes, please show us. And this is 10 years on. I was in my prime those days. Cove laughed. That is the exact laugh I pictured him doing, by the way. It was a light sound, full of fondness. The Super Bowl. I'm lurking while watching the Super Bowl. Hey, thank you. I really appreciate the lurk. I hope you're having a fun time with Pops. But honestly, I could picture B-Dub and his dad having the same cool relationship that Cove and Cliff do. Sorry to bring that up here, B-Dub. But yeah, I could totally see it. I could totally see it happening. And I think you're both outdoorsy people too. Thinking about how much the Blue Lions would be winning if only we had... Bruh. If only, man. If only. He quieted down a little, finding a quick moment of seriousness. Thanks again, Dad. I know you don't want me to feel bad, and I'm happy because of everything you and Mom did. I have a really nice life. Mr. Holden's countenance, I don't know how to say that word, became much more serious. He didn't take what was said lightly. Cove, ... You are very welcome. That's so good to hear. He really does have a good kid. Then he let Cove go. Now I want to know more about Cliff's parents, because Kyra said that they were not good people. So now I want to know more about them. But I don't think we're going to get that. I might be asking too much. Then he let Cove go again. This time, they both took a step back to their normal proximity. Mr. Holden cleared his throat. He looked at you right in the eyes. I appreciate that you were here for support, Nicholas. What a true friend. I'm not just a friend. Okay, anyways. Cove looked back down, embarrassed. I'm glad I could be there. I want to be there for you too. I do. Thank you for finally noticing my presence. Finally, a resolution. You're both sweet. You couldn't find a way to react. I want to be there for you too, Mr. Holden. But also, probably I'm glad to be here. But we're a Mr. Holden shrimp, so we're gonna pick that one. Cove's dad broke into nervous laughter he couldn't keep in. Well, thanks. But you don't need to worry about me. I do worry about you. I do worry about you. This is me speaking, gosh. I do worry about you, and I will worry about you. Not Nicholas saying that to fucking Cliff! The grown-ass adult. This halftime show is so lit. Oh, damn. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Almost as good as the Fortnite concert. Wait, what was good about the Fortnite concert? Oh, wait, and there was a Fortnite concert? Anyways, I do worry about you, and I will worry about you, Mr. Cliff. What did Kyra say? You know what? Don't answer that. I'm not sure I want to hear. Just, that's thoughtful of you. Cliff smiled warmly. He nudged Cove gently as if to say, look how lucky you are. Alright. Cove exhaled slowly, his posture relaxing. We better get going. You still have work, Dad, and I think Nicholas has been patient enough. I didn't bring him here to watch me cry to my parents. Listen, I'm cool with this. Cliff grinned and waved the two of you off. Sure thing. I'm happy you both stopped in, but you gotta go have some fun. This is like gotta be I think this is the third time he's done this today. Be careful out there. I don't need to go jet skiing anymore. Nicholas, if you still want to go, I don't mind watching. This was never about jet skiing. No way. You were a mature young man. If you want to jet ski, you should go out and jet ski. I'm still here if you need anything, alright? Yeah, okay. Bye, take care of yourself. Let's get a move on already. I almost forgot why I came on in the first place. I'ma just be quiet. Cove waved to his dad as he started walking out. You followed. When you turned back to Mr. Holden before you went out the door, he was waving. Bye, kids. You'll do great. Once again, he had become today's habit. You and Cove walked down the dock side by side, but this time, Cove had a bounce back in his step. His smile was soft but radiant. Thanks for staying, and sorry about how long it took. You're welcome. You'd do the same for me. These things happen. I was curious. I was curious. Thank you for having me here. It's fine. I had a feeling it'd be a bigger deal than it started as. Promise we won't have any more interruptions. I'm gonna pick you do the same for me, but I want to see what he says when I say I was curious. Really? You nodded seriously. It had been a bit of a mystery for years at this point. Today was a day of revelations. It really was. It really was. Cove grinned at you, all grateful, positivity and sunshine. Okay. That was not our choice. You do the same for me. You had his back and he had yours. It was just how things went between the two of you. Cove grinned at you, all grateful, positivity and sunshine. The water lapped at the dock beneath your feet. Cove looked down when a particularly strong wave crashed against it. It's weird to think about my parents' relationship. There's all this stuff that I didn't know because I wasn't there, or I was just a kid, or because I didn't even exist yet. It feels really complicated. Relationships are complicated. I know what you mean. I feel the same way about mine. Really? I feel the same way about mine. Cliff in anything. Cove in a scuba suit. True. True. We even got Kyra today. Sadly, we only got Kyra on the phone, though, so we didn't get any new pics of her. Today was a day of revelations. In the book of Revelations, there was no jet skiing. I'm shocked that he didn't want to go jet skiing at the end of it. I would have thought he still wanted to. I think the point of that was that he wanted to make it today was not about jet skiing. But I would have thought he would have been like, fuck it, let's just go to jet skiing. I thought that's how this would have concluded. I don't know if anything I just said made sense, but anyways. You'd sometimes hear your moms talking about something and be completely surprised. It was strange when you had been around for something, but hadn't truly understood it because you had been too young. Cove nodded without elaboration. He looked out into the ocean wistfully, and for a moment, moment before he shook it off.
That's nice.
I'm happy. Oh god, I thought he said I'm happy we're married. I was like, whoa, not yet, man. That's 5 years in the future, bro. I'm happy they were married, even if they didn't stay together in the end. I'm glad you're feeling better. That's a very changed outlook that he had. I'm happy that they married, even if they didn't stay together. At the start of this chapter, he never would have said that. You asked about what he thought about marriage for himself now. Ooh, okay. Speaking of marriage, Cove's eyes widened curiously as he turned to face you. Are you scared of it because of everything that happened with your parents? Cove shook his head shyly. He didn't hesitate for a second. No. Surprisingly, I don't have any issues about the idea of getting married someday. You looked at him, not bothering to hide your intrigue. He chuckled self-consciously at the reaction he got. I mean, don't get me wrong, trying to actually propose would be terrifying. Oh, really? Interesting statement, Mr. Cove. I'm sure planning a whole wedding would also be hard, especially for me. Don't worry, I got it covered. I got the wedding and our entire 5-course meal covered. Just the thought of having someone I loved that I was married to so that I'd spend the rest of my life with, that doesn't scare me. It actually makes me happy to think about. The both of you snuck smiles at each other. What about you? Would you ever want to be officially married someday? Yes, it's something I really want someday. I don't see myself ever getting married. I'm not sure. I'd only get married if I found someone really special. I haven't thought about it. I'd only get married if I found someone really special. And you already rented them. Oh, true. We did already rent them, didn't we? It's a sunk cost, even though technically they're floating. I guess. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we definitely gotta go jet skiing now. The only wedding you could picture was with the perfect partner. Someone you love dearly. Yes, Mr. Holden. You never get married just to be married. If you're going to get married, it would be to someone you truly cherished. Although I guess Cove does become Mr. Holden at some point. Well, actually, he becomes Mr. Zoldyck. Okay, he quickly decided to change the subject after that admission. All right, no more distractions. Let's go. It's time to jet ski. Yeah, let's do it. The two of you began to more quickly make your way across the boards. Despite your excitement, you were both careful. Neither of you wanted an accident, especially after what happened with Cove's first jet skiing trip. You finally got to the rental place. You were surprised at how easy the process was. It took no time at all for Cove to climb on his jet ski with shaky legs. You rented your own jet ski. Yeah, fuck it, we're both going, man. We're both facing our fears today because I for sure would be scared to jet ski. Has anyone here been jet skiing? You'd spent his entire time wanting to jet ski to finally climb onto one. It was lime green with blue detailing. The jet ski rocked slightly as you got on, bobbing with the waves. Hey, Lancer! Nope, I'll pass. One of my colleagues... Oh my god, that sounds terrifying. I am so sorry to hear that, but yeah, I definitely am scared of them too. No jet ski for me, water skiing once. I am not brave enough to go water skiing either. Yeah, I'm definitely not a Cove. I do like going to the beach. I wouldn't mind going into the beach and like swimming. I don't think I'm brave enough to go surfing in the ocean, but I would do those surfing like simulator things that they have. Yeah. The ocean be a little bit scary. Is really safe. You don't go that fast. Water skiing is the one with like the boat dragging you, right? Yeah, no, I know it's not as bad and stuff. People do that as well here on like lakes and stuff. Mostly tubing, but people do the skiing too. But like, I'm just like, also not interested. Like just the thought of it. I remember my friends are just like, oh my god, I'm so excited for the weekend. I can't wait to go tubing and stuff. Like, I don't get it. I just don't see the excitement in that. Like, why are we excited about that? In the same way, those people probably look at my weekend. I'd be like, oh, I can't wait to play this video game. Those same people would probably be like, I don't see the excitement. Second half about to start. All right, let's go. I wouldn't volunteer to water ski. It was a family trip. Right, of course. Of course, of course. Although I do like, I think I already said this once, but I do like winter skidooing. So it's like Skidoo, I don't know. It's like jet skis, but on snow. That's fun. Hi, Canudi. Happy New Year's to you too. And how goes the book nook? I do not have the glue yet, so no book nook update. But happy Lunar New Year's to you as well. How did you do anything fun? You looked across to Cove. He sat motionlessly astride to his jet ski, preparing himself to start it up. Even from your distance, you could tell his hands were clamped onto the handles too tightly. He was stiff and nervous. Go, Cove, you can do it. Come on, are you really gonna chicken out now? It'll be all right. Trust yourself. Trust yourself. Actually, I'm gonna let him have the moment. This is what I would probably do in real life. You were sure he'd manage after a little more time. He inhaled slowly and started up the jet ski. He roared forward, and you were surprised you could hear him squeak over the sound of the engine. He stopped after a few seconds and breathed again. After he'd calmed down, he'd started it up once more. Cove sputtered and stalled with it for a while, going a little further each time. He grew more comfortable with the feel. Cove eventually reached the point where he only stopped the jet ski when he had something to say. He kept shouting things at you. This is amazing! Did you see that, Nicholas? This is so great! You'd gotten your own jet ski as well. You made sure to keep a safe distance. Cove watched what you did with enthusiasm. Nice turn! He zoomed forward and you could hear his bright laugh ring across the waves. You took to the jet ski like a fish in the water. You were nervous about the jet skiing, but you weren't bad at it. You never left the start. You never left the start and stop phase. It reminded you of a jet skiing game you played in the past. That would be me. You didn't think you did well jet skiing. I would say nervous, but probably not bad at it. Knowing the jet skis could be dangerous, you kept a healthy caution over the vehicle. Love the eyes. That's just how I imagine it going. It was tricky at the start. You drove in short bursts. I totally would do that. Sorry, I thought I was gonna burp. Alright, you drove in short bursts. Since each time you made it go forward, it seemed much too fast. You were worried that you were going to fly off the jet ski and flip over. However, it didn't take you long to realize you had a decent control over the vehicle. You grew more comfortable with the controls and let yourself relax a little. Eventually, the sun set and you had to pack up. Cove was thankfully still in one piece. No cask necessary. After everything was returned, Cove dug his phone out of his bag and texted his parents to let them know all about his triumph. An idea to take a photo to mark the occasion struck Cove, and he wanted you to join him in the selfie. You got into a silly pose. You showed off your best angles. You covered your face in embarrassment. You smiled. You asked Cove not to take a picture. We're just gonna smile. Oh my god, he invited us to a photo. You both grinned as he took the picture. It was a nice shot with the ocean stretching behind you. His phone vibrated only a moment after texting it out. Mr. Holden and Kyra had likely been waiting the entire day to find out how his outing would go. With the news of his success, both of Cove's parents sent back how proud they were of Cove for how far he'd come. Watching him grinning in the setting sun after facing so many fears that day, you felt the same. Damn, that was a really good chapter. Okay, what? Okay, well, there's a voting one. Okay. So the other one was Serendipity. I think that one then has to be the Jeremy and Shiloh one. Late shift involves my mom's, which is cute. Voting DLC sounds long as fuck because the paragraph is long as shit. I do see Cliff's name in there. Cliff, Liz, Baxter, Lee. If you and Cove make it. If you played Mall in Step 2. Oh, okay, that was a bit of a spoiler, but this won't have mall in step 2 because it's a separate save file. Okay, let me look at some step 2 ones. Just to see what the other options are. But I think I need to order food because I'm really hungry. Okay, so mall DLC. Wait, these have nothing written in them. It's just a picture. A scene in dinner. They actually show nothing about it. Gosh, okay, we'll never know. Birthday, actually, okay, no. Birthday has a picture of the birthday, but really doesn't show anything. Escapade shows the movie theater, which I know involves Kyra. Soiree, I do not know. Okay. Wait, no, Soiree is Derek's DLC. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Okay, there's 2 soirees? No, there's 2 soirees. Okay. My head hurts. Alright, let me order some food and also update my lurks. All right. Let's see what we can order for food. There's nothing on the wiki yet. You could be the first one to put stuff. Oh, that's true. I mean, I've never done that. Do you, like, how do you do that? Could I just make an account today and then start writing in it? So I have to get some sort of verification process going. You should have a jump scare redemption. Why would I do that? I did. And then Link did it a gazillion times, so I just made it a text to speech. Also, hi Mari, good morning. How are you? What you up to? What do I want? What do I want? I don't know what I want. You're ordering food? I'm attempting to order food. I could just get something from home. But I don't really know if there is anything. Most of that is open right now is burger stuff. I don't know. Do I want a burger? I feel like I want a bowl. Let's explore the bowl options. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna check what. Get me something too. What would you like? I want to check what's in the kitchen. You don't even have to make an account. But it's good practice to make an account. It's an indication you're more reliable. Huh. Okay, maybe we can do that. We probably can, because we already did the mall one. All the Step 2 DLCs don't have anything written on them. Wait, let me check.
Fudge.
waiting. Oh, you saw Kendall Jenner? She would be there. She's a sports girly. Yeah. Welcome back. Thank you. So, we have some of that sour soup left, so I'm probably gonna have that later, but I didn't want to eat that here, so I warmed up one pizza pocket to tide me over and a banana. And I'm probably just gonna read one more and then I'll probably call it a day because I am pretty hungry, but I think this will tide me over. I was ordering food. I tried ordering food and I just said the same thing like 5 times in a row. But anyway, my app's not working, so when I tried to, it like actually just didn't work. So I was like, okay, it's a sign. But anyways, serendipity, happiness. Wait, what is happiness? Let me see what the rest of these are. Late shift is the one with mom. Serendipity is the one with Shiloh and Jeremy. Boning is long and it involves everyone except I don't see Kara's name. Happiness has 0 written about it. Should I go for happiness? Happiness has absolutely nothing, not even an image. Alright, we're going for that one. But I'm gonna eat this pizza pocket first. And should I go for happiness? Too real. The day and the week, we're nearing their end, and you are welcoming it in your own way by lying sprawled out on your bed. That does sound like me. Hi, Punk. Welcome back. Thank you, Tulip. Thank you, thank you. Wait, Tulip, do you also play Lost Ark? Like, how come we aren't friends on Lost Ark yet? How come this hasn't happened yet? This pizza pocket kind of smudged. But anything to tide me over. I'm casual, but add me. Watch this, watch this, watch this. Sure, what's your name? Right, my game is frozen. Oh, there it is. What is your name? I will add you at this very second. One more for the Hone altar. Oh, Steam code. Dang. You guys sent me a whole ass Steam code. I can add you on there too. Wait, if I'm friends with you on Steam, would I know your Lost Ark? Do. Add a friend. Oh no. Now my hours on Lost Ark are gonna be exposed to you. Paste. Tulip. What is your picture? It's a little scary. Wait, is that actually where you're from? You don't have to say, but I think you told us your hours before. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Back, here we go. Well, we started a new chapter. I have no clue what this is about or like. By the way, tomorrow is Ghibli movie night. We're gonna watch Pompoko, I think is the title. It looks like it's about raccoons. Honestly, I have no clue. But we're gonna watch that tomorrow at 8 CST. I'm kind of thinking, like before that, I'm gonna do a really quick short stream and maybe read one of these. Like just one. I think that's the plan. It's fake for people that don't know me. Ah, okay, fair. I like the sound of that plan. Yeah. I'll do it, and then we can do the story time. Story time, raid out into movie night. And then Tuesday, if you guys don't know, GNL is planning a Valentine stream where we will be playing Super Seducer? I think that's the name. Together. So that should be interesting. Holy, I've been streaming for 5 hours already? That's kind of nuts. Okay, we're gonna read one more, and then I'll call it a day for now. Watch this one be like long as fuck. The day in the week we're nearing. Oh, I read that. Wait, has the score updated? Hold on, it's been a minute. What the F? Is that really still the score? Score hasn't changed? Damn, what is this game, man? Alright. The casual, there's a streaker on the field? What? What happened now? Okay, it was quiet in your house, but it was quiet in your house, getting to that time of the night where you really should be sleeping, but you didn't feel tired at all. You rolled onto your side. Outside, the last lit up window across the street blinked out, leaving the buildings on the block faceless silhouettes against a blue-black sky dotted by stars. Your phone came to life on the nightstand, a pale light cast on the ceiling of your room. Without looking, you threw your arm out behind. I feel like Cove is about to sneak through our window again. Yeah. You threw your arm around behind yourself, groping around on the table top until your phone was under your palm. At that point, you lifted it to your face, snorting once you saw the familiar name attached to the short message, just reading, "Hey." Cove isn't much for sleeping now either. As you made to reply, I really think I'm bad at English. Anyways, more and more text came through in a quick succession. I feel like this has happened before. Hey. You like doing things. You like doing things with me. Is he smoking some shit, bro? I mean, what I'm saying is that he hit a blunt and started texting us. What I'm saying is that there are things you and I do and we like together at the same time. Now that was eyebrow raising. Yes, it was. Wavy eyebrow raising. Questionable text, yeah, at this hour too. He definitely hit a blunt. You prop. Oh, the score. Oh, the Kansas up 3 again. What the heckity heck? Some excitement in the game. I'll let the bot read 1 in.
Self-voicing enabled. Now that was eyebrow raising. Now
Wait.
Self-voicing disabled.
Can I turn this motherfucker down, at least? This is voice. Okay, whatever.
Self-voicing enabled. Now that was eyebrow raising. You propped yourself up on one elbow, sitting upright against the headboard so you could text more comfortably.
Oh. He's not gonna read this for us? Okay, yeah, you've got it all figured out. Dang, you suck.
Man, am I excited
Oh,
to
he reads it when I hover. Okay. Dang, you suck at texting. Man, I'm excited to see where this is going. You right about that? You waited for him to continue? Yeah, I'm gonna wait for him to continue.
Without much to go off on, you felt faintly curious about what he was leading up to.
I do.
You're free for a while, right? When's your next shift? Not for a few days. Cool, I thought so. I was just making sure. Alright.
How can text-to-speech not read literal text? Oh, there he goes. Yeah, I thought he wasn't gonna read it either. Sus.
You could almost hear Cove's intake of breath as he prepared for the next part, despite the conversation being text alone. The window of your messaging app might as well have been a screenshot. You were left to keep track of the passing seconds with the rising and falling cries of crickets outside. When your screen darkened from inactivity, auto forward.
Oops.
When your screen darkened from inactivity, you wondered if you should do something yourself. No, you thought he'd get around to it when he was ready. Yes, you thought you could give him a nudge. Cove.
Cove? Question
Cove.
mark? I like that one.
Cove. Almost immediately he started typing, like you'd only dreamt up the lull in the conversation.
I do like the bot for when I'm eating. It's actually really helpful. I wish I knew about this sooner. Because while I'm eating, I can't eat while I'm reading the conversation. Cove. 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 Help. That emote.
Sorry. Still here.
Sorry.
The next message came almost instantaneously. What if we did something new or sort of unexpected?
It would not be new or unexpected because that is something that they literally do all the fucking time. So it's actually absolute nothing.
Would you be okay with that? Something we haven't ever done together? You lowered your phone, leaning back against the headboard as you thought it over. The streets outside your window looked different at night, but you knew that if you were to wander out, there would be no chance of you losing your way.
See what Otto does.
Otto. The streets outside your window looked different. There wasn't a single inch of your neighborhood that you didn't know by heart.
Otto? Question mark?
Auto forward. There wasn't a single inch of your neighborhood that you didn't know by heart.
Auto forward, do you work or no?
And everywhere you looked, from the grassy hill behind your house to the shops by the beach, you could recall a time you'd been there with Cove, mostly just chatting as you walked together. You didn't mind everyday things like that, but as for something new or unexpected.
What have you got
What
in
do you
mind?
have in mind exactly? Some things. One by one, Cove began presenting his ideas, starting off with attending a play.
What? Wait, I'm down for the play. I'm down. I'm actually down, and if we do this, can we invite Lee?
We've watched TV together and movies, but real people performing in front of us. We've never done that.
This is very random, but I like it.
I'm not sure what plays exactly are on right now. But that adds to the unexpected factor. There was a slight pause before Cove moved on to the next plan, visiting an aquarium.
I am very down for this.
That makes sense, right? We go to the beach and stuff. We're pretty close to the water. But going to the aquarium would be water in a whole new way. The third and last idea was the one that was most out of the blue. Ice skating.
I like that too. Okay.
Ice skating. It was a total wild card, as Cove was putting it, and the polar opposite of what the two of you normally did.
It is, it is. As a Canadian, I'm excited.
However, it was fitting right in with the other options as something you had never done together. Let's say if hypothetically someone wanted to surprise you with an unexpected outing, would that be okay?
I like that he's asking permission first.
You couldn't help but smile fondly at that, wondering to yourself who that someone could be. As long as we're together, I'm okay. Oh.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you. It was clear from the self-voicing disabled.
Okay. We can interrupt the robot man. Nikki is done eating, so his shift is over. Robot O. The robot O is actually pretty good. Oh. Oh. So, I'm guessing he's not talking about tonight, because I don't think we can do any of those things tonight. But aquarium, they get me excited because we do eventually get married at the aquarium. So I think it would be really cute if they make me choose. I think it would be really cute if I actually do go with the aquarium. But at the same time, I really want to experience ice skating with him. I feel like that's really different. And I'm Canadian, so I'm into that.
Be my meow 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 meow.
Oh, let's hear
Be
it.
my meow meow.
Thank you, Neon, for the bits.
It was clear from the quickness of his reply and the following pause that you'd caught him off guard. He was temporarily left without anything to say, but eventually he recovered.
Can we get her to? We should just get her to read the thing. She read it so much better. She actually had a little bit of tone and expression. Robot man is like straight up robot. Oh my god, Kansas is up! Oh, the game is getting spicy! What did Usher do to the 69ers, bro? What did he do? That's crazy. Alright, thank you for that, Neon. I appreciate it. If only we could hire that lady to read our dialogue instead. Could you still pick a favorite? You burst out laughing, forgetting for a second the time of night. It'd be... Oh, no. Okay, this is what we do here. We're gonna... I wonder, like, this would drastically change the course of the story or, like, what we do today. So I don't actually know if I'm gonna end up doing any of these. Because, like, if I choose the play... Wait, I really want to see the play. But also, I really want to take Lee. But, I know, if in the case that I actually do get to go to... Like, these are 3 different chapters, essentially. So in that case, I will save right here. But I am going to choose... I'm going to assume that we go to the aquarium again in another time. And then we go back there and get married. But I really want to go ice skating with him. I really like that idea. It'd be ice skating. The idea was so out there that you could not pick it, and it was a chance to see Cove out of his element too. He'll be good at skating. Seeing a play feels like it'll be surreal because we'll be watching you watch Cove watch a play, and I'll be reading it. I'll be reading it, watching that. Yeah, I'll be narrating it. All right, cool. Don't think too hard about this talk. It doesn't mean anything. Absolutely nothing. You're making me laugh with this. I sure hope it means something. Uh-huh, sure. I promise not to try figuring it out. You're freaking adorable. I feel like your adorable option is also always available in dialogue. I feel like it's always available. You're making me laugh. Actually, I promise not to try figuring it out is what I'd probably say. Do you know how to skate? yes and no. Like, I'm not good at it, but I can stay up. But yeah, no. I'm definitely not like your average Canadian level good skater or anything. But I do enjoy skating, that's one thing. I did really want to get my own pair of skates for a while because I usually just rented. And I have had my own skates before, but I've outgrew them. Canadians learn to ice skate before they learn to walk. For some people, I feel like that is actually true. I mean, my literal neighbor has a skating rink in their backyard that we can hear sometimes. But, yeah. We also had, ice skating was a thing that was part of our school curriculum at one point. Like, I don't know officially everywhere, but, like, at my school, we did have regular ice skating, lessons. And that, yeah. And that's pretty normal here. But also, the ice skating lessons, when we did them at my school, literally everyone in my class was amazing at skating, and I was one of the few kids in the class that did not have any experience or zero idea what the fuck to do in skating. So most of those kids were like, they already knew, they were already pros, man. It was like me and the one other immigrant kid. Actually, I was the only immigrant kid. I don't know who else didn't know. I'm pretty sure I was the only one who didn't know. There was a girl in my class who was not white, but she was adopted, and she took ice skating lessons, and she was like a pro. Like every morning in the announcements, like I'm sure your schools did this too, but in the morning announcements at school, they would say they would play the anthem and then say all the random announcements that they had. And I swear to you, every fucking Monday they would be like, oh, this person competed in this competition and they got first place. And they announced it on the school thing every time. And I'm like, honestly, how did they know that? Like, did that student compete? I mean, maybe they saw it in the newspaper. I don't know, but they were always announcing that shit. I never learned either, but you're from the US, right? I imagine in the US it's probably less common. You need to know how to skate to be a Canadian citizen. I think that, do you know how to skate, Camp? Camp's Canadian. He's Canadian 22. That's his name, actually. Yeah, because she played Lost Ark. That's what I'm saying, Tulip. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but could she do Brel hard? Yes. Are you like good? I can skate, but like I can skate enough to stay up, but I don't look graceful or anything by any means. I'm not. Yeah, I would love to. And if I had the opportunity more, I absolutely would go skating more. I actually really enjoy skating and skiing. Those are the two Canadian winter activities that I love. We did rollerblades in gym classes. We absolutely never did rollerblades at my school. That's interesting. We didn't have our own ice rink. Every school here where I live has their own ice rink. Actually, now that I think about that, I think that's kind of unique. Some of them, it's like not officially their ice rink, but very close nearby to the school, there will be a community ice rink. So some of it does not belong to the school, but actually I think usually it is just a community ice rink, but it's literally right next to the school. I can't skate like a hockey professional. I'm good enough to teach someone else. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think I could teach someone else. I can swim forward and, I can do this. I can swim too. I can skate forward and backward. Backwards, very, very much not graceful, but that's about it. And I know how to Well, actually, I'm pretty bad at, like, I know how to stop, but I'm pretty bad at it. Yeah. Anyways, I promise not to try figuring it out. Good. There's nothing to figure out, of course. Good night, Nicholas. It's really late now. Yes, it is. Night, Cove. And with that final send-off, you put your phone to sleep and lowered it with a sigh. You had no idea when Cove was going to invite you to the ice rink, but now you're just going to assume it's coming. But your mind was buzzing with all the possibilities the coming days might bring. Your phone went back to its place on the nightstand and you resumed snuggling into the mattress, one hand thrown to the side and the other shoved under your pillow. Somewhere between this day and the next, you finally found yourself asleep. The next morning, after washing up from breakfast, you had just climbed the stairs to your room, ready to tackle the day, when you heard the ringing of the doorbell. You turned towards the sound, angling your head in confusion. Was someone expecting a visitor today? Then again, you weren't sure if anyone else was around, judging by the lack of footsteps you were hearing. You raced back downstairs to answer the door. As you pulled it open and saw who it was, you were only further confused. How are we gonna act confused? We knew this was coming, bro. We knew. Nikki can swim and skate, mastered all forms of water navigation. No water navigation. Definitely not. I'm probably a better swimmer than I am a skater now that I think about it. He was standing there with an unsure look on his face at first. Like he didn't know who would answer the door, but the moment he saw it was you, a shy grin spread across his face. He raised one hand and gave you a little wave. Surprise! Hey, this is a surprise. Don't you normally use the window? That's a good one. What might you be here for on this fine day? Heh heh. You simply greeted with us. Okay, yeah. Don't you normally use the window? You found it funny how you had grown so used to hearing him tapping that glass pane that showing up at your front door was what it took to get a reaction. Cove turned his head to the side with a considering lift of his eyebrows. I guess I do, but not today. I got you something. He slid his hand from out from behind his back, holding it up in front of your face as he offered the present to you. Your eyes widened once you saw what it was. Ice skates. A physical series collection of a show you love. Ooh, I love that gift. I would love that gift in real life. This is very much not ice skates, so this is very much a surprise indeed. I am shocked. Okay, you hadn't expected a gift at all, let alone something as thoughtful as this. Taking one look at your face, no doubt a complicated mix of happiness and shock. Cove let out a laugh. Surprise again. It really is. Suddenly, Cove raised his head, his eyes finding yours and startling into stillness. Would you want to go ice skating with me? His voice was so soft and timid, you involuntarily held your breath as you listened. He was blushing, but he fixed you with a hopeful smile, still meeting your eyes. I thought maybe it'd be a fun trip to surprise you with. Yes, I'd love to. You laughed at the ridiculousness of the surprise, but managed to say yes. I would love to. We take deep breath for the Kentucky Fried Chickens. I'm sorry, not for the 69ers, who are down by 3 right now. At the end of the third quarter. Oh my god, only 1 quarter left. Dang, it's a close game. But you never know what may happen. I'm sure, yeah, you never know what may happen. Alright, with his big question asked and accepted, Cove raised the gift towards you again, gesturing with his other hand for you to receive it officially. You carefully took it from him. I'll put this somewhere safe, and then we can go. Are we going right now? Cove had no problem with that. Still grinning, he stepped back, his body angling away as he waved a hand in the air. I'll get my car ready then. Meet me there. Okay. Can we take Cliff? Question mark. As soon as the door clicked shut, you dashed upstairs to your room, prepping a spot first for Cove's gift. Then, satisfied with your efforts, you grabbed your bag, tossing it and whatever else you thought you'd need for the outing before heading back outside. Cove's old car was parked right outside of the house. You went straight to it, hopping into the shotgun seat. They love using that shotgun seat wording. As you buckled yourself in, Cove leaned forward to watch you with an eager expression, his fingers tapping the dashboard to a lively sort of rhythm. He was ready to start, but trying to tone it down so you wouldn't feel rushed. I'm glad we're doing this together. Me too. Once your seatbelt was secured, Cove checked his mirrors to make sure the street was clear before pulling away from the curb. And like that, the two of you began your trip. Now that you were sitting down for the drive, it felt like a good moment to regain your bearings. You shrugged your pack onto your lap and began thumbing through your things to make sure that in your hurry to leave, you hadn't forgotten anything important. You were dressed more warmly and hopefully be prepared for the trip. You were dressed normally, but packed some extra layers. I would pack extra layers just in case. With the jacket stuffed in there, your bag had taken on a lopsided sort of bulk, awkward to carry around. Now I kind of want to go to an ice skating rink. Would that be weird to go by myself? I would not go by myself. But anyways, I don't even have ice skates. You zipped it closed again and Cove began to speak, raising his voice to be heard over the ambient noise of the car ride. Hey, I've seen this before. So, ice skating? This is gonna be crazy. Having fun with water that's frozen? Unheard of. He chuckled at his own joke and you shook your head at him, though you couldn't help grinning at his silly comment. Take chat with you. Ooh, that might be fun. Live stream ice skating. I don't know if my phone would survive. And I would definitely look like a fool skating around like a phone in my hand. I think I would look like a fool. People would be like, who she thinks she is? But I might be down. There's like outdoor ones. I could definitely find an ice skating rink where there is nobody. I could literally just drive to any rink. I could definitely just drive to any rink until I find one with nobody. It's pretty easy to find that here. But also, that sounds a bit scary. You could also seg into the snow. Oh, true. That is true. Actually, right now the snow is perfect for snowman building. It is, it is. Who knows? Maybe in colder places it's the opposite. Or it's the opposite that's weird? Question mark? Yes, yes, yes. As you looked at him, you caught a glimpse of the back seat. It was empty, which wouldn't be strange any other day. You didn't bring a jacket? Nope. You know I hate extra layers, and there aren't any parents around to force me to do it now. Yeah, your parents can't tell you what to do. You're a big boy. You scolded him for not preparing for what you were doing. You're probably gonna regret that once we get there. I like that you don't wear a lot of layers too. The less clothes, the better. Wink. I feel like he runs hot. That's my guess. So I think he'll be fine. I'm just gonna shake my head. It's really not that cold at a skating rink, but if you're active. And I think he'll be active. I swear Cove and his mom and dad look like they were isekai'd from Hoyoverse. They really do. They honestly look like they could be Fire Emblem characters as well. I'm pretty sure there are Fire Emblem characters that do look like them. 100%. Yeah, they definitely 100% do. It was unsurprising, and you were content to silently accept that as the reality of Cove Holden. You laid your arm against the window, the scenery outside passing by in a blur, until finally you arrived at the ice skate. So if I had picked Aquarium, if I had picked the play, this would be a very different chapter. Do I have to replay this chapter like 3 times now? There's so much to do in this game. Oh, it's the same parking lot. That's crazy. Crazy. The two of you grabbed your things and got out of the car. A wave of heat so thick it felt like you're swimming in it. A wave of heat so thick it felt like you were swimming in it hit you as soon as you set foot onto the sun-hot asphalt of the parking lot. Cove fell in step next to you, dragging the back of his arm across his face. You and Cove exchanged looks. Well, here we are. His tilted smile seemed to say. The skating rink was a large building of glass and concrete, with its name plastered in simple, white letters above its entrance. The nondescript flat rooftop style architecture reminded you a bit of the local mall. Oh, we get an ice skating rink in the back. Oh my god, we might actually have to replay this chapter. The way they use the same parking lot to be an international running joke at this point. Yeah. That's why I'm impressed that we got a new, like, an ice skating background, because they seem to not have they don't want to give us different parking lots. Oh! The 69ers are back up! Let's go! Okay, good start in the fourth quarter for the 69ers. Very good, very good. Okay, you went in. As the door slid shut behind you, you heard Cove's sharp intake of breath. You glanced over at him, seeing the stunned look on his face, his lips drawn tight in a frown. It's really cold in here. You were equally amazed at how cold it was. Are you gonna be okay? Wow, you dork. Of course it's cold. I guess I'll have to change your name from Cove to Cold. I need to make that joke. I can't not make it. Cold Holden? Question mark? Colden for short. I'm fucking hilarious. Nicholas got jokes. That way, next time we come here, ... Cove had his arms wrapped around himself in an attempt to keep warm, all forgotten in favor of throwing you a questioning look. You can say it's cold in here. Cold is a nice name. Oh my god, that joke's actually so funny to me. You covered your mouth and snickered at your humor. That was literally me just now. The joke got a trembling smile out of him too. How about you? How are you feeling? I wish I'd brought more layers. I'm feeling just fine. I would say it's not too bad. My Canadian ass would say it's not too bad, and I will warm up once I get skating, because that shit do be tiring. And I would say the same for him. And if not, then he can have my sweater, because for sure I will. There was no denying that the building was chilly, but once you relaxed, it was bearable. He laughed breathily. Hey. That's my breathily laugh. That's good. Your neighbor shuddered dramatically, almost retracting his head into his shirt in his renewed effort to keep warm. You held on to him to keep warm. You shrugged. Tough luck for him. Oh, sorry. I was supposed to pick. Let's hold. Oh yeah, we can hold on to him to keep warm too. You took a step towards him and wrapped him up in what you hoped would eventually become a warm embrace. For a second, his body went even more rigid, but he quickly relaxed and gave you a self-conscious smile.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nicholas. I'm happy to. His shy chuckle shook through his abdomen. You felt it on the side of your body right before he put his arm around you and his arm around your waist and pressed you closer, an unspoken sign that he had no problem with it. Like this, the two of you ambled over to the rental counter together, a slightly awkward process that had you unsure if you were going forward or sideways. The clerk ended up giving you two funny looks over the top of her glasses as you went through the process of paying for admission and finding skates in your shoe sizes. But throughout it all, Cove didn't shiver once. Eventually, you had your skates. It was a particularly well-worn set. Still sturdy, but where it had once been blue, it was now faded. And where it had once been white, it was now closer to tan. With some time and a low bench, you both were set up with the rented shoes and now stood by the opening of the rink. It was an oblong shape, surrounded by a paneled wall with rails. You were a little amused to see that there were others dressed in t-shirts and shorts, Canadians no doubt, and you turned to Cove to point it out. The answering laugh that came sounded a little distracted.
Well,
Here we go. Tentatively, he took one step out into the ice. The series of movements that followed were reminiscent of a jack-in-the-box swinging back and forth on its spring. You thought you might laugh, but it died in your throat when, for one heart-lurching second, Cove's upper body tipped forward at a 90-degree angle. His hand shot out, slapping against the ledge running along the plexiglass panels on the side of the rink. A relieved sigh left both him and you. He was mumbling to himself as he craned his head back. He must have caught the alarm on your face when he gave you a smile and as shaky as his footing. I'll make it work. You've never been ice skating before now either. It was fun to see Cove's first time trying it, but you'd done it before. Should I be Canadian here? But I'm a Californian in this game. But I am Nicholas. I am going to just, I'm gonna be Canadian. You came forward to join him, and I feel like usually it's Cove that's the better one, so I think this time I get to be the more expertly one. Hoyo version. Californian Canadian. Street hockey. That's where Nicholas got all the scar. Oh! We got some Nicholas lore, huh? It does make sense. Not sure how street hockey... Well, actually, no. I do know how street hockey works because literally my neighbors do it every day. Oh my god, do your neighbors do that too? Do your neighbors play sports on the streets? Like on the literal street? Or is that just a hockey thing? Wait, that literally is a thing here. What the F word? I was gonna joke, street hockey, but actually it's a thing here. Anyways, you flew out onto the ice easily. You did just fine. You were a little shaky, but you managed to catch yourself. You barely moved a foot before needing to grab to the side. You flew out. Yeah, I'm gonna fly. I'm gonna be a pro. Expertly, you built up the little bit of momentum you needed and slid smoothly to a stop at his side. Eyebrows raised in appraisal, Cove looked down at your feet, as though he couldn't understand how they moved like that. It's kind of amazing we're seriously ice skating right now, but this is what we decided to do. I should stop being surprised over everything. Let's skate. Right, let's do it. The two of you developed a cautious rhythm, drawing along slow circles around the edge of the rink side by side. You made sure the pace never exceeded what Cove was capable of. He was happy to let you guide him. You gave him pointers while making small strides. Sometimes he'd take breaks to settle down and give you the chance to flex more of your skills on your own. He seemed to enjoy that just as much as attempting to skate himself. White puffs of air released from you and Cove as you laughed and cheered each other on for any achievement. There were also still plenty of moments still clinging on to each other for added warmth against the unrelenting chill of the space. Eventually, you noticed Cove exhale deeply. He was getting tired. You scooted up to him, ready to take another breather, as he rested his arms on the bar in front of him. Hey, would it be alright to ask you... Would it be alright why you... Oh my god, I can't... Would it be alright to ask why you chose this place? You made it the favorite out of everything. I mean, isn't it clear I'm, like, good at this? It doesn't matter why. I'm just curious. I thought it'd be the most fun to do with you. I really wanted to see you out of your comfort zone. I like skating. I picked randomly. I wanted to see him out of his comfort zone, and I like skating. I like both of these. Your teasing reply had Cove breaking eye contact with a self-aware giggle. Cove conceded the point. Well, you succeeded there. This is about as far from my normal outing plans as I could get. Cove's face had been distinctly red from the chill and all of the physical effort he had exerted prior. It had started to fade during this conversation. The color came flooding back now. You think about me a lot when choosing stuff, huh? And you do the same for me. This is true. Growing up, my brothers and I played a lot of sports stuff on the street. Did a version of hockey. My older brother had goalie leg pads and rollerblades. Then just used a baseball glove and a catcher's chest. I mean, yeah, use what you got. The kids here play street hockey. Literally everyone has nets. Actually, if you drive down my street, you're gonna see 2 sets of nets just planted in front of their garage doors. Like, not every house, but damn, probably every second house you will see that. And they just take those 2 nets and they put them on the street. And they don't use rollerblades or anything. They just run around. But that is how they play street hockey. And then when a car comes over, they're just very normal about the street hockey. They just wait for the kids to move the nets, and then the kids will move the nets, and then the car goes through, and then they put the nets back. The net we had was a disaster, I swear. There were 50 different pipe pieces to put together. Oh my god. I never rollerbladed. I was on foot always too. I've never actually seen people play hockey on rollerblades. I'm sure it happens, but I've never seen it myself, personally. But yeah, on foot. I myself have never played street hockey or any form of hockey, shockingly. I have gone skating and I have watched hockey games. I've never played hockey. Well, I guess in gym class they make us play hockey, like gym hockey. So that is running around. But yeah, I was terrible at that. Anyways, with the second wind coming over Cove, he was ready to get back out into the icy fray. You joined him without hesitation. The hours slid right past you, and just like that, it was suddenly time to call it a day into our favorite parking lot. After returning the borrowed skates, Cove and you ventured back out into the California air. Even though the sun was almost behind the horizon, it was still palpably warmer than inside the rink. Cove rushed over to his car. His shivering hand clutched yours. Ain't no way he's still cold. You let him pull you forward in his mad dash to the vehicle. The vehicle is probably nice and warm. Doors were opened and closed. Seats were taken. The engine switched on, and heat turned to max. At that, Cove finally relaxed. Your foray into the freezing cold had ended, and nicely at that. A ways into the drive, Cove glanced toward your direction. You stretched your arms as you shifted in the seat, waiting patiently for him to say what he had in mind.
So...
I know this was unexpected, but thanks for coming along. It really was. It was fun. Still the worst attempt at a surprise ever. Thank you for going to the trouble to plan this. Any trip with you is a good one. Any trip with you is a good one. Really? Any at all? Yeah, of course. There was a quiet pause where you contently watched Cove. It wasn't hard to imagine the blush that was likely trailing over his cheeks. I'm glad. The drive continued in comfortable silence. Cove wore a content expression on his face that warmed your heart. Doing things like this with Cove, he made you happy. Your heart skipped a beat, thinking about how mutual the feeling seemed to be. It's a tied game! Ooh, this game's so spicy. This game's so spicy, y'all. The game is tied. Watching the passing scenery out the window, you relaxed into the seat as time sped by. It wasn't too long before Cove pulled into his driveway. Sighing happily, you got out of the car while Cove came round to where you were standing. He stood there a moment, rolling a pebble under his shoe. I'll see you tomorrow? Definitely.
Thanks.
After that, you and Cove parted ways for the rest of the day. Even when you fell back into your normal routine, your mind refused to stop buzzing with the memory of your little adventure. As you crawled into bed and closed your eyes, you were back in the best parts of the day. You hoped Cove's surprise would continue just a little longer and continue in your dreams. After breakfast the next morning, you were sitting with your moms and Liz. Oh my god, we finally get to see Liz again. While you were mildly listening to the conversation, the side of your face squished into the palm of your hand. The doorbell rang. Oh, I'll get it. Oh my god, is he gonna take us on every single date? Actually? That would be interesting. Mom passed by you to the front door. Your eyes lazily followed her, then turned your attention to Ma and Liz. They were so lightheartedly... Yeah, we haven't seen the moms yet either. They were still lightheartedly chatting, and you weren't sure about what. Your focus snapped back when your name was called from across the room. Hey, Nicholas, you have a guest. Be right there. On your way to the front door, Mom gave your shoulder a pat as she returned to the living room. When she moved by, you saw who was at the door. Our boy. The nice thing about IRL group sports is that even when we're terrible, we can't raid wipe the whole team. That is true. Or is it? I feel like you can, actually. I feel like you can. I mean, I guess it depends on what you mean by raid wipe, but you can certainly int, which is akin to raid wiping. It was Cove, again. A smile etched out across his face the moment your eyes met. Hi, Cove, sweetie. Instantly, you looked over your shoulder to see Moss several feet away, but within eyeshot of the door. She waved. When you faced Cove again, he was looking at the ground shyly. It reminded you of the last time you'd seen him the night before. That was all the push you needed to step outside, closing the door behind you for some privacy. Hi, what's going on? What do you have up your sleeve today? You coming to the door all the time is starting to get weird. But if he never goes through the door, that will be a little too suspicious to the moms. If we're still trying to keep that a secret, but I don't know. What do you have up your sleeve today? Crossing your arms, you leaned your back against the door. You already had a good feeling about where this was going. I'm glad you asked. Then Cove chuckled awkwardly. He didn't quite meet your eyes. He pulled out another gift from behind his back. Surprise. Want to go to the theater with me? We are going to go on all of them. What? You blinked and then switched to staring at him in bewilderment. Cove's eyes narrowed conspiratorially. The real surprise was that I'm going to invite you to all 3 places. You never had to choose only one. I just need to make sure that they didn't sound completely terrible. The longer Cove spoke, the quieter his voice became. He shyly scratched at the side of his cheek. And to check if you'd be free, so surprise again. Are you serious? You burst into laughter. You're so sweet. You don't have to do that. You're so sweet. Thanks. His face grew red with a blush. Shyly, Cove looked away from you. Oh, do you like what I got you? Cove nudged and he gets us a present every time. That's actually really cute. Cove nudged the present in his hands towards you, hoping that you'd take it. Until now, you hadn't completely registered it. It was a carefully chosen stuffed animal. What animal is it? I do like it, thank you. I love it. You're so thoughtful. You definitely are full of surprises all of a sudden. You're doing so much, I feel bad. I would feel bad, so I'm gonna say that. You don't have to. I'm not missing out on anything by doing nice stuff for you. And I think you should have these good things. You didn't tell me to do it. Okay, says Nicholas. Okay. Trusting Cove, you pushed your worries aside. You took the gift and smiled softly. Are you gonna accept the other part too? Yeah, let's go to the theater. It'll be fun. Elated, Cove bounced a bit on the toes of his feet. You could feel the happiness radiating off of him in waves. Thanks for coming. I'll be in the car. You can go get ready. All right. You sped back inside and spotted your family still sitting around the table. They all turned and smiled at you. So, what's the plan for today? I'm going to the theater with Cove. Oh, that sounds so fun. Ma's smile beamed. Your gaze slid over to Liz, and she also looked happy for you. They didn't even show her. Damn, the game got lazy. I hope you have a great time. It didn't take you long to get ready and dash out the front door. Cove was waiting for you. Sorry, not guys. It's just me. Cove was waiting for you as promised, and you both set out for day 2 of his surprise outings. And this time, it actually was a surprise. We get the same frame again. So when I looked it up, there were 2 shows we could pick from. Ooh, there were 2 shows we could pick from around this time. One was a historical romance with nobility, fancy outfits, drama, and stuff. I like stuff. The other seemed like a modern day story, something set near a lake and at a bed and breakfast with comedy. It's kind of wacky, I guess. So? What do you think? Romance. You pick. Let's have Chance decide. I'm kind of curious to see what he picked. Actually, I'm gonna hit you pick and see what he picks, and then go back. Historical one. Hey, that's our man. All right, that's the one I would pick. Comedy theater is kind of rough in my experience. Comedy theater tends to be not my alley of humor at all. So I would appreciate the talent. Oh my god, there's only 2 minutes in the quarter and they're tied. I would appreciate the talent of the actors and the show put on, like the production, but I most likely would be laughing in the audience because I just feel bad. Like I would feel bad to not laugh, basically. Kind of like I feel that way when I go to stand-up. I have been to stand-up comedy shows, or when I watch stand-up comedy, I don't find that kind of comedy to be funny at all for me. I don't know. But yeah, I think theater comedy is just like not my alley. I have humor. You have experience, brief and not good experience. Wait, experience is in being in the shows or question mark? Cool. I'm curious about what'll go down. What do you think the costumes will look like? Already your thoughts were busy trying to guess the historical setting. Cove hadn't given you much to work with at all. I don't know. Luckily, we're gonna find out soon. Yeah.
All right.
I'm getting kind of excited. I wonder what it'll be like. I haven't seen a live play before. I haven't been to a performance either. Okay, I feel bad because last time I was good at skating, so I'll say I haven't been to one this time. I like them in theory though. It could be good. I'm not really a fan. I like them. It could be good. To be honest, you weren't really sure if going to a play was your kind of activity. Cove watched you fondly though. That made this worthwhile either way. Another new background! Wow, look at those chairs. They even got head supports. The theater, my local theater could never. The rest of the drive flew by, and soon enough, you were at the theater with Cove by your side. Tickets in hand, you both went inside. Shuffling down the aisle, Cove found the
Kamuista. Been a long time.
Kamusta? Hello. Thank you so much for the 7 months. How are you? Happy Sunday. It was a school thing. Our prompt was to make up a funny commercial. I think my writing contribution was okay. My acting contribution was a disaster, but so was everyone else's. So embarrassing for all of us. Huh. Cocoa Puffs, good as can be. Cocoa Puffs. Oh my god, you guys did. Wait, that sounds fun. How come we never got to do that in my drama class? I'm assuming that's drama class, actually. I don't know. Maybe that was just your extracurricular. But yeah, no, I never got to do that. But actually, drama class activities are so fun. Drama class is so fun. Like, I can't believe some people don't take that route. But anyways, shuffling down the aisle, Cove found the right seats. You were getting settled when the lights began to dim. We made it just in time. Your voice came out in a whisper. Glancing at Cove, you saw him staring straight ahead with eyes growing wider with intrigue. Then the actors started coming out onto the stage. The show set the scene, focusing on a group of wealthy families and the web of drama they entangled themselves in. And yet, despite the tension and chaos, 2 lovers emerged. Sparkle. Their swift engagement drew nothing but disapproval from their friends and family. You expected that there would be several trials before the lovers could reach any kind of happy ending. You became absorbed in the story and performances, and you weren't the only one. During the touching scenes, you could hear quiet sniffling coming from the seat where your longtime neighbor was. Aw, he would. When the play finally came to a close, the audience broke into applause. Cove clapped for the actors until the noise died down. Then he spoke for the first time since the event began. It's over. And of course, we're in the same parking lot once again. We should just stay here for tomorrow because this is clearly where we're going. We are going to be here again tomorrow. Nodding, you followed Cove out of the theater. The sun was hanging low in the sky. I had so much fun. I can't believe what a good time that was. But really, I might have to come back sometime to see the other one. Cove scratched at his cheek contemplatively. I sort of thought it was going to be harder to keep up with the, what's the phrase? Suspension of disbelief. The actors were right there putting on a show. I thought it'd be too much to believe it was really happening. But I felt more into it than with a lot of movies. I could totally picture the world they lived in. Amused, you nodded along and listened to Cove's animated commentary. I'm still thinking about it even though it's over. Imagine if that was us. Attending high school society parties and living in grand mansions, we'd have to deal with the rich and powerful and the politics or whatever that went along with it. Our families would try to force us to follow certain paths, but we'd still find our own way to each other and to the things we want to do. He had stars in his eyes as he fantasized about the events of history. I think we need to introduce Mr. Cove. Ooh, the 69ers are up by 3. This game's so spicy. But I think we need to introduce Cove to manhwas because there's a lot of really good historical fantasy romance in there. It wasn't even a drama class. That's what's so weird about it. Oh, it was a history class. That is very random. Oh, for sure my history classes never did that. He had stars in his eyes. Oshinoko? Question mark? Oh, possibly? Honestly, Cove looks like a character that could fit into Oshinoko. Everyone got such colorful hair there. Yeah. Alright, I would love that. I'm good with the life I'm already living. Are you envisioning us being married like the couple in the story? It's too bad we were born too late. You do not along. Are you envisioning us? I want to see what he says here. You raised an eyebrow accusingly, but your tone left little room for doubt that you were teasing. Cove immediately averted his eyes. A deep blush spread from his cheeks to the tips of his ears. I mean, well, it's a part of the story, but we don't have to. It could be whatever you want. Is that what you want? Stunned, you couldn't get a single word out before Cove began to backtrack. I'm sorry. He's Canadian now. Don't worry about anything I said. A few quiet moments passed and you noticed a distant look on Cove's face. He shook his head while he was trying to send a thought away. What is it? Trying to really picture a completely new life in a new place actually feels kind of weird now that I'm doing it. I'm not exactly sure how to explain. It's exciting but also sad. I'm thinking too seriously about this dumb idea, I guess, but if I don't remember anything from this world, then it would be pointless that I had a life before. And this is overthinking. And if it really did happen, I probably would be surrounded by totally new people. I wouldn't have you with me anymore. Surprised, he's gone down the rabbit hole in his head. Surprised, you sucked in a breath. Cove laughed shyly. The fun part of imagining it all was that you were there by default. Just getting to be somewhere else on my own wouldn't be nice no matter how cool the new place was. It's settled then. I'll just have to look for you if I wind up having another chance at life or magically ending. Oh, he's doing the reincarnate. He's giving a dang. Having another chance at life or magically ending up in some other world. I hope you try to find me too. Nervous, Cove's eyes didn't quite meet yours. His cheeks and ears were solidly red at this point. I'd find you. It's obvious. Of course I'd search for you. I'll never forget about you, Cove. I swear if there's ever a Fire Emblem where there are 2 characters that look like Cove and Nicholas, I will go crazy. I'll see how it goes. My new life might keep me busy. You're getting a bit too out there for me. It's not something you should worry about. You nodded. You didn't know how to respond. I'd find you. It's obvious. No amount of space and time can stop us. Oh, look at us. We're so theatrical after seeing our first play. This game, my goodness. I know I'm watching the score. It looks really good. It looks really spicy. I think we got to pick how we gave some presentation and 1 to 2 people or groups chose to do stand-up. None of them did well. Oh, that's really brave of them. I could never do stand-up. I do really respect stand-up comedians because that is really hard. and it's especially hard to succeed in it, but like just having the courage to go up there and do it, it is a lot. Yeah, I could never do it. That's why I always feel like when I go to stand-up comedy shows, I feel like I'm just laughing because I don't want to say I feel bad, but like I'm laughing out of politeness. Like I don't want them to, they are taking the time to go up there doing something very brave, and if I don't laugh, I will feel bad. I can see why they did think I had faith in my writing skills, but I vaguely recall we didn't want to go that route. I guess we don't have to get Cove to watch Oshinoko. We're living it. Okay, so in my history class, a memory I have, which actually, I'm starting to question this too, because in my history class, they made us create our own board games. I'm trying to figure out how that ties into history, but wait, there's only 16 seconds left. Are the 69ers winners? Is there any chance for the 16 seconds? Or is this timer old? But yeah, in my history class, they made us make board games, and it was really cool because we all made, it was a group projects, but we all made our board games, and then we had a day where we all played each other's board games. Like we all went around in stations and played each other's board games. Of course, the class is not long enough to experience all of them, but run a high risk of getting canceled. Oh, that's Moj. The chickens have the ball and they can still win. Okay, okay. Oh, but there's only 9 seconds. I don't know how live this timer is. What was your board game like? My board game was very basic and simple. I would say it was very much like Snakes and Ladders. But there was some really creative ones. Yeah. But honestly, I wouldn't mind trying to make a board game now, and I'm pretty sure I put a lot more thought and effort into it. Yeah. But there was some cool ones. I don't remember how they worked though. But they were like people who made board games that were just like, wait, it went from 9 seconds to 10 seconds. Where did they get the extra second? But anyways, I don't remember how they went, but they were like board games that weren't just like a dice and moving forward, basically. It was actually well thought out, but I don't remember them. Yeah. Okay, no amount of time and space can stop us. Thank you, Nicholas. In that case, it'll work out after all. Definitely. He took a deep breath and stretched his arms high over his head. He then turned his head to your direction and pointed with his thumb to his ear. We better get back to our real world now, huh? It's getting late and I think we're the only ones still out here. He spun around, getting a good look at your surroundings. Cove was right. All the other cars that were out here after the show ended were long gone. How did I miss that? Game Suit Type BRB. Oh god. It's literally proceeding like seconds at a time. It's only 6 seconds. Ooh. It surprised you how much you really lost track of everything for a while. You even failed to notice how dark it was until now. Come on, let's go home. After that, you made your way into Cove's car. He set course for your neighborhood. Your legs felt stiff from standing still and talking for so long, but it was worth it. Overtime? Oh, wait, it still says 6 seconds. What the F word? Dude, I'm only watching the score, but I can tell that the game is very spicy because it keeps getting tied and then they're only up by 3. My heart can't take this beat up. I love that you both came into the chat at the same time. You're both probably just like, oh my god, it's commercial break. I'll type this. 1919, let's go. That's a good game. How long is overtime? Your fault for not letting the Lions make it. Bro. Alright. The car ride home went by far too fast. You and Cove were in good spirits and spent the ride chatting and laughing, bouncing around various topics. But you didn't ask the question that sat all day in the back of your mind. Why was Cove doing all of this in the first place? Again, you both parted ways for the night. In the neighborhood street, you watched Cove head inside with a quick wave. You were halfway to your own house when a familiar voice called out to you, turning on your heels. You spotted Mr. Holden. He lightly jogged over to talk. Oh,
Hey!
it's our man. Hey, how are you? I'm good. Great. I was just getting home from work. What are you up to? Or rather, what were you up to today? Me and Cove went to the theater. You did, huh? Sounds fun. It was fun, and it was also a surprise, which is weird, since usually me and Cove not hanging out would be what sounds surprising. Crossing your arms, you gave a quick laugh. Mr. Holden frowned. He rubbed the back of his neck and studied you for several silent moments. Right. So, Nicholas, what's going on here? Something is going on, isn't it? He's on to us. Is this where he finds out that we're, like, romantic? Because we never got to see that. I need to concentrate now. Good luck, Tom. Good luck, Tom, and the 69ers. Lions wouldn't have made it even if 69ers let them. Dang. Too many added rules for my liking. Wait, how long is the overtime? Do it. Lions would have been up 21 at half, then collapsed at 7. Bro. That would have been a game for sure. A historic flop. OT doesn't go by length since we're in the Super Bowl. It's normally 10 minutes, I believe. What do you mean it doesn't go by length, but it's normally 10 minutes? I don't get that. Oh, does it go by like who gets a point first or something? Like sudden death? Oh god, I would hate that. 15 minutes for overtime? 15 minutes. NFL overtime is about scoring first-ish. If you score a touchdown and the other team can't answer, you win. That does sound like sudden death. If you score a field... That sounds... Dude, their blood must be pumping. You score a field goal and the other team can't score, you win. I see. Yeah, that sounds very... NFL overtime used to be sudden death and the other team didn't even get a chance to answer. Oh, at least they get a chance to answer. I don't get... How do they answer, though? So if they answer... Like, how long do they have to answer? So the other team scores a touchdown, and then the other team... Because to score anything, don't they have to inch their way toward the other net? Unless they can just, like, toss the ball over in one play? I don't know. I don't understand football. I don't know what happens, to be honest, if a field goal is answered with a touchdown. Maybe we'll find out today! They score a field goal to tie it up again. I guess they start out in the middle after? I don't know. I would imagine the team who scored a touchdown wins. Anyway, keep me in the loop. No clue what's happening, but it sounds very exciting. You know what else is exciting? Me talking to Cliff. Yeah. The other team doesn't have to go for a field goal. They just have to go for any point. At least now, both teams get automatically a possession. It used to be if the first team scores a touchdown, they win. Other team wouldn't get a chance because they lost the coin toss. Ooh, yikes. That doesn't sound nice or fun. But that's how they used to do it. So now both teams get a possession. So I see why the change was made. That's good. When was that change made? Was that recent? Thing about that though is it's too much of a ball out. It's called play defense. Oh, bailout. Bailout, ball out. Let's go, Nikki. Let's go. I'm playing no football, man. I'm rooting for the fucking. I'm rooting for what's his name? Brock Purdy. Yeah. I'm rooting for Brock Purdy, man. We're Purdy fans in here. He's so Purdy. Hey, yo, Brock could be a member of the Burns family. Brock Burns. That sounds like a Byrne family name. So the guarantee possession rule is the only way to go for me. Yeah, I think that sounds fair from what I understand, but you know, obviously don't know what the fuck is going on. Well, no, I am a pro at football. I understand what's going on, and I absolutely agree that the guarantee possession is the play. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Mr. Holden is on to us, but the weird thing about this scenario right now is I was waving goodbye to Cove, so Cove is at the door, I think, and then Cliff is here, and then... Hold up. I'm gonna go back. Car ride home. Oops. Are we still here? Okay. I waved. I was halfway to my house when a familiar voice called to your... Yeah. I guess Cove maybe already went inside, and then Cliff was outside right before him, and then he called out to me.
Hey.
He rubbed the back of his neck. Okay, what's going on? Wait, what makes you ask? There's not a problem, right?
So.
I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Deal? You rolled a pebble under your shoe. Mr. Holden was probably the only person who could give you any solid insight to what Cove was doing. All right, deal. We're working with Cliff now. We're working with Cliff. What's the story? The truth is, Cove. Cove's been doing a lot for me lately. Way more than usual. For 2 days in a row now, he's planned a special outings and gifts too. I don't know why. Cove's father nodded contemplatively. He accepted the situation easily. That makes a lot of sense, considering he's using Cliff's money. Your score thingy is busted, is it? Oh. How did we get here? What the F word? Oh, this was it. Oh, okay, I see what happened. I clicked away. My bad. Hee. Here we go. Timer's updated. You see the timer on that too? Is it cropped out? No, it's still there. Okay. We're in. Let's do that a tiny bit better. Okay, we're in. Thanks. Thank you for letting me know. I'll answer your question if you answer mine. Throw in 20 and it's a deal. Just ever need 20 bucks? Just hit up Cliff. That actually makes a lot of sense considering what? Hey, this is something secret. Hey, is this something secret you shouldn't be sharing? Probably. This is definitely against Cove's wishes, is my guess. But considering what? You waited for him to... Yeah, I'm not interrupting him. There was no reason to interrupt, exactly, until you had his answers. There was a pause. He was unsure of what to say next, or how to phrase it at least. Honestly, I've been the littlest bit worried about Cove lately. He's gotten really up in his head about something. But it's not exactly a bad thing. It's tough to know how to even bring it up. I'm not sure if I should try to have a talk about it. The longer he spoke, the wider your eyes grew with concern. There was more happening than a few meaningless hangouts. It's okay. He raised his hands in a calming motion when he noticed your reaction. Let me explain. I noticed Cove's been getting lost in thought more often recently, and he sometimes has his laptop out in the living room. He leaves it lying around. Uh-oh, what's the browser history? He leaves it laying around on the couch or puts it on the coffee table. I have a clear view of it from there, and I can obviously see him looking stuff up on it. Cove keeps searching one phrase and different wordings of it too. Then he'll spend ages clicking through the linked results. The line is, how do you make someone happy? Just that again and again. Cove is so fucking cute. WTF. And why is Mr. Holden making a deal out of this? I think he just wants to know if we're dating or something. That's my guess, but hi, Promise! Happy Sunday, how are you? And happy Lunar New Year if you celebrate. Campbell would have gone on all in the Super Bowl. Happy Lunar, thank you. Did you do anything fun? All right, the line is, how do you make someone happy? Just that again and again. You had to consciously close your mouth after that. You didn't know what to say. I'm actually kind of curious to see what Google says when you do search, how do you make someone happy? What does Google say? Buy them a gift? Take them ice skating? You had to consciously close your mouth after that. You didn't know what to even say after hearing the revelation. Mr. Holden gently beamed. Isn't he such a good kid? Yo. Mr. Holden, the ultimate wingman right now. He continued, but his tone was rueful. Unfortunately, I can relate all too well to that conundrum. Who am I to judge, right? Mr. Holden shrugged in an exaggerated way to lighten the mood back up. Before I was thinking Cove might have gotten into a fight with somebody. Now it sounds like I was way off the mark. Cove clearly has other plans on the brain. I'm even more confused on whether this is something I should get into or not. You know, actually, I was wondering if you could have a little chat with him about what's going on. I'm shocked that he's talking to me about this before he's talking to Cove, but I think it's because he and I have such a close relationship. He's just comfortable with me, you know? So I think that's the only reason. Otherwise, I would think that it is weird that he's bringing this up to me before Cove. BRB game, good luck in your game, promise. Step 3, wingman. Step 4, best man, true. I forgot he was our best man. I actually love that for us. Okay, it sounds like you're at the it sounds like you're at the core of Cove's sudden study sessions, so you might feel more at ease talking about it, or more embarrassed, but he'd probably still do it. I would really appreciate it. Your gaze trailed over to the Holden residence. Mr. Holden made a very good point, you have to admit. I'll do it.
Good kid.
Thanks. You're really a good kid. You shook your head with a smile and started walking towards where Cove went. After a few steps, you realized that Mr. Holden wasn't following. You glanced, where the fuck, where is he going? I'm gonna hang out here for a bit. He's just gonna hang out on my doorstep? WTF? I'm just gonna hang out here a bit. Make sure you have some space to talk without a parent in the way. The door is probably unlocked, so go right in. Okay. I feel a bit weird about Cliff just hanging around my doorstep. But I'll just do what he tells me to do. You hesitated for a moment. Mr. Holden's smile faded. Thanks for talking with me. I feel like this is potentially a chapter where Cove could ask me to be his boyfriend. Maybe, because the other chapter I haven't technically done yet in the save file. So maybe there's multiple chapters where he can ask me to be his boyfriend. I don't know. Anyways, this has been on my mind too, and I think it'll be good to ask Cove if everything's okay.
Absolutely.
Agreed. It'll all shake out right in the end, I'm sure. Mr. Holden grew much happier than he was a moment ago. Feeling ready, you turned right around and went into the house. Hey, Cove was sitting on the couch with his aforementioned laptop. Next reset? Wait, what's happening next reset? Where will you get a card pack? But congrats! That's fine. That's very exciting. It is, yeah. You'll feel good. You'll feel good. Do you have like Lost Wind Cliff and stuff yet? Oh, oh my god, I haven't bought anything from Frog. I probably should. I have so much gold, but I also don't want to. I spent too much gold yesterday. Hove was sitting on the couch with his aforementioned laptop open. He peeked at you with a puzzled look, and then it melted into a smile. No, I will need 1 more year for Lost Wind Cliff. Yeah, I don't have Lost Wind Cliff, and I'm very far from it. I need so many Armins, bro. The game needs to start giving Armins. Nicholas, it's not good form to interrupt Cove when he's mid-extreme fault. He's for sure doing that on his laptop. Aforementioned laptop. I thought you were with my dad. Oh, he knew. Okay. Did you forget something? No. You shook your head. I hope you're not too disappointed. It's just me instead of your dad. Your father and I were actually just talking a minute ago. What are you doing on your laptop? I must say, I hope you're not disappointed. It's just me. As your teasing words sank in, you watched a smirk grow across his face. You crossed his arms and grinned. Crossed your arms and grinned. No way. Why are you here? Cautiously, you ask Cove about his searching. Lightheartedly, you ask Cove about his searching. Bluntly, you ask Cove. Let's do it lightheartedly. Can we talk? Nothing. This sounds so serious for no reason, bro. I feel like this is a scenario that does not need to be a scenario, personally, but... can we talk? Nothing awful. It's just a thing. Huh? Okay. Cove closed his laptop and laid it on the couch cushion next to him. He got up, shuffled past the coffee table, and stopped right in front of you. Is everything all right? Yeah, just... What's going on, Cove? I was talking to your dad, and he's been noticing some stuff. Apparently, you've been obsessively looking up how to make someone happy. I feel like this is so unnecessary. I feel like this does not need to exist at all. I don't think he needed to be confronted about this at all. I actually don't think he needed... Do you guys think he needed to be confronted about this? You just... It's not like he's searching, like, how to murder a person or something. Like, he's just Googling how to make someone happy. It's a very pure thought. A scenario that doesn't need to be a scenario is right up this game's alley. Yes and no. Like, I feel like the scenario... Most of the scenarios were good scenarios. The one with Terry and Randy fighting was a bit weird. The fight itself was weird, but the scenario itself was good and made sense for the characters. The fight with me and my mom's at the farmer's market was... That did not need to be a scenario at all. But I feel like everything else was good. I feel like everything else was good. Yeah. Apparently, you've been obsessively looking up how to make someone happy. Is there a reason for that? Huh? Huh? Tell us. What else have you been searching? He noticed that. Are you mad? No. I guess I really was distracted. I didn't think people around would actually be paying attention or taking note of things. He chuckled awkwardly at himself. Cove, will you tell me why you feel like doing that so much? Oh. Cove looked at you with large, earnest eyes. I did it because I want you to be happy. Shock. Am I shocked? He was searching how to make someone happy because he wanted to make me happy? Oh my god, I didn't see this coming. Did anyone find out what happens if Casey scored... Oh wait, did the 69ers... Wait. Yeah, no, I don't... I as an expert, I totally know, and I will tell you what happens in 7 and 22 minutes. Why isn't it over? I guess they get a chance to answer now. Answer. Whatever the fuck that means. Kansas City Chiefs, why are you Googling? Why are you Googling how to make someone happy? Answer that. Thanks. Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry. That answer will come in 7 minutes and 22 seconds. I did it because I want you to be happy. I want you to be happy too. You don't have to do some big expensive surprise for that. You can just be yourself. You already make me happy. That's seriously it? You're killing me, Cove. Stunned, your eyes started tearing up. You didn't know how to react? I'm gonna just say you don't... You already make me happy. That's a good answer. The words flew out without a second of thought. Cove's face instantly started to turn red, and his mouth twitched. Thank you? Or thank you? No question mark. The only answer that matters is what makes you happy. True, I guess. Thanks. Jim Nance answered. If the Chiefs score a touchdown after that 49ers field goal, does it have to be a touchdown or can it be a field goal? Still, I think there are too many rules here. This must be like a new difference. Another laugh squeaked out of him. Now he was completely frazzled on what to say. His gaze fell to the floor and he defaulted to rubbing at his arm.
Sorry.
I wasn't trying to make you or Dad concerned. I didn't want to upset anyone. Dude, you literally upset nobody. I don't know why this is a scenario. Don't worry, no one's upset. Cove took a deep breath. You could see his expression lighten, but he still was lost in thought. What made you start doing this of all times? I don't know. With a deep frown, Cove looked back at you and repeated the phrase. Each time the inflection was different. Different, like he intended to say something different, and he was coming up with the same non-reply. I don't know anything. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to understand his own motivations. I guess maybe with everything that's been happening and everything that's coming soon, it's just kind of hit me that we're neighbors. It just hit him, only just now. A quick snort of air out of your nose from his conclusion. Yeah? I mean, you've lived right across the street from me for 10 years. The only other kid who grew up in this whole neighborhood is your older sister. His weak smile bent. Oh, there it is. And then there's our parents. They sure were putting in the effort for the two of us to get to know each other. Cove shook his head with a laugh. His gaze was far away as he nostalgically reflected on the history you had. Basically, everything in our lives was set up for us to be together. It was always effortless. And why not? It practically went without saying that we'd be around each other, but it won't be like that forever. Our parents can't always be there to arrange things. We can't live in the little world of this street forever. Do I even know how to make it work when I don't have every advantage possible? I've made you happy in the past, but could I keep doing it? What even is it that I do that makes you happy? Cove started to run a hand through his hair again. But he stopped partway through. He looked at you earnestly. It was like breathing. When you're just going through life, you do what you're doing without even thinking. And then something reminds you that you're breathing and you become way more conscious of it. Being with you is the same. I do what I normally do without pondering deeply on it, but now all this stuff made me start thinking about it. Then I couldn't stop thinking about it. I felt like I needed to try harder, to make an effort for you, for the relationship we had. Are we dating? Are we already dating? We might already be dating. Maybe we're already dating. Not me not knowing. And I had to, and well, that's what I did. Cove scratched the back of his neck. He looked sheepish now. It seemed like such a good idea in my head. It made complete sense, but maybe it was dumb. You punched his arm. You threw your arms around him in a hug. You started crying. You laughed. I don't know if I like any of these options. I don't think Nicholas is much of a crier, but he do be a hugger. All right, we'll hug him. If they score a field goal, they keep playing. Damn. How long do they have to score a field goal, though? I'm confused about that. If they don't score at all, the 69ers win. We're already married, but we haven't started dating. Time is a flat circle. The earth is flat as well. Yes. Crashing into Cove, you wrapped your arms tightly around him and buried your face into his neck. Wait, did he give us an eye roll? Oh, okay, I thought he did. Okay, you clearly knocked the air out of his lungs moving so fast, but Cove soon recovered and held you back. Stepping back, you took a deep breath. Cove shifted how he was standing and watched you bashfully. You're a big moron. Okay. You know, it's okay to tell me when you're feeling like this, right? Well, I mean, he's doing it right now, bro. I hate when people do that. I hate when you tell someone something, like you do the big, like you have to tell someone something else, like a confession or whatever, and then the person says, "Oh, you should have told me." I'm fucking telling you right now, bro. What you mean? Okay, anyways, you're so precious. Oh no, you're precious. The words came out quietly, gently. It was still hard at times to believe that you truly had someone like Cove as a massive part of your life. I care about you too. I do. Oh wait, not I care about you too. I care about you. I do. Oh, I'm already saying my I do's. We didn't even get married yet. Your heart was pounding in your chest, but you smiled. Cove's face was growing redder by the moment. I'm lucky already, but don't at all need to do... Wait. You don't need at all to do even more. There was a pause where neither of you were certain who was going to speak next. Cove sniffled.
Wow.
Thank you, Nicholas. Thanks for looking out for me. Even when I didn't even notice I was doing something worth checking in on. You're amazing. You're welcome. Someone has to do it. It's no problem. You nodded. We nod. Shyly, you smiled at his praise. You honestly couldn't be happier with the turn of events as you spoke to Mr. Holden outside of your house. Yet another situation intervened by Mr. Holden, but we don't care because he's handsome. Cove chuckled. Now that everything was out in the open, his words were lighter. I gotta thank my dad too. I feel like this is definitely a time where Mr. Holden did not need to intercept. I know I just joked about it, but he definitely did not need to. And at this point, if I was Cove, I would be worried that if he ever like caught me searching anything, wait, he's just gonna tell everybody. I would be worried. I would be worried. And you know what? He probably would. I gotta thank my dad too. I can always count on him to be around. I have such good people in my life. He's still a good guy though. He smiled softly. Cove withdrew a bit, looking shy. Can I still show up tomorrow and invite you on the last surprise outing? That'd be just fine. I'm looking forward to it. You knew that you were smiling like an idiot, but honestly, you didn't mind too much. Spending time with Cove was the easiest thing to you, and the feeling was mutual. Cove watched you with earnest eyes. He simply wanted to spend time having fun with you. I can't wait. Alright, you should probably go home, huh? It's getting late and you'll need to rest. He looked at you, attempting to feign an innocent expression.
I mean,
What if something just happens to happen tomorrow? What could possibly happen? You laughed as Cove grinned, acknowledging his poor attempt at subterfuge. I've never known how to say that word. Good night, Nicholas. Night, Cove. You rest up too. You headed to the front door, waving as Cove saw you out. When you walked out onto the street, you noticed that Mr. Holden was still standing out there. That is so weird. This is all very weird. This is all very weird, but we got to see Cliff, so I won't question it. He looked up at the sound of the door closing behind you, his phone in hand, and smiled as he sized up the situation. You were in there for a while. I hope that's good news. Everything is fantastic. I got it all taken care of. I'm sorry for keeping you out here so long. Were you really gonna stand out here in the dark until I left? Yeah, were you? Wait, what was the last? Thanks for letting me know.
oh?
What? He waved it off. I didn't mind giving you guys a wide berth. Oh, that's a wide berth. We had no clue how sensitive the issue was. I wasn't about to risk messing it up by poking around where I wasn't needed. Besides, I was chatting with Gregorio, Derek's dad. Wait, Derek's dad's name is Gregorio. That's new information for me. I was chatting it up with Gregorio, Derek's dad, my very professional business partner, about very professional business things. They were definitely talking about something absolutely lewd and immature. Okay, it all worked out, so that's so good. So that's good, not that's so good. Oh god. Great, glad to hear it. Everything truly resolved. You exchange goodnight wishes with Mr. Holden before continuing the very brief trip home. Not wishing to disturb anyone, you quietly snuck inside and gently pushed the door behind you. As it clicked into place with a minimum of fuss, you let out a sigh. Your mind buzzed as you climbed the steps to your room. Cove had done so much to make you happy, and you knew he'd be back tomorrow with another big surprise. You were determined to fully appreciate his effort. You wanted to I want to prepare him a gift too. You resolved enough was enough. You were going to change plans and make him surprised. You resolved enough was enough. Surprise him with a change of plans. Okay, I do want to surprise him, but which surprise? It's Jover? Oh, wait, what? What happened? I looked away for like 2 seconds. Their house is huge. I feel like there's a place Cliff could have waited inside and still given you. I agree. But I think Cliff honestly was just down to hang out outside because he's an outdoor enjoyer. It's Jover. Is it really Jover? So they must have gotten a touchdown, I think, because they had... Wait, is that a touchdown? That's 6 points. So do they not get a chance to, Well, I guess you can run out of time as well. Because there was a 15-minute timer, right? So my assumption is also that if... with all this answering business, like, whoever had more points by the end of 15 minutes would also win. 3 seconds left. We can't do anything. No, I'm so sorry to hear that, Tom. Y'all had it. That's a very epic win for the Kentucky Fried Chickens. Holy F. Swifties win. Not the Swifties. They're not the freaking Kentucky Fried Chickens. They're the Swifties. Yo, Taylor must be going crazy right now. NFL will be changing all these rules with overtime, and then the Chiefs still win because of these overtime rules. Offense didn't do enough. Damn. The 69ers played it safe. They did a 3-pointer when they could have gone for 6. Left the door open for Taylor. Taylor just swooped in there and just touched down. That's crazy that she would do that. It sounds like a really good game, though. It does. It sounds like the game, like, was exciting the whole way. Yeah. Damn, I literally looked away for 2 seconds. It was 22-19. All of a sudden it's 25. What the hell is this sport? Okay, we are going to surprise him. We're going to change the plans and make him surprised. Oh, with a gift. And surprise him with a change of plans. Okay, let's do that. Cove had brought you 2 gifts already, and odds are a 3rd was coming. It was time to turn the tables and have something ready to give him. At this hour... Excuse me. That was easier said than done. Most stores were long closed, and Cove would be here bright and early to surprise you tomorrow morning. That ruled out purchasing a gift the way he'd done for you. Luckily, you'd known Cove long enough to see a solution to this no problem. Your neighbor... Oh, maybe I just surprised him right now. Your neighbor was always a happy boy when he was given food. You were sure you could rustle something... Oh, that's true. You could rustle something fitting that description out of the kitchen one way or another. Feeling invigorated, you spun around and sped back down. Oh, we're doing it right now? Okay. It was time to pull your plan into action. Oops.
Self-voicing disabled.
My bad. That was an accident. I have done that twice today. The second Super Bowl ever to go ever in the history of football's Super Bowls? Bowls of superness? When was the last one? Sag Times? No parade tomorrow? Oh yeah, that's I mean, there is gonna be one in Kansas. Oh man, Soul's gotta be, I wonder if Soul must be watching, huh? The robot wanted to celebrate for the chickens too. Sad. Oh, y'all were so close, Tom. I'm sorry. Kansas isn't even a real place. But that's where Dorothy's from. Or was that an illusion? Alright, you were a great chef. You could make something he loved. You were a decent cook. You could make something he loved. You could manage cooking, mostly. You could figure out how to make something he loved. You struggled with cooking. You'd have to find some way to make something he loved. You were a disaster in the kitchen. You weren't sure how you'd managed making something you loved. You were going to find something he loved that didn't need preparation. That is what I would do in real life. But we are a video game character, and we even got to choose to be tall. So here we're going to say we're a great chef. We're going to make him something he loved. You sized up your options. With an early start, you'd be able to pull together something simple in the morning. If you wanted to go for something more elaborate and time-consuming, you'd need to do it right now. There was also the option of rallying the troops, your moms. Oh, your moms knew how to cook wonderfully, and you could easily persuade them to give you a hand with this. Oh, I would love to do this with my moms. I feel like they'd be down, even if this was a work night. It was for the best. You chose to bake cinnamon rolls. Peanut butter and honey, banana peanut butter and honey sandwiches. Sounds good, but I feel like that sounds too easy. Like, this definitely requires more thought as the cinnamon rolls. Even as a grumpy little boy who had just moved in, cinnamon, sugar, and frosting had brought a smile to his face. He was going, I do remember this. He was going to light up with childlike glee when he saw what you had planned. You located your moms in their room on the ground floor and explained your plight. You got a fair amount of ribbing, but they agreed to give you a hand. Yay! Mom quality time. Cove is very much a cinnamon. He is. The first, oh, it was 2017. That wasn't too long ago. I mean, it is, but like, I thought it was like a long time ago. My Boston Patriot? Crazy. I predicted this. That's why I wore the shirt. I'll shut up now. Had a huge comeback and won. That's crazy. I would say that's what happened with Kansas. I predicted, y'all. I predicted. Ma even had a recipe she swore by that you could use. She flicked through an old cookbook full of clippings and swapped... Hold on. I guess I can hide the score now. So I'm gonna do that. Alright. She flicked through an old cookbook full of clippings and swapped recipes scribbled on notepaper and set to directing you and Mom like a real chef. You made the dough quickly, knowing it would need time to rise before it would be ready to roll out and let you continue the recipe. You strapped the dough into a bowl with cling film, hoping that the yeast would do its job. You needn't have worried. An hour later, the dough had we waited the hour? Oh, wait. An hour later, the dough had doubled in size just as promised. You continued with the recipe. We waited out the hour? Damn, my moms are the goats. Rolling out the dough, layering it with cinnamon sugar, filling that, which we just have on hand, that Cove had so loved, and readied the rolls for the oven. Soon the kitchen was full of sweet smells as heat joined the ingredients into one. As you waited for the timer, your mind continuously drifted back to younger days. You recalled the chatter of tourists and seagulls on the busy shopping street that felt so vast when you were a child. Eventually, a beeping brought you back to the present. The rolls luckily came out fluffy and golden, naked without their white frosting coats. Damn, they really described these. I kind of want cinnamon buns now. You'd whipped that up while they were baking, but you had to fight the urge to ice them right away. Until they're cooled, any frosting you put on them would melt right away. Once you were satisfied that they'd cooled, damn, and we waited for them to cool? Dang, must be like friggin' 4 a.m. right now. You tossed them with a sufficiently thick layer of frosting. The teasing from your mom sprinkled into the process was merciless. They had no idea why you so urgently needed to cook for Cove, but it may as well have been the funniest thing they ever heard. Still, the gift needed to be just right, so you endured their good-natured jokes. When it was over, they patted you on the back. You dusted off your hands, satisfied with a job well done. With your mission accomplished, you headed back up to your room. You took the steps lightly, feeling buoyed as you imagined how happy Cove would be with your unexpected gift. Cove's plan was extremely thoughtful, just like him, but you couldn't let him be the only one concocting schemes. With his attention diverted on his own surprise, it was the perfect opportunity for one of your own. He'd never see it coming. That didn't mean that thinking up something was going to be easy. You wouldn't want to do anything that might risk making him uncomfortable, or a random activity for just the sake of doing something new. It needed to be something he'd actually want to do. You thought about Cove. The obvious destination was the beach. He never got tired of the sea, no matter how many hours he spent with it. And while there were many beaches in California, you knew he'd be happy with any of them. A trip to a shore wouldn't quite cut it this time. After all, you'd both still inevitably wind up doing the same things you always loved to do on the beach. And time would pass in much the same way as it would if you were still in your hometown. You wanted this plan to be something special. Luckily, as much as Cove associated himself with the ocean, you were one of the few people who knew that there was another quite different type of location that he treasured. He's gonna take me to the Poppy Hill. Surprising him with a trip somewhere else with that element was absolutely the kind of moment he'd cherish forever. Pulling up a brow. Oh, we're pulling up our browser now. Don't let Cliff see. He's gonna tell everyone. Burn the score. Oh wait, is the score still up? I hit it, right? I did, okay. Yeah, smudge. The things he loved to do on the beach, crying contentedly, letting insects crawl on you. Hell no! Hell no. I actually have no clue what he's going to do other than aquarium, but Cove already planned the aquarium for us. That was the third date, so I don't know what he has planned for us. Or I don't know what I have planned for us, I mean, sorry. Sunset Bird, White Poppy Field. Oh, he's gonna take us to the other poppy field that Baxter mentions in the DLC, probably. That's my guess. Smiling to yourself, you settled down and began to hunt for the perfect spot. Cove was working so hard to make you happy. You dearly wanted to make your friend to be happy too. You could only hope your efforts would work as well for him as his plans were working for you. I swear I just read that, but anyway. You were up early the next day, ready and waiting for Cove's inevitable appearance. Your ears were perked, listening for the doorbell, but instead, what you heard was a familiar rapping on the window pane. Dang! He hitting us with another surprise! There was no need to look at who that was. Only one visitor used your window as his personal entranceway. Getting up, you headed over to let him in. You gazed into your neighbor's face as you unfastened the window, opening it wide. He smiled at you, still crouched on the window ledge. Hi. I'm glad you're here. Surprise? Question mark? Surprise? Exclamation point. Tired of using the front door? Yeah, are you tired of the door? Cove's laugh was as airy as a cotton candy sold on the boardwalk. He was in good spirits. Surprise. I'm really keeping you on your toes. What will I do next? He waggled his eyebrow at the joke as you stepped back to let him enter the room. Today he clambered through with extra difficulty thanks to the object he was clutching securely. You guessed it was another gift. You really didn't need to bring me anything else. So what did you bring this time? I'm gonna just wait for him to bring it up. We're not gonna mention it. Sure he'd know that you'd seen it and had probably reached your own conclusions, but he'd worked hard on his surprises. He wanted to play along. Cove smiled sheepishly as he held out the present to you. With a bit of flair, he flipped open a folded cloth that turned out to be a t-shirt emblazoned with the logo of the college you'd applied to. That's cute. You'll be needing it. We'll just say this is the shirt. This is the shirt he got us. Boston University. Yeah. This is not a university shirt. But That's the shirt. Anyways, you'll be needing this. Your application is going to be accepted for sure. Ooh, we don't know if it was. What if it's not? Then it's just awkward. Then it's just awkward. But anyways, we'll just pretend that I get in. His eyes were trained on you, searching for your emotion on it. I hope you like it. You hugged him. You felt tears. You shook your head affectionately. That doesn't sound affectionately at all. I'm gonna hug him. We are huggers now. After hugging everyone at our wedding. You threw your arms around him and hugged him tightly. Cove nuzzled your head, still holding your present carefully. Thank you. I definitely like it. This means a lot to me. You're so cute. I can't believe you. You're lost for words. I definitely like it. Hopefully I get into the university. Nicholas would definitely get accepted to Boston. Thank you. That is also what I think. That is also what I think, yes. He chuckled self-consciously as he gave a long look to the meaningful gift he had selected. It was as if it was growing heavier in his hands. I really do support your goals. I just want you to know that. I never questioned you once, Cove. Yeah, I know. Then you accepted the thoughtful present into your own grasp. Only once he transferred ownership and cemented it with your approval did Cove straighten up and pull himself together.
Well,
okay, well, would it be alright for me to take you out today? We could, I don't know, go to the aquarium? He smirked, already anticipating that you'd say yes. We will not go to the aquarium until we're married. You smiled to yourself, wondering how to break your counter surprise to Cove. Actually, I've got something else in mind. Change of plans. Surprise! Nope, I'm not doing that. Grinning, you shook your head. I'm just gonna yell surprise. Boston College, it's a toss-up, but BU for sure. I don't know of any of the universities in Boston. Huh? A beat passed as if Cove was waiting for a punchline that didn't come. He tilted his head, nonplussed by your declaration. There's somewhere else I'd like to go today. Would you come with me? His mouth hung open, and the rest of what he was trying to say disappeared into thin air. The shock hadn't even started to wear off, but he found one more word. Okay. You were thrilled to have him on board. Now the two of you could focus on putting the plan into action. The first part is already here. You can have it now. What? Really? It was amazing how surprised he was. Cove spent 3 days raining gifts and special trips to you. And he hadn't at all counted on you doing something in return. What is it? Stay here for a second. I'll show you. Okay. How's your weekend? My weekend's pretty good. Actually, nothing too special about my weekend, but it's definitely not a bad weekend. How's yours? Harvard is the most prestige. Oh, did I know that was in Boston? I totally did. Yes. There's also MIT as top school in America. Boston University isn't trash, but it's not at that level. I see. I would say that Nicholas is hard working student enough to get into Boston University, but maybe not Harvard because he doesn't go full send on all the extracurricular shit that you need to do. I mean, he does volunteer at Orca, I guess, but that's about it. Hung out with family and friends, and then my sister. And then my sister with Bill. Who's Bill? Nye the science guy? Question mark? And your niece. Aw, that's fun. How old is your niece? He watched you expectantly as you turned around to head downstairs. You reached where the cinnamon rolls were waiting and collected the prize. As you flipped around to your room, gift in hand, there was a smile playing out across your face. Cove was patiently waiting where you'd left him, tapping his fingers against the sides of his pants. Surprise again! I hope you're hungry. Here it is. I hope it's enough for a growing boy like you. It's a thank you gift for everything. Oh yeah, I like that one. You let the present do the talking. I like that one too. It's a thank you gift. He looked curiously, barely believing that you'd gone to the effort to select a present for him at such a short notice. You handed the gift over for his inspection. His eyes widened as he saw the treat. I whipped this up just for you. Oh, brother-in-law, Bill Nye the Science Guy. I didn't know Bill Nye the Science Guy was your brother-in-law. Nicholas did his extracurriculars with Cove. Wink. Extracurriculars. That's cool. Yeah, I've never heard anyone use Bill for brother-in-law. But that now I know. Now I'm a knower. Also, my mom's did help too. Oh, he blinked, the present totally taking him by surprise, but his eyes were alight with glee. You made me cinnamon rolls? I love them, though I don't get them a lot. They're not the kind of thing we normally have around. He glanced up at you shyly. I can't believe you still remembered. It's amazing. You chuckled, recalling those moments long ago that you spent together. How could you not remember days with a guy like him? The sentimental air quickly dispersed as he scooped up a cinnamon bun and graciously squished half of it into his mouth. Mmm. Do you like it? I could take a guess, but it'd be nice to know for sure. Cove kept chewing, gesturing apologetically to his occupied mouth. Finally, after what felt like an age, he swallowed. It's so good. The best one I've ever had. Cove wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, now a little calmer after the initial burst of excitement. His feelings instead settled into an easy, warm affection.
Nice.
Thank you for this. It's so nice of you. You are very welcome. Do me a favor, don't eat so fast that you don't choke. I really don't like to baby him. I feel like there's a lot of options where you like baby him. I guess it's for people who are into that kind of relationship. You're welcome, or I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. You blushed from his praise. His features softened and you felt like you were being thoroughly appreciated. The food you gave was also getting its due attention. He'd already gone in for a second serving. You couldn't blame his indulgence. I really want cinnamon rolls right now. That said, the amount you'd given him was enough for several servings. Far more than Cove could usually finish at once. You'd made sure of it. But as he continued to devour it, you were starting to suspect that polishing it all off was the goal. In spite of the generous portion, he was willing to try and eat it all in order to show you how much he liked the present. You're gonna make yourself sick. It's okay to save some for later. Maybe this is a bad idea. You laughed at... Oh. Uh-oh. Our game has froze. Is it Jover? Am I still streaming? Okay, I think I'm still streaming. Alright, well that's a good reminder to save. We're back, but we're gonna save here. We're gonna do the just in case save. This is a very long chapter. It froze, but it came back. Just a bit sus, but we're here. I think I'm still live. Yeah, I was about to be really upset if I lost all that. It's okay. Wait. Yeah, it's okay to save some for later. You could tell that he wanted to show how taken he was with the gift, but you'd not presented it to him as a challenge to be overcome. Cove finished his current bite and let out a satisfied sigh. Alright, I'll stop for now. There's other stuff to do and I can have more later. You smiled at him, relieved that your gift would be enjoyed and not inhaled. But once Cove had consumed as much as he could manage for the time being, you packed the rest back for later. It was time to direct him to the next part of the surprise. I'll drive this time. Ooh, that's a good way to surprise him with not going to the aquarium. He accepted easily, going along with your mystery plan without resistance. That was a relief. He was definitely curious and you weren't going to let his hopes down. No time was wasted as you left the house immediately after establishing the new surprise plan. You hurried out into the street and practically jumped into the car, Cove tottering behind at your heels like a faithful hound. Your excitement was obviously rubbing off on him. You drove with purpose, Your mind solely on the destination. Not even Cove's puppy dog eyes could distract you from the goal or implore you to spill the secret of where you were headed. Oh my god, we went to the same parking lot. I'm so shocked. You're still alive? Okay, good. It's really hard to make more sweets than a teenage boy can eat all at once. I have fond memories of powering through entire packages of Oh, damn, yeah, those are good. Wait, Hershey miniatures, are those like the little chocolate sculpture thingies? Okay. Oh, no, you're talking about the... Well, actually, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, but I do love chocolate. When you finally came to a stop, it was... I guess we could take him here to this parking lot and he still would know where we're going because this parking lot leads to everything. Absolutely everything. They're chocolate? Yeah, I know they're chocolate, but what are the miniatures? Just like the small, individually packaged ones? Yeah, we have Hershey's here. Okay, when you finally came to a stop, it was in a parking lot in the middle of nowhere. You confidently unclipped your seatbelt while Cove looked around bemused. Here we are. He looked at you for confirmation. You were happy to provide it. We're here. At that, the two of you got out of the car. Cove turned to you, evidently still baffled but optimistic for what could be coming.
So?
What now? Cover your eyes. I'll lead you in the right direction. I'm gonna cover your eyes. You let me lead the way. All right. I'll cover your eyes. Whatever you say, Nicholas. He obliged by your orders as you got him into place. You appreciated how easily he was playing along. Cove clutched his hands tightly against his eyes. His fingers clamped together so closely not even a speck of light could pass through. He was taking this very seriously. He let you direct him along the way, obediently following your instructions. Eventually, you reached the edge of the parking lot. The crunch of gravel underfoot came to an end, replaced by a dirt path. You saw a flicker of recognition on Cove's face as the terrain changed, but he didn't question where you were headed. You simply continued to make your way forward together as best you could. The dirt made way to grass. You spotted a lonely white flower. It was the first, you were sure, of many to come. Like floral signposts, they popped up infrequently as you kept moving, determined to bring Cove to the destination you'd uncovered online. Your body was thrumming with emotion now that you were getting close to your goal. Nerves and excitement fought for control as you approached your destination. As it came into view, thrill easily won out. It was perfect. You positioned yourself behind Cove so that the full reveal would be the first thing he saw, completely unobstructed. Taking a deep breath, you prepared for the culmination of your surprise. You can look now. Not wanting to wait a moment longer, Cove dropped his hands from his face. It is exactly that field that we almost got married in. Eventually, you reached the edge of the parking lot and you were in Kansas City for the Super Bowl winter parade. The parking lot touches all. Yo, for real, that's like the teleportation device of this game, the parking lot. Spanning in front of the two of you was a wide open field, densely carpeted with white poppies in full bloom. Hundreds upon hundreds of soft petals lightly bobbed in comfortable breeze, as if waving to welcome you both. Cove had frozen in place. His jaw was slack, hanging open in amazement as though he couldn't quite believe what he was seeing. You couldn't blame him. The dissonance between the unassuming parking lot, mundane and man-made, to the bounty of nature which you'd brought him to, was startling in itself. And other than the hill behind your house, you'd not encountered this flower in the wild. From Cove's perspective, to suddenly be greeted by a natural paradise tailored to him right down to his favorite flower must have been something he'd normally only get in a dream. Cove blinked. Slowly and repeatedly, he took the expanse of flora laid before him. Tears began to form, clutching onto his eyelashes and clumping them together. He lifted his... there he goes. He lifted his gaping mouth into a wobbly open-mouthed smile that teetered between joy and disbelief. Oh my god. He was too choked up to string the three simple familiar words together. It left him speechless. We did it. Finally, Cove regains some of his composure. He opened his mouth to attempt speech once more. See? Are you really so confused why I want to do so much for you? When you go in... To finish the thought, he waved a hand at the beautiful field you had just found for him. His voice, which had been bright, dimmed to a softer murmur when he followed up on the question. Nobody else in the entire world would do this for me. Nobody. I feel like... Okay. And no one makes me feel the way you do. I was gonna say I feel like Cliff would do this if he knew. But Cliff, I'm pretty sure, does not know how obsessed he is with poppies. But I'm pretty sure Cliff would. His words were as faint as the rustling of the poppy's petals in the wind. Some of the tears had escaped from his lashes down to his cheeks, the damp skin glittering in the sunlight. You reached out and stroked them away. You're welcome. I feel the same about you. You nodded, please. You can only blush. I feel the same about you. Meant every word. So, can we look at the flowers together? I can't imagine. I feel like if this field ever fills with fireflies, that would be pretty. His voice was still soft, as though speaking too loudly might shatter the magic. I'd be happy to. He giggled in a tiny, giddy way at that. Oh, that's me. Carefully, so as to disturb the natural peace as little as possible, you and Cove began to make your way through the field of flowers. Now that you reached your destination, there was nothing to hide. You could finally walk side by side once more, eyes wide open to what was ahead. You really cherished taking the journey as partners. With the conclusion of Cove's big plan and yours, you might have expected to feel a little wistful. It had been an exciting few days, but there was no need to yearn for what had gone. After all, you knew that the two of you would find new ways to bring a smile to the other's face. It's what you both did, and you were both looking forward to new surprises already. That was a cute conclusion to that. I do think so. Alright, we could save over this. That was our just in case save. And that was a pretty long chapter. Actually, I started reading that. That was a long chapter. I think I started reading that when I was at 5 hours, and it's now 7 hours. That was a very long chapter. But we were also distracted by the Super Bowl. It was a very good Super Bowl. Yeah. Very cute. That was cute. But my favorite DLC chapter is still Reflection, because I got every single T question that I've been wondering answered, except for the Shiloh one, but we do still have to do Serendipity. So maybe I'll do that one tomorrow. I will see if I can try to start streaming around 5 tomorrow before movie night. I probably won't end perfectly on movie night unless this turns out to be like 16 hours long with the southern accent, but yeah. Yeah. Alright. So that's the plan. Here's the Discord. If you're not in it, that is where we are going to have movie night tomorrow. So you should join so you can watch with us. Yes. Yes, you should. Thank you all for hanging out with me on this Hoggers Super Bowl Sunday. And thank y'all for the lurks. Even though Super Bowl was happening, I really appreciate that you guys did that. Still found time to come in. Thank you for stream. Thank you for being here, Tulip. I appreciate your company. I'll see you on Soul Stream if he streams. I think he said he might not. I can't remember. That was him that said that, right? Thank you for streaming. Thank you for being here, Neon. Eric, thank you guys for the company and for listening to my comfy story time. We are going to raid a person. Yes, person indeed. Do. Is it a Saya raid angle? We can raid Saya. Oh, Saya just started stream. Saya's been playing? Saya's been playing... Saya's been playing Final Fantasy 14. Which I'm surprised about. Well, I'm not surprised because Saya plays everything, but I wonder what made Saya pick up an MMO. I'm really excited to see her play. I honestly would really want to play this myself. And I probably will at some point. But as long as I have Lost Ark, probably not soon. Hi and bye, Zevis. I just got here just in time for the raid. The OP sleep raid. Yeah, like I said, we are going to raid Saya. And Saya is an awesome streamer playing Final Fantasy 14. But the cool thing about Saya is that Saya also plays a lot of indie games from Steam. Maybe Saya's even played Our Life before. If anyone I know has played Our Life before, it probably would be Saya, but I don't know if she has. But she plays a lot of like indie games, and I think she's played different visual novels and stuff. I think she would actually probably be really into this if she played it. Spam the hell out. Yeah, I need to copy that message as well. Yes, OP raid time. Just in time, Mr. Sleep. Alright, I will catch y'all tomorrow. Thank you guys again for the companies. And see you for movie night and for a little bit of story time tomorrow. I'm just gonna press the raid button. Bye. Bye, Tom. Thanks for spending some of your Super Bowl Sunday with me.